Narumi Masaru slowly regained consciousness as he heard someone's voice. He opened his eyes with difficulty, not understanding why the alarm was still ringing. As his mind cleared, his gaze fell on a strange silhouette with ears sticking up. He froze, mentally exclaiming, "These were real rabbit ears." Having finally come to, Masaru sat up abruptly, looking around in shock. In front of him in the forest sat an unfamiliar girl, and everything that was happening looked frighteningly real. Unable to contain his curiosity, he reached out to her ears. The girl reacted in surprise, not even having time to move away. The fingers gently touched his ear, and Narumi felt warmth and softness. He immediately knew they were real. Hearing her indignant question, the young man quickly apologized. Embarrassment was written on his face, because he had clearly gone too far with the touch. He still couldn't believe his eyes, and hesitantly asked why she wore rabbit ears. The question sounded naive but sincere. The girl calmly explained that it was not an accessory. She belonged to the rabbit race. The ears were a real part of her body. Narumi repeated the name of the race in shock, barely realizing how far this world was from the reality he was used to. The girl only asked if she could stand up. He took a deep breath and finally acknowledged the obvious. This was not a dream, but real life in another world. Staring into the void, Narumi Masaru slowly realized the incredible. He had been reborn. The thought sounded clearly in his head, as if splitting the old personality. The young man stood on a hillock, looking out over the vastness of the new world. He already knew its name, Alstacia. This was his new reality. The realization of what was happening hit like a bolt of lightning. Masaru's face twisted in panic. Everything he knew was in the past. Masaru clutched his head, turning over questions of survival in his mind. Without a home, food, or even a toilet, starting from scratch was too much. Mei froze as the boy suddenly turned around. His behavior was becoming increasingly strange, and she began to watch him with caution. When Masaru tried to speak, Mei suddenly interrupted him. Her voice was calm, but with a hint of detachment. She had her own plans. He stepped closer, asking if they could go together. The answer was hesitant. Even Mei herself was unsure whether she should take him with her. The girl looked away and explained in a reserved tone. If she brought a person with her, the others would get angry. Her voice was filled with the usual wariness. They stood in silence in the middle of the forest. Mei repeated softly but clearly, "People hate non-humans, and adults are especially cruel." Masaru thought about what was said, recalling scenes from games and manga. If all this was real, then perhaps even slavery was here, a common occurrence. And sadly, it was humans who seemed to be the ones causing harm to other races. The young man exchanged uncertain glances with the rabbit girl and asked her to act as a go-between. He hoped that she would be able to establish contact with the locals for him. When they noticed someone approaching among the trees, the young man was excited. However, the girl was wary as she said, "There shouldn't have been anyone." A menacing figure, a huge hobgoblin, appeared before them. The girl's face was distorted with horror, and Masaru was dumbfounded with shock. The girl screamed in panic, calling Masaru's name. She did not hide her fear. Meeting such a monster seemed fatal. As the monster stepped closer, Narumi instinctively shielded her with his body. He barely knew what he was doing, but his body moved on its own. Despite the trembling in his voice, the young man said that he would distract the monster. He told the girl to run. It was her only chance. He firmly told her that she shouldn't go to the village if it was really that dangerous. He didn't want to bring trouble to her loved ones. The girl pushed him forward with trembling hands. Her cry was filled with determination and desperation. She could not let him die just like that. As they separated, one to fight, the other to flee, Masaru admitted to himself. He didn't know what he was doing. But delay would have been even worse. And yet, despite the fear and confusion, something inside him lit up. The girl had shown him trust, and now nothing could stop him. The young man desperately tried to attract the monster's attention, waving his arms and screaming loudly. He did everything he could to get the threat away from the girl. He was thrown back by a powerful blow, barely able to maintain consciousness. Even though the blow passed by glancingly, the damage was noticeable. The monster launched another furious attack, aiming straight at the center. It clearly perceived the boy as a threat. Lying on the ground and breathing heavily, Masaru desperately searched for any ability or power. Inwardly, he regretted that he did not have any special skills. In an attempt to somehow defend himself, he threw the first thing he could get his hands on at his opponent. It turned out to be an ordinary plastic bottle. The monster froze in shock after receiving a bottle in the face. The guy looked no less surprised by what was happening than his opponent. The creature approached mockingly, clearly not taking the threat seriously. The boy tensed, realizing that he had almost no options left. He internally resigned himself to possible death. When the monster raised its club, it looked like the end. Suddenly, the situation turned upside down. The enemy lost his balance and crashed into the ground. The guy watched this turn in shock. He sat next to the fallen monster, not fully understanding what had happened, a mixture of relief and confusion written across his face. Masaru looked lost, thinking that it was the policeman who wanted to clarify the situation. He suddenly received a slap in the face before he could understand what was happening. It turned out to be a goddess, and she said that it was difficult for her to place him near people. She asked why he was so far away from them. The interlocutor indignantly recalled how much effort had been spent to hide him from danger, and how close he had come to death. Masaru just looked at her in confusion, unable to find anything to say in response. The young man recoiled in fear, recognizing the towering figure as a familiar goddess. The woman in the shining robe looked at him reproachfully, expressing disappointment and incomprehension. The guy stared at the goddess's figure in bewilderment, slowly realizing what was happening. She told him, with a slight smile and a cheerful tone, about a certain lost dispute between the gods, because of which he ended up in another world. Despite the seriousness of the topic, she acted as if it were a simple formality that did not cause her any doubts. He didn't understand why she was so serious. Hearing that this was reality, he began to panic, trying to prove that none of this applied to him. His protests were dashed by the stranger's calm determination. A sudden shock took hold of him, as everything that was happening finally became inseparable from the truth. His eyes widened. This was no longer a dream. The goddess, as if anticipating his fear, offered something that would make the transition to the new world easier. Her voice sounded calm but confident. With unexpected seriousness, she announced the blessing. 3 glowing tickets appeared in front of him. She explained that she would only give him 3 tickets. The young man looked at the tickets with confusion. He expected magical weapons, but received what looked like game items. Having received confirmation, he was surprised to realize that these tickets actually gave abilities. He even thought that the idea wasn't so bad. However, at that moment, a strange voice was heard. A new figure confidently took over the initiative and uttered a number with a grin. She had more tickets in her hands than the first goddess. She descended on the goddess's shoulder. An unfamiliar hand descended. The mood changed dramatically. The tall woman grabbed the goddess by the collar with a serious expression, clearly leading her into a conversation. Masaru, stunned, did not even have time to object. She introduced herself as Hera with a polite smile and apologized on behalf of the others, who, she said, should have asked for forgiveness themselves. Another girl stood next to her, bowed low, and admitted that her husband Zeus and another person had caused a lot of inconvenience. The boy's eyes widened when he heard the familiar names. He couldn't believe that these were characters from Greek mythology. Hera explained that he was supposed to receive a blessing as part of the divine contract. It all seemed like a system in which even the gods had their own rules. She added that intervention is only possible before being sent to the new world. After that, even the deities will not be able to change anything. Hera then pointed out openly that the former goddess had tried to keep some of the tickets she had won in a dispute with Zeus. She was supposed to give 8, but had offered only 3. The young man grimaced in displeasure and mentally called her a useless goddess. He felt cheated. The goddess, not wanting to hear this, panicked and covered her ears and began to scream, as if she could still maintain her dignity. Hera, meanwhile, watched from the sidelines with a stony face. Meanwhile, a strange mechanism, something like a slot machine, was activated. The procedure for selecting skills began. The goddess explained that, although she can grant skills, it does not mean that everything will be as desired. Therefore, a lottery is used, and tickets are needed for this purpose. He noticed an extra feature on the machine. If you use 10 tickets at once, you get 1 bonus spin. The hero agreed without hesitation, clapping his hands. The decision was made. Hera promised to add 1 ticket from herself and 1 from another goddess, as a token of apology. So he had exactly 10. The goddess proudly declared that Masaru should be grateful for the opportunity to obtain as many as 11 skills. The hero reluctantly agreed, while another goddess modestly approved of the event. With excitement on his face, Masaru started the mechanism. He was ready for his 11th attempt. The first skill was useful. It was the ability. Evaluation 3. The goddess watched with interest. Next came Mason-IV. Hera noted that he was lucky so far. Then he got the skill Disassembly 2. Everything went in the spirit of the craft bias. And finally, Mining 3. The lottery was surprisingly practical. The next skill was Leatherworking 3. The roulette continued to give out exclusively craft skills. The goddesses watched the process, discussing Masaru's behavior. One of them noted that although he was silent, he clearly knew his business. The 8th skill that dropped was a rare skill, Item Box. This caused a slight stir. The next skill was Blacksmithing 2. The theme of useful but non-combat skills continued. Next came Craft 3, and it became clear that Masaru was ready for a career as a carpenter or builder. The next one was Healing Magic 1. Although the level was modest, the skill was still magical. Next, the woodcarving skill was displayed, but its level was not very high either. His skills were so low that the goddesses were confused. The skill map dropped, allowing you to see the area within a radius of 3 kilometers. This was an unexpected and useful bonus. When all the skills were displayed on the screen, Masaru was puzzled. The goddesses were sweating from awkwardness, and he himself did not understand why the skills were so specialized. Then the goddesses decided to send him back. His skills were so low that everyone lost hope, and the hero himself still did not understand what was happening. The girl suddenly interrupted his thoughts, sternly reminding him of the value of the tickets he had received. Her voice sounded so serious that he involuntarily froze. He tried to justify himself, but the goddess would not accept explanations. She demanded that he act with caution. Looking around at his surroundings, he was still trying to comprehend what was happening. The world he had found himself in was clearly not Earth. The goddess's stern gaze made it clear that in this world, delay could be fatal. The hero stood there hesitating, but her words made him pull himself together. He realized that if he wanted to survive, he would have to act first. He approached the fallen enemy, gritting his teeth. There was no time to be distracted. He had to finish what he had started. Victinius praised him for his good work and offered to view his status. The goddesses explained that he only needed to worry about discovering his qualities. Masaru blinked in confusion as he looked at the window with parameters that had popped up in front of him. Everything that was happening seemed like a dream. However, the growth of his characteristics confirmed that he really did find himself in another world, where strength grows through experience. The goddess calmly stated that the fight with the goblin was a good lesson for him. She was about to move him to the nearest village, but the boy suddenly stopped her. He explained that he was waiting for a girl she promised to return. The goddess noted with slight surprise that people rarely appeared in these places. Before she could finish speaking, a group of rabbit girls jumped out of the forest. Among them, Masaru recognized a familiar girl who joyfully shouted his name. She ran and hugged him, her voice shaking as she expressed joy that he was alive. Masaru smiled with relief, hugging her back. The eldest of the warriors came closer and thanked Masaru for saving the girl. The others looked at him with respect. Suddenly, one of them asked worriedly about the wandering goblin. Masaru pointed in the direction where they had left the body. When they got there, their amazement knew no bounds. The goblin was defeated. One of the girls asked in bewilderment how he managed it alone. Masaru awkwardly scratched the back of his head and admitted with a slight smile that he had simply dodged until the monster hit its head on a rock. Then he had simply finished it off. Masaru looks around, finding himself the center of attention of the bunny girls. In an awkward silence, he tries to figure out how to proceed. Realizing he has nowhere to go, he anxiously asks if he can stay with them in the village. His plea sounds sincere and helpless. One of the warriors smiled and suggested that they discuss everything on the way and assured him that they would accept him since he was in trouble. Hearing this, Masaru beamed with happiness, unable to contain his emotions. His eyes filled with tears of gratitude. The warriors confirmed. He had protected Mei from the hobgoblin, risking himself. The girls sincerely thanked him, calling him Oni-chan. They invited Masaru to go with them to meet the chieftain. He readily agreed. As they walked, Masaru thanked Mei and noticed that she hadn't said her name yet. The girl extended her hand with a smile and introduced herself. He was surprised to hear her name. May. May noticed his confusion and asked if everything was okay. He waved her off sheepishly, saying that everything was fine. Then May turned to him, saying that it was her turn. She clearly had something important in mind. Masaru introduced himself with a warm smile, looking straight ahead. He extended his hand to the girl with the bunny ears and asked her to call him simply Masaru. In response, she happily grabbed his hand. Looking ahead, Masaru admitted to himself that he didn't know what was waiting for him next. The path seemed foggy and full of uncertainty. Despite his doubts, he was determined that from now on he would live freely in this new world. Their clasped hands symbolized the beginning of a new chapter. Masaru recalled how it all began. An ordinary day, a ride home from work at the home center. Suddenly he found himself before the shining goddess Victinius, who called him into this world. From that moment on, everything in his life was determined by her. Regardless of any of his wishes, everything now depended on her decisions. While gaining skills, luck turned against him, not a single combat skill. Everything he gained seemed useless for battle. And the moment he found himself in the new world, a goblin attacked him. Before he could come to his senses, he had to flee from the furious attack. Thinking back to when they arrived at the village, Masaru was surprised to realize that he had actually survived. The girl with the rabbit ears called out to him happily, as if to confirm that he was no longer alone. Masaru looked into the distance in amazement. The village of rabbit people spread out before him. He realized that he had arrived at a place where his life could begin anew. The girl with the ears happily invited him inside, telling him that this was now his home too. Masaru couldn't help but smile as he looked at the bustling settlement. They walked through the village while May talked about life here. Masaru was amazed at how easily the villagers helped each other, despite the simple conditions. The girl assured him with sincere warmth that he was now part of their family. Masaru could not hold back his emotions and quietly thanked her. He looked around at the dwellings made of simple materials and noted their similarity to ancient Japanese settlements. Even the fences here were tied with ropes. Masaru learned that the village was only 2 years old. He realized how hard it was for its inhabitants. His face involuntarily became serious. One of the guards suggested that he meet the chief first. Masaru nodded willingly, feeling that it was important. They were already waiting for them at the chieftain's hut. The village elder smiled affably and called him by name. The chief admitted that he had doubted him, but when he saw him, he realized that the rumors were true. He looked young, which surprised the new guest. Masaru politely thanked them for the welcome and offered his help. He felt that he wanted to repay the kindness that had been shown to him. He awkwardly admitted that without an escort, he would have simply gotten lost. However, the chief simply waved him off, assuring him that it was not a problem. The elder looked at him with gratitude and said that he knew that he had risked his life to save May. He wanted to express his gratitude personally. He greeted Masaru with a smile to their village. He and May listened to his words with interest. The chieftain said that from now on the boy would live in May's house. Masaru was surprised by this decision but did not argue. May lived with her mother, and it turned out she really needed help. She had lost her father in a monster attack. Some doubted how the girl would take the news about the neighbor, but May immediately smiled broadly and cheerfully said that she would be happy with him. Masaru gently patted her head and thanked her. He was glad that May accepted him so quickly. Before parting, they wished each other good night. They decided to discuss everything else the next day. Masaru listened carefully to the village chief, who said with a kind smile that there was no need to worry and that everything could be done at his own pace. He said goodbye to the chief and followed May. Despite his nervousness, he decided that he would be useful. Even though he had only just arrived in this world, he was going to do what he could. However, Masaru smiled to himself and thought that he would hardly be able to help. Everything that was happening seemed too new and unusual to him. He remembered his failures at his previous job and how often things fell through his fingers. Images of failure and clumsiness popped into his head, eroding his confidence. But the memories of the past did not prevent him from looking forward. He saw a chance to change his life and decided to at least try again. Masaru walked through the village, watching the daily lives of the rabbit villagers. Despite their smiles, he could feel that they were struggling to survive. He remembered his skills, not combat ones, but practical ones. It gave him an idea. Maybe he could really be useful. For a moment, he considered whether he should offer anything. Doubt showed on his face and he almost changed his mind about speaking. However, he suddenly exclaimed that he had an idea. His enthusiasm surprised those around him, but also made them happy. He explained that if he thought it through, his skills could actually be useful. The confidence in his voice said that he was ready to act. The young man suddenly addressed the assembled group with determination in his voice, asking if he could improve this village. His words caught everyone by surprise. The girl and the two adults with animal ears looked at him in surprise. One of the villagers asked doubtfully if the guy was really going to improve the village. Someone else enthusiastically confirmed this, and the guy himself confidently declared that he could improve all the buildings in this village for the sake of its inhabitants. Masaru happily remarked that, with this opportunity, he would finally have a role in the village. One of the villagers interrupted him by raising his hand and saying that he did not think his words were accidental. The elder looked at the young man seriously and said that if the newcomer immediately declared that he wanted to create a place for himself to live here, then this would only cause alarm and panic among the villagers. The villager asked the young man if he understood what was being said. He quietly replied that he did, but admitted that he was not very good at reading the atmosphere. The guy admitted that he can't leave everything as it is and wants to protect the village. He is ready to do everything possible for the safety of the residents. He added that he often made mistakes before, but thanks to this, he began to understand his actions. Masaru admitted that he didn't know what exactly he could do, but promised to do his best to benefit the village. One of the residents said that one must work with a clear mind, because anger will not change anything. The narrator noted that the hero had learned this during his previous job, and now he was full of hope. The elder asked the boy what he was going to do first. The young man, having cheered up, said that he could now begin work. Smiling, he added that he could see in his eyes that he sincerely wanted to help. He explained that he had been thinking about what might be useful to the village and wanted to do his best. The elder thanked him for his efforts, based on everything he had seen. He realized that he first needed to figure out what exactly his skills were. The guy noted that, thanks to the skill machine, he had many more skills available to him than before. He looked through the interface with interest and noticed that there were skills that he did not have before. He wondered what skill was first on his list and where the abilities that he had initially were. Deciding to act consistently, he decided to start with the skills that he could check right now. The young man looked in surprise at the knife that appeared in his hand and realized that his current skill was evaluating the item. He determined that the knife was slightly rusty, but still usable. One of the villagers gave him the knife, warning him to try not to break it. The boy noted that such skills could indeed be useful. He thought that now he only lacked training, experience, or knowledge to use his abilities to the fullest. The guy discovered he had the cut skill, and decided to try using it without tools. He went to the tree and activated the ability, but nothing happened, which surprised him greatly. The guy suddenly cut down a tree with a skill, afraid of the consequences. He noted that it was dangerous and spent a significant amount of mana. Realizing that the ability, although simple, needed improvement, he decided to continue until he got tired. Then, with interest, he decided to try out construction skills. Masaru decided to try out the level 4 masonry skill and started with the simple task of creating a cube. He was surprised when he immediately got a perfectly smooth stone, even without grinding. He noted that he could use this skill without tools and wondered what would happen if he increased the size of the structure. The guy decided to use the new level 4 woodworking skill to dry a previously cut log. He realized that he could combine skills, since the level remained the same. The description said that the skill allowed him to dry and process wood without tools. He reasoned that if the wood was left untouched for a while, the moisture would evaporate, making the material less usable. The guy realized that conventional drying of wood takes a long time, from several months to several years, and although there are technologies that speed up the process, they are complex, and not everyone can do it. He wondered if his skill could dry the wood immediately, and, inspired by this possibility, decided not to delay and got down to business. The girl invited the boy to dinner at her mother's request, but when she came closer, she screamed in fear, noticing how exhausted he was lying by the tree. The boy muttered with relief that he seemed to be saved. She exclaimed in surprise that he looked even worse than after the encounter with the goblin, and demanded to know what he had been doing. The young man realized that he had experienced the same magical exhaustion he had read about earlier. He admitted that the log had been too big for him. although he managed to dry it. May suggested going home and was concerned about his condition. He thought that without too much effort he could achieve more if he continued. Inwardly, he felt ashamed of his weakness. When May returned home, she was greeted joyfully by the woman who had been preparing the food. She greeted the girl with a smile and said that she was glad to have her back. The boy introduced himself as Narumi Masaru and awkwardly greeted him. The woman with the ears, hearing his name, said that her name was Lulu and suggested that they not stand on ceremony. The girl enthusiastically declared that Masaru had saved her and then even defeated the goblin. Lulu, hearing this, finally understood what was going on and, with a smile, invited everyone to the table, announcing that there would now be a celebration. May's mother told the boy that they had almost nothing, but this house would at least protect him from the rain and wind. She smiled and invited him to make himself at home. Masaru accepted her words with a slight smile and replied that it was good. The young man sitting at the table with the family of rabbits realized that thanks to their kindness he could start a new life in this world. He admitted that he had no idea how to thank them, but he would try his best. He decided that from now on he would live a new life and do everything possible to justify their trust. Masaru looked ahead with determination and told himself that from tomorrow onwards he would begin to implement his plan to improve the village. Under the starry sky and the light of the moon, he was determined to change everything for the better. On Wednesday, at the entrance to the rabbit village, the boy and the villagers finally began construction. After much thought, he felt that this was real life. During construction, one of the participants, looking at the work, asked doubtfully whether it would be suitable. With a smile on his face, the young man said that the first thing they would do was strengthen the fence. He seemed full of enthusiasm and confidence in his plan. One of the warriors approached Masaru and told him that he had already heard about his intention to improve the village. The chief had informed him of this. The warrior enthusiastically admitted that he was very excited when he heard about it. One of the rabbits asked why Masaru started with strengthening the fence. He explained that he considered defense a priority. In response, the warrior supported his idea, noting that even if the monsters attacked, the village would not receive serious damage. For example, the goblins were quite easy to defeat. Masaru suggested strengthening the village fence with a stone from a nearby cliff. One of the warriors noted that the entire village would have to be fortified, but the rabbit girl assured them that they could handle it. The group discussed building a stronger fence using rocks from a nearby cliff, which could be taken in unlimited quantities. One of the villagers commented that it sounded great, but questioned whether there would be enough resources, since the fence would need to cover the entire village. He pointed out that it would require a huge amount of rocks, and they did not have enough labor. Masaru confidently stated that this would not be a problem. The guy enthusiastically stated that he had already visited the cliff with May that morning and had taken some stones with him to strengthen the fence. The young man pulled out a whole bunch of stones from his inventory, astonishing everyone around him. He was surprised that this skill caused such delight, because he considered it quite ordinary. The protagonist decides that it is better not to advertise his unusual skill so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Instead, he suggests that everyone get down to business, move the stones, and begin building the wall. When Masaru suggested that they begin moving the stones, the villagers enthusiastically took up the idea and immediately rushed to do the work. He had not expected such agility and quickly stopped them, exclaiming that they should wait at least a second. He warns that if you stack the stones incorrectly, they will fall. The protagonist is surprised and guesses that the stones need to be stacked in a special way, after which he asks permission to try his own method. The protagonist demonstrates how to properly lay stones into a wall. He emphasizes the need to use more small stones and make sure there are no voids behind them. This results in a denser and more stable masonry, but he notes that even such a wall is still vulnerable to attack. The hero explains that when laying stones, you need to leave gaps between them. Although this seems unstable, he emphasizes that in fact, such laying makes the structure stronger if everything is done correctly. It clearly explains how to lay stones correctly with uniform gaps and overlapping seams. This method makes the wall more stable and reduces the risk of its destruction. Comparison of the two options clearly shows which method is more effective. The characters realize that simply stacking rocks is not enough to make the wall strong. The hero explains that strong attacks will require using pebbles to fill in the gaps, which will strengthen the structure and increase its stability. The young man explained that for a strong wall you need to place large stones on the outside and fill it with pebbles. This structure will help the wall keep its shape even in the rain, and water will not be a problem for it. Masaru explained that the proposed laying technique is a basic method, and over time they will be able to strengthen the wall even more. For now, they need to try to lay the stones without gaps so that the structure is stable. The main character assured that he would teach everyone the correct methods of building a strong wall, and would definitely help everyone in the construction process. He apologized to the villagers a little sheepishly, admitting that he was not a good teacher. He hoped they would understand him, and laughed awkwardly, trying to lighten the mood. Several girls with rabbit ears, apparently villagers, approached the protagonist. They say with enthusiasm and interest that they would like to know what other great ideas he has. Seeing their efforts, Masaru said that he would help them with food as well. The young man offered to make a stove for them after learning that they cooked over an open fire. The girls worriedly asked if it would be safe. The hero thought that the girls' request sounded more like an order, and realized that he shouldn't anger them. He was afraid of their determination and called them kitchen demons. He confidently announced that he was going to use the stones to build a stove, and assured them that there should be no problems with this. The girls were surprised by his determination. Masaru was reminded how difficult it was for them to cook, to which he only laughed awkwardly, realizing what he had gotten himself into. The girls, however, were immediately delighted to hear the promise to help and enthusiastically agreed. The main character said that he would do some hard work and start making a stove, but asked the girls to at least help him a little. Masaru said he needed some more materials besides the stone and asked if the girls could get them. They enthusiastically agreed to help, thanked him, and confirmed that it suited them. Masaru began to explain what they would be building from, listing them clearly: clay, grass, and sand. He explained that if you mix the grass and sand with the clay, the mixture will become much stronger after drying. The girls listened with interest as he explained that such a combination would strengthen the structure, since clay alone is too loose and weak. One of the girls admitted that she didn't know about using the clay mixture, and Masaru suggested that May take some people with him and get to work. He assured everyone that he would be happy to help if any questions arose. The girls began to talk animatedly about the need for tables, chairs, and cutlery for the entire village. Masaru thought about it, as such a task would require a lot of mana, but despite his doubts, he decided that he could handle it. The young man enthusiastically proposed building a covered area where the villagers could gather and eat together. He admitted that the work would take several days, but he was confident that he could do it. The girls with ears were amazed by his skills and admitted that he is an impressive person with amazing construction skills. They began to ask him about his past, wondering how he knew all this. Masaru was a little embarrassed and said that he learned everything on the job. When asked who he was, he replied that it was a regular job. He finally told who he was before, just an ordinary worker in a business center in the countryside. He did not embellish and admitted it with a smile. The young man approached the locals with a request for help in the construction. Everyone happily agreed to participate. Inspired by the support, Masaru declared that together they could do anything they wanted. The villagers set to work enthusiastically, carrying the heavy stones. Masaru led by example, keeping up with the others and personally helping with the stacking. He watched the process closely, giving advice and guiding others. The construction was in full swing, the frame of the future building was already standing, and everyone was doing their own thing. Masaru coordinated the process, indicating where the materials should be placed. The girls with ears enthusiastically carried the clay mixture, trying to keep up. After a long day of work, Masaru and the girls settled down to rest and enjoyed a meal by the fire. One of the moments caught everyone's attention when Masaru deftly used chopsticks, causing admiration from those watching. The next morning, work continued. Someone made furniture, someone carried boards. However, there were some mishaps. One of the log elements almost crushed Masaru. The villagers continued to work actively, moving beams and exchanging smiles. Meanwhile, the village chief watched silently from afar. His gaze was serious and penetrating. Masaru looked with delight at the tall wooden fence that he and the villagers had built. He proudly said that he had done it, and could not hide his joy. The others were also happy, loudly declaring that everything was done with their own hands. While Masaru was enjoying the moment, he was called to dinner, reminded that the work was finished and it was time to rest. The people with ears gathered under the roof they built with Masaru to share food and joy. The villagers happily thanked Masaru for everything he had done, from the stove to the covered area. He smiled and admitted that it was enough for him to see their happy faces, and realized that they were using the chopsticks he had made. At that moment, the chieftain approached them and greeted Masaru with a warm smile. He said that everything the village had now was possible thanks to him. Masaru modestly replied that he could not have managed without their support and participation. The village chief thanked Masaru on behalf of all the villagers with a warm smile. At this time, Mei happily ran up to him and hugged him. She exclaimed that his plan really worked. In the realm of the gods, 2 goddesses watched Masaru through a magical screen. One of them, with a slight smile, noted that the hero was doing just fine without their help. The second, Victinius, looked annoyed and insisted that her intervention was necessary. She reminded him that she had given Masaru 11 skills and could not just sit idly by. Her friend reproached her for being stubborn, to which Victinius indignantly declared that she was never wrong. One of the goddesses said with a cold smile that those who had acquired too many skills had no right to exist. The first goddess expressed doubt and tried to soften the conversation by mentioning that this had happened before. Another emphasized that usually newbies get 1 or 2 skills, and even then with difficulty. However, Victinius intervened, reminding them that the world had existed for over 400 years and had hardly changed. She was clearly irritated by the stagnant system and insisted on the need for change. One of the goddesses confidently declared that Masaru was necessary for this world. According to her, he was the one who could become the catalyst for its development. During dinner, one of the girls told Masaru that he was a great man and should realize it. He modestly noted that everything was achieved through a joint effort. The girls expressed their gratitude that the village was now even safer. Masaru enthusiastically shared new ideas for improvement, including strengthening the houses. But suddenly he remembered the important but awkward task of building a toilet, and internally panicked, trying to postpone the conversation. The guy, deciding to use the possibilities of this world, asked an unexpected question. Are there any slimes nearby? The girls confirmed that such creatures do exist, but they live under a cliff and pose no threat. Masaru excitedly asked if they were talking about the same monsters, since slimes are famous for their danger. The young man was glad that the slimes would not be able to climb the cliff, because this meant the safety of the village. Masaru said he wanted to teach everyone about hygiene and create Saniva soil from clay, gravel, and sand. Although cement was unlikely to work, he remembered the TV show and decided to look for materials nearby, including the ocean. He asked an unexpected question, which caused an awkward silence at the table. He looked around in surprise, not understanding what was wrong. One of the girls finally answered that there really was an ocean. Mei sat down next to her and admitted that everyone in the village had once fled from that very place. Masaru looked at her in shock, unable to immediately understand what exactly had made them leave their homeland. Masaru was surprised, trying to comprehend what he had heard. He asked where the ocean was, and learned that it was about 10 days' journey to the southwest. One of the girls, unable to hold back her tears, said that they were driven out by ordinary people. The guy was shocked to realize how tense their relationship with humanity was. Everything fell into place, his suspicions were confirmed. Masaru learned that the villagers had been driven out by humans and were now afraid to return to the ocean. He apologized for bringing up the subject and promised to help, as he felt he owed them a favor. To realize his plans, he needs materials that can only be found near the coast. Realizing that the inhabitants are not ready to go there, he decides to go alone. Masaru, with a determined expression on his face, loudly announced that he would go to the ocean. The next morning, Masaru finds Mei at the entrance to the village and demands to know why she is so eager to come with him. He reminds her that she can barely stand up for herself and is blaming her mother for her responsibilities. Despite this, the girl stubbornly replies that she just wants to be near him. Mei did not give up and countered the accusations, claiming that Masaru had only defeated the goblins by luck. The chief tried to stop her and explained that she was not prepared for the dangers. Masaru again said that he did not need help. Despite this, he suddenly offered Masaru something to wear, asking for a favor. Masaru was surprised to receive the armor as a gift and found it very reliable. The chief asked him to tell the people of the village that the rabbits were now safe. He said goodbye, entrusting Halsan to the others, and asked not to expect gratitude. Masaru also decided to find out what exactly happened in the past. He, clad in armor, bid the villagers farewell cheerfully. He turned to Mei, asking her to stay home and behave calmly. The girl could hardly hold back her tears as she watched him leave. Masaru reached the ocean after 4 days of travel, overcoming many obstacles. He was impressed by the view and glad he had used the map. Along the way, he had encountered dangerous creatures and unexpected events, but now he stood at his goal, determined to accomplish his plan. The day before arriving at the ocean, the young man was attacked by bandits. They approached with a friendly look, but set up an ambush. One of them reached for his sword, preparing to attack. Masaru realized the danger, too late. The young man, without hesitation, dealt a strong blow with the mace to the enemy. His determination was reflected in his concentrated gaze. The situation escalated. Several enemies attacked him at once. Masaru easily dealt with the bandits using only a simple club. He noted that compared to the battle against the goblins, these opponents were weak. However, the goddess's words about evil people having no rights came back to him. He thought that using violence even against bandits might be wrong. He used healing magic to heal the bandits' wounds. Despite everything he had done, he couldn't just kill another person, even if he was an enemy. The young man calmly let the bandits go, not wanting to take their lives, but took their weapons, potions, and useful herbs. He considered it a fair exchange, because he received something that could be useful. Continuing on his way, he suddenly felt a strange signal. His face reflected surprise. It seemed that something important was approaching. Masaru reached the coastal town where Mei used to live. Before entering, he changed into the clothes of an ordinary adventurer so as not to arouse suspicion. From the top of the hill, he looked at the silent streets with surprise. The guard tower was empty, and there was not a soul in sight in the city. He froze in place when he saw that the city streets were occupied by goblins. The boy stopped in front of the goblins, noticing that he was in the very center of their lair. He smiled tensely, trying to hide the tension, and spoke politely, as if hoping for a diplomatic outcome. But from the looks on his enemies' faces, he realized that the chances for a peaceful conversation were 0. Masaru reacted to the goblin's cry, and the next moment the attack began. He stepped back, assessing the situation, realizing that there were too many enemies. Despite his confusion, he reminded himself that he had a sword now, and it was time to use it. The young man deftly dodged the goblin's attack and struck back with his sword. His movement was sharp and confident, despite the fact that his swordsmanship had not yet reached a high level. He noted to himself that this was enough for now. The boy struck blow after blow, thinking about his ability to handle a sword. He had no training in this skill, but perhaps his childhood kendo had given him a good foundation. Despite his success, he felt that kendo was ill-suited for real combat, as it was not designed for killing. Masaru looked at the remaining enemies with a smile, confident in his victory. He felt that nothing could stop him. However, suddenly, something huge and mysterious appeared in front of him, completely changing the course of the battle. A huge boar with a furious look suddenly jumped out from around the bend, with a terrifying goblin sitting on its back. The boy gritted his teeth and rushed into battle, dodging the devastating blows of the monstrous boar. One of the goblins, watching what was happening from the saddle, turned to his leader in bewilderment, waiting for an order. A goblin on a huge boar rushes into attack, driving the beast straight at Masaru. The guy barely manages to grab his sword and try to repel the onslaught, dodging the horns at the last moment. He faced the approaching enemy with determination, standing with his sword at the ready. The boar and the marauding goblin were rushing straight at him, the beast's eyes glowing with fury, and the rider was grinning ominously. At the last moment, Masaru threw himself to the side to avoid the powerful ram. He quickly assessed the situation, looking at the enemy riding on an enraged boar. He realized that his sword was too short for a direct attack. The only way out was to first neutralize the boar, otherwise he himself risked losing his hands. Masaru deftly raised his hand and took aim, realizing that the boar was not moving as fast as it seemed at first glance. He activated his inventory with determination and pulled out a huge log, throwing it with incredible force. He grinned predatorily as he watched the massive log knock down the boar and the stunned rider, blocking their path. Masaru thrust his sword into the ground with effort, his eyes blazing with tension. He cast a confident glance at the goblins, who, noticing the massive barrier that had suddenly appeared before them, froze for a moment in fear. Masaru gripped the hilt of his sword with predatory determination, preparing for the final blow. The goblins, unable to withstand his gaze, fled in panic. He rushed after them, realizing that they would run for reinforcements. Time was running out. The guy had just managed to catch his breath after the battle, when he was surrounded by soldiers in armor. One of them, menacingly mounted his horse, asked who he was. He quickly introduced himself, hoping to avoid new problems. But in front of him was the vice-captain of the army of the kingdom of Gratus. The hero stopped abruptly as the knights of the Gratus kingdom lined up in front of him. One of them shouted, demanding to be introduced. But before Masaru could respond, a polite rider stepped forward. He introduced himself as General Cook and apologized for the behavior of his subordinates, explaining that they had arrived on a mission to exterminate goblins. One of the knights noted with surprise that they had arrived too late. The enemies had already been defeated. Masaru confirmed that he had managed it alone and politely thanked them for saving him. He introduced himself and mentioned that he had come for materials. Hearing this, the knights began to whisper, amazed that he had dealt with the monsters alone. Masaru wondered if he could find out from them what had happened to the rabbit village. One of the knights noted that he had heard of the goblin rider and was surprised that he had been defeated. Another admitted outright that fighting such an opponent was rare and required strength. Another one admitted directly that fighting such an opponent was rare and required strength. This was followed by persistent questions to Masaru: where he was from, did he have skills, how old was he, and what did he do? His appearance raised suspicions that he was a local. The knight, impressed by Masaru's strength, offered him to join the knightly order. Masaru immediately remembered how heroes in manga are often offered such opportunities. However, he politely declined, explaining that he already had a goal and that he had come all this way for a reason. The officer praised Masaru for his willpower and said that he would be a great example for the soldiers. He asked where everyone had gone, and the knight suggested calling everyone. While they were discussing the area and calling a resident, Masaru politely asked for help in removing the bodies, which stunned his interlocutors. Masaru calmly explained that leaving the bodies behind could attract predators and monsters, so they needed to be burned and buried. The knight said that he would call others to collect the bodies. He wondered if knights would perform a task of this kind, and if they had such a low role outside the kingdom. The young man went to look for a place to bury the goblins' bodies. Masaru froze in shock when he heard the screams of the goddesses. They ran forward with frightened faces, not understanding what was happening, and demanded an explanation. The two goddesses in the magic room discussed the events that unfolded around Masaru. One of them, scrolling through her memories, noted that the goblin leader was a rider, and Masaru shouldn't have had a chance. They were surprised that a normal guy could win. After looking into his background, they learned that he had been a prize-winning kendo player since high school, making him an ideal candidate for the draft. The girls continue to analyze Masaru's situation. One of them finds out that his body was slightly different when he was summoned, and suggests that everything went wrong in this world from the start. She remains calm despite the seriousness of what is happening, while the second one begins to worry, because everything could end in disaster. Anxiety arises if you do not intervene. The consequences can be unpredictable, despite all the faith of the first goddess that it will influence the lives of people. The villagers thank the knights for their help and happily announce that they can now leave the village in peace. One of them points out with admiration that Masaru single-handedly destroyed all the goblins. The general and his squad also express their gratitude, and Masaru watches the whole thing with a restrained smile, standing aside. Masaru found himself in the spotlight after defeating the goblins. One of the knights offered to reward him. It turned out that the village did not have such a possibility. Despite this, Masaru assured that help was still possible. He calmly stated that he did not need money, but he would be glad to receive bottles and wooden boxes if they were available. He also mentioned that he needed seawater and shells. One of the knights was surprised and tried to understand why he needed all this, assuming that Masaru really came for some materials. In response, he explained that he needed all this to build a wall. The knight, remembering how Masaru saved the village, suggested that Garv not refuse such a request. One of the knights tried to explain that they themselves needed the bottles to collect water from the ocean, and that giving away even a little would create problems. Leader of them thought about it, agreeing with the need for the boxes but expressing doubts about the bottles. He internally decided to teach Masaru a lesson. However, Masaru suddenly reminded him that it was not necessary for him to go to the ocean for water, which stumped the chief. Masaru reminded them with a sly smile that the village had a well next to the garden that he had noticed along the way. The head knight was stunned that Masaru knew about this and asked in a panic how he knew. Masaru calmly explained that he simply saw him while passing by. One of the knights was indignant that none of the villagers had mentioned the existence of a well, despite complaints about the lack of water and vegetation. Meanwhile, Masaru noted with satisfaction that everything was going according to plan. The angry villagers surrounded Masaru, accusing him of revealing the information about the well to the knights. One of them grabbed him by the collar, accusing him of treason and threatening what he would do if the village was destroyed. Masaru countered the accusations by reminding them that this man was the one who told the knights everything, and he said that the questions should be directed to the head of the knights. The enraged villager rushed at Masaru with a shovel, screaming. However, Masaru quickly reacted and dodged the blow. After the attempted attack, the knight standing next to Masaru asked the villagers what they intended to do next. He reminded that hiding resources and attacking an innocent person in their kingdom usually resulted in death or turning the guilty into slaves. Hearing this, the village chief and the villagers were horrified. The villagers, in a panic, begged not to be subjected to harsh punishment. The knights were about to make a decision when Masaru intervened with a slight smile, hinting that he had an alternative. He said he was prepared to offer a condition that, if the villagers agreed, could result in a different outcome. With a slight smile, Masaru announced that he was willing to forget everything that had happened on one condition. His unexpected statement caused amazement among those around him, including the knights. One of them confirmed that if the victim did not insist on punishment, the accused could be forgiven. Masaru then clarified that the villagers' freedom would depend on their answers to a few questions. Under the gaze of everyone present, he suggested they begin, hinting at something more than just an interrogation. When one of the knights asked about the village's past, the villagers became nervous. His question caused panic and indignation. Garv tried to stop the conversation. The others looked at each other in surprise, not understanding where this was all going. Masaru, however, calmly watched, obviously knowing more than the others. When Masaru began asking about the events of 2 years ago, one of the knights, Eldam, intervened. Clearly concerned about the direction of the conversation, he asked why Masaru was interested in the past. In response, Masaru firmly stated that he would not answer until he himself received the answers, because this concerned people dear to him. Eldam, hanging his head, said that the village really did belong to the rabbits, and everyone present knew about it firsthand. Masaru listened carefully, and, acknowledging Eldam's strength, remarked that even he could lose to him. They began a conversation. Eldam began his story by saying that it all started 5 years ago, when the previous king began to seize nearby territories, expanding the state. One of these areas was a village owned by rabbits. Garv and Eldam fought against its inhabitants and won. After this, they took over the lands for themselves, and Harv became the head of the village, while the rabbits were forced to flee. After listening to the story, Masaru bitterly realized that everything that was happening was not the work of monsters, but the work of people themselves. He was shocked by how the people drove out the rabbits, and those who did not manage to escape were captured and turned into slaves. Masaru recalled how the rabbits, despite the years that had passed, still kept in their memories those who had failed to escape on that fateful day. Eldam objected. Masaru turned sharply to him, not holding back his emotions. The young man, filled with rage, demanded the immediate release of all the rabbits, raising his voice to a scream. The knight tried to calm him down, explaining that it was impossible to free them right now. Masaru, however, was not going to back down. He suggested that if he defeated everyone here and now, then those who were holding the rabbits would take their place. Masaru, filled with righteous anger, lashed out at the villagers, reproaching them for turning innocent rabbits into slaves. He furiously demanded an explanation. Does following the law really give the right to commit any lawlessness? One of the knights tried to justify himself by saying that he was unable to change anything, because the law does not allow it. He shouted out, not to be taken for a fool without holding back his rage. He accused his opponents of hypocrisy and cruelty, declaring that such bloodthirsty scoundrels had no right to speak of justice. After Masaru's heated speech, there was silence. He demurely apologized for raising his voice and asked everyone to think about his words. After stressing that he would give them some time to think, he turned around and left, rubbing the back of his head with a tired expression on his face. Victinius suddenly appeared before Masaru and angrily hit him, accusing him of stupidity. He was stunned by her sudden appearance and abruptness. The goddess sternly reminded him that she had sent him for a specific purpose, to save the Mura, and not to make a demonstration. Masaru tried to take the girl away, but she did not hold back her emotions and accused him of hatred and aggression, of trying to destroy the country. He tried to justify himself, saying that he did not decide to come here himself, and that she was exaggerating. Maybe he did not even meet the love of his life because of her. The goddess looked very tired, but was frightened by Masaru's question about whether he could control an entire army. Under the starry sky, the girl told Masaru with cold confidence that he could defeat an entire army on his own. His dumbfounded face betrayed his complete incomprehension of what was happening. She explained that at the moment of his reincarnation, they had to modify his body, giving him strength comparable to a spirit-class mage. There was guilt in her voice. They had clearly overdone it, without thinking about the consequences. Masaru scratched his head in confusion after hearing about a spirit class that he had never even heard of before. The girl tried to explain that now he was on the same level as magical creatures. He can run without getting tired, he can easily control magic. All this seemed incredible to him, but she looked at him as if he were irrefutable proof of their experiment. Masaru was stunned to realize that he had already experienced unusual abilities that he had never even suspected. He realized that his recovery and physical characteristics were beyond normal limits, although he was still at a low level of development. Trying to take control of the situation, he admitted that everything was much more complicated than it seemed. Looking seriously at the girl, he accused her of changing his life, without asking his opinion. Realizing her guilt, she apologized to him with pain in her voice. The girl looked away silently, her face frozen in an expression of sadness and determination. Masaru called out to her in alarm, noticing something was wrong, but before he could understand anything, a bright light flashed in front of him. He looked at her silhouette in confusion, not understanding what was happening or where she was disappearing to. The next morning, Masaru looked calm and collected, as if the events of the previous day had not left a mark on him. He was called out to, and a captain with a group of soldiers approached him. Judging by their faces, Masaru's decision to free someone was unexpected. The captain asked in surprise whether he really meant everyone, and reminded them that the residents would hardly agree to this so quickly. Masaru cheerfully suggested postponing the expedition to the big cities and inquired about the situation in other villages. The knight spoke about the notes and whether he could meet them. He seemed confident, but the captain noticed that he was unusually relaxed. When he asked directly if something had happened during the night, Masaru became embarrassed. He tried to hide his excitement by citing successful negotiations, but his expression betrayed that something important and personal had happened the previous night. Masaru's laughter broke the tension, and he admitted with relief that he had expected the negotiations to end much worse. The soldiers were making fun of him, and he was pleading with them to stop. The captain reminded them of the purpose of their meeting, to avoid conflict, and suggested going to the city. Masaru agreed, and their path lay to the City of Knights. After a few hours of travel, Masaru looked with admiration at the powerful walls of the city that was the base of the coastal knights of the Greta Kingdom. The carriage entered the city of Paterium, majestic and lively. It immediately made a strong impression on Masaru. The captain proudly explained that this was a city of knights. Masaru smiled, trying to share their delight, but deep down he was tormented by conflicting feelings. Once inside the city, Masaru noted with displeasure the lack of basic hygiene, reminding himself of a fishing village. However, instead of being annoyed, he decided to use this fact as a trump card, a reason to free the Beastman. His gaze became calculating. He was going to turn the problem to his advantage. Meanwhile, the captain reminded them to show their guild card, as Masaru was heading straight to the leader. Masaru froze in horror when he realized that he had forgotten the most important thing: he didn't have a guild card. His face turned pale, and the captain desperately tried not to believe what he had heard. Confusion reigned in the guild. The employees could not believe that he was not registered. He reminded that even children receive a card from the age of 12. The guild member politely thanked Masaru for waiting and offered to place his hand on the magical device. When his hand touched the device, it lit up and began to automatically create a map, causing admiration from those around him. The girl warned about the strictness of the law regarding fraud, adding that the technology of creating the cards itself was passed down from the gods. The guild employee explained that while the name, guild, and abilities would be visible to everyone, personal information could be hidden and would remain inaccessible as long as the card owner was alive. Masaru was a little surprised, but the thought of data security reassured him. He happily accepted the brand new guild card, feeling like he was part of something bigger. Meanwhile, his companions ran up to him with curiosity and started to urge him, "Come on, show it to us." Masaru began to understand it and thought about how to use it. Masaru looked at the map calmly and noticed that he had leveled up, without giving it much thought. However, his comrades were in complete shock, their expressions betraying complete bewilderment. When he showed the status, the amount of skills caused a loud cry of, "What the hell?" One of the soldiers couldn't believe that this was even possible. The guy tried to hide the window with an innocent smile. He tried to smooth things over by pretending that nothing unusual had happened. But it was too late. Everyone had seen everything. Seeing Masaru's number of skills and titles, the knights were completely stunned. They had never seen such a level before. One of them whispered that it was 3 times his own status. Masaru panicked and tried to cover up the situation, begging everyone to forget what he had seen and insisting that he was neither a spy nor a murderer. He pleaded with desperation in his voice, "Let's just forget about this." Meanwhile, the knights were seriously afraid that they would be accused of slander and decided to urgently call a meeting to discuss how to reflect all this in the reports. A man with a stern expression and an imperious bearing appeared at the meeting. He looked at the guests carefully and spoke calmly. Introducing himself as Lancelot, the mayor of the city, he made it clear that the meeting with him would not be a mere formality. The young man was surprised to see how different Lancelot was from the other knights. His aura inspired respect and caution. He had just begun his speech of thanks when the mayor of the city got straight to the point. Without further ado, Lancelot stated that he knew the true purpose of the visit: negotiations for the liberation of the Beastmen. Lancelot bluntly stated that Masaru had come for the purpose of exchange and immediately noted that he did not see anything valuable on him. His calmness and insight made Masaru tense up. It became clear that persuading this man would not be easy. Bracing himself for a tense negotiation, Masaru decided to take a direct approach. He firmly stated that he was ready to offer a deal that would be the largest in the city's history. Everything depended on how convincing his proposal was. To everyone's surprise, Masaru calmly and confidently voiced his proposal, his knowledge. He stated that with their help, he could reduce mortality, solve food problems, create jobs, and raise the standard of living in the city. Lancelot was initially taken aback by such a bet, but Masaru continued with confidence, emphasizing that his knowledge was a real force capable of transforming society. To illustrate the value of his knowledge, Masaru gave a simple but effective example: improving carts. He explained that all the local carts shook because they had no springs. He then described in detail the mechanism that could absorb shocks and vibrations, showing a diagram with flat springs. This interested everyone present. Masaru confidently declared that he could make travel much more comfortable and safer for both people and horses. Lancelot admitted that Masaru's proposal sounded very convincing and could potentially lead to fantastic results. He expressed support for the idea, but also noted that he could not yet fully trust Masaru's words without concrete evidence. As a result, Lancelot asked him to stay in the city until the final decision was made, because such issues are not decided immediately, especially in large settlements. Lancelot confirmed that Masaru had refused Cook's offer to join the knights, but he also stressed that he did not want to lose such a strong fighter. He set a condition: if there was no progress in the near future, Masaru would stay here for a long time. In return, he promised to keep the Beastmen under protection, but warned that Masaru was putting not only his knowledge at stake, but also his own fate. Lancelot accepted Masaru's offer, saying, "It's a deal." He promised to hand over the Beastmen to Masaru once he saw the first results. In response, Masaru said he would start by improving local hygiene and modernizing horse-drawn carriages. After making the deal, Lancelot acknowledged the benefit of Masaru's offer. He would get rid of the potentially dangerous Beastman, avoiding a riot, and would gain some benefit in the process. Masaru noted that the leader of the knights turned out to be not such a bad person as he seemed at first. Lancelot said that he would begin preparations to free the Beastmen, but was concerned about the opinions of the townspeople. The young man suggested settling the dispute with a duel, since this was a city of knights. He said that victory would determine who was right. His idea aroused surprise and interest among everyone. Lancelot enthusiastically accepted the idea of a duel, considering it an excellent show that would convince even the doubters. He added that if Masaru's opponent was the strongest knight, then victory would be indisputable. Masaru realized that he was in for a serious test. He anxiously asked who exactly he was going to defeat. Lancelot suddenly challenged Masaru to a duel, sharply pointing his sword at him. Masaru looked at him in shock, not believing what was happening. Lancelot suddenly pointed his sword at Masaru again and offered to fight right now. Masaru tried to refuse, citing the consequences of the city leader's defeat. But, noticing the burning passion in Lancelot's eyes, he realized that he was obsessed with duels. Masaru enthusiastically began an impromptu lesson on cleanliness, trying to convey the importance of hygiene to everyone. The whole room became animated, and the knights began to take sanitary rules with unexpected seriousness. He promised personal lectures to those who tried to escape, which caused a slight panic among everyone. Even Lancelot did not escape participation, becoming an example for his subordinates. The young man continued his lecture, seriously explaining the consequences of poor hygiene. He explained how parasites in dirty water caused diseases and gave examples from experience. Everyone listened to him with unexpected attention, even taking notes. At the end, he reminded about the obligatory heat treatment of meat and boiling of water. Masaru briefly explained to the knights the basics of Japanese school education and the principles of hygiene. From the expressions on their faces, he could tell that this was indeed a high level of education for them. Lancelot admired how easily Masaru gave such a lecture. Masaru himself admitted that he is not an expert in medicine, but even basic knowledge can save lives and prevent epidemics. After the lecture on hygiene, Lancelot was amazed by Masaru's knowledge, because even in the capital, research into the plague had barely progressed. He said that every piece of information about this is very important. He admitted that he could not adequately reward Masaru for such valuable information. Instead, he offered help or support in any form. Masaru was embarrassed, realizing that he did not do this for profit. Lancelot admitted that he could not remain in debt, given the scope of their activities. Masaru noted to himself how collected and determined he was. Deciding not to put it off, he ended the meeting and easily asked for the forge. Lancelot reacted with surprise to this unexpected request. Masaru said that he had a lot of work to do to improve the carts. Lancelot readily agreed and promised to provide him with the forge in full in the morning. He explained that the city lacked skilled craftsmen, the best ones left for larger settlements. Masaru and his companions entered the old forge, where there was chaos and tools scattered everywhere. He stared at the room in horror, clearly not expecting such a state. One of the knights laughed at his reaction, and added that there were more than enough materials here. The guy was furious at the mess he saw, and insisted that the foreman couldn't work in such a mess. He loudly demanded that a full inventory be taken, and that everyone be gathered to immediately restore order. The seriousness of his intentions stunned the others, and they rushed to carry out his orders. Masaru gave clear instructions. Anything broken or of poor quality was to be marked, and the premises were to be thoroughly cleaned. One of the knights asked in bewilderment why they needed to keep track of the materials at all, since they were an army after all. Masaru could hardly contain his irritation as he looked at the chaos in the workshop, and pointed out sharply that it was simply impossible to find anything in this dusty pile. He recalled his past at the home center, where such negligence would have been unacceptable. There, any incorrectly placed item would immediately catch the eye, as thousands of items were checked with precision and order. Masaru, taking command, ordered Lancelot to take care of the interior of the warehouse and strictly demanded that all his instructions be followed without question. His eyes were shining with enthusiasm, and he promised to show everyone what truly perfect storage organization was. The young man organized the sorting process, watching the knights carry boxes of materials. He carefully checked everything against the list, indicating what and where to put. Some items raised questions, such as old tools or boxes in which animals had taken up residence. Masaru looked around the renovated forge with satisfaction. Everything looked clean, orderly, and neat. He noted that it was much better, and the stock of materials was surprisingly large. Masaru noted with relief how the workspace had been transformed. Everything became neat and clean. However, despite the order, Masaru began to realize the scale of the task. There was too much stock, and among it were materials that he had no idea how to handle. As Masaru continued to work without sleep, one of the men explained that the oversupply of ore had become a chronic problem for them. He clarified that this is the result of a long-term agreement with the city, which is still in effect and will be active for at least a year. Masaru thought, if you mix the materials correctly in the right proportions, you can get alloys suitable for work. He decided to smelt the ore into convenient ingots to make it easier to use. The man was surprised to be asked what an alloy was. Masaru decided to explain what an alloy is with a simple example. He explained that when copper and tin are mixed, bronze is a metal that is harder than copper but more brittle than tin. He showed that bronze is used to create everyday objects, such as knives, sickles, razors, and even bells. Masaru then thought out loud that he wanted to make stainless steel, which required iron and chromium. His explanation left his audience confused, and he tried to simplify his speech, wondering how he could explain it more clearly. The young man continued his explanation, this time using steel as an example. He showed that by mixing iron with carbon, a new metal with improved properties can be produced, steel. It is stronger than iron, and suitable for many purposes, although it loses its fusibility. One of the listeners realized that without knowledge, technology is meaningless, because any unsuccessful attempts are simply a waste of material. While the others were pondering what had been said, Masaru confidently headed towards his workplace, deciding that it was time to test his skills in action, in a real blacksmith's craft. Masaru studied the interface of the blacksmithing skill in surprise, realizing that he could now create swords simply from a pattern. He wondered if this was too cheating, since the skill allowed him to edit objects even during processing and work with metals without preparing them first. Assuming that he had received such skills through special coupons, Masaru decided to test how accurately the system reproduced what he wanted. Sighing, he set to work, starting the mechanism. Masaru excitedly activated the skill, and 2 iron ingots appeared on the table in front of him. One of them was high quality, with better properties than normal iron. Inspired, he declared that he would now be able to create anything that required the highest level of craftsmanship. After several hours of work, Masaru stopped to assess the result. He carefully picked up the newly created knife and examined it carefully. Then, without rushing, he began to separate all the elements of the handle fastening, thinking about the details of the design. Sitting at the forge, Masaru looked at the anvil with interest, thinking about his capabilities. He realized that thanks to his new skill, he could create tools himself. Unable to restrain himself, he finally decided to try what he had long dreamed of, using a blacksmith's hammer himself. Masaru set to work enthusiastically, heating the metal in a fire and hammering it into shape. He recalled his school lessons, where similar methods were used to create farm tools. Once he had finished forging, he quickly transferred the piece to water to harden it and increase its strength. Masaru proudly showed off the sword he had created, shining in his hands. One of the knights reacted with admiration, amazed that he had forged the weapon himself. Lancelot admitted that he had come to sharpen the sword after completing the inventory, but he clearly had not expected to see this. Masaru, in turn, was surprised by how long Lancelot had been watching him in the forge. Lancelot, amazed by Masaru's talent, asked if he had really forged the sword himself. Masaru modestly confirmed this and added that he would like to try improving existing weapons. Lancelot immediately offered him his sword, which he hadn't been able to sharpen properly lately. Masaru agreed to think about how to do this. At the same time, Lancelot noticed something on the table that made him uneasy. Masaru confirmed with a smile that he was indeed planning to present his project, and invited Lancelot to bring anyone who wanted to come for a consultation. He said goodbye to him and returned to his work. Lancelot, as he left, watched him with a little anxiety and admiration. The young man noticed that Masaru's eyes were burning with the same passion that he himself had in battle. Despite the warning not to overdo it, he knew that Masaru had found his calling. Late that night, Masaru sat in the forge, surrounded by tools and buckets of water. He looked tired, but also amazed, as if he had just realized how much he had accomplished. The young man, looking at the completed work, realized that he had overdone it a little. He was genuinely happy that he could create things that brought joy to people. The boy, tired but focused, was planning the next day. He wanted to show the townspeople how to use the things he had made and even give a lecture on hygiene. Despite his fatigue, he was wondering if he should create a few more items. The next morning, Masaru had difficulty waking up after a sleepless night until someone insistently woke him up. The girl stood in front of him with a serious expression on her face, shaking his hand firmly. He looked at her in surprise and politely asked who she was. The girl with a serious face announced a forced measure, scheduling a duel with Lancelot. While she explained that all the knights were busy, he silently comprehended the news. Hearing that the fight would take place in 3 days, Masaru only sighed, realizing what he had gotten himself into. The messenger finished her speech, officially confirming Masaru's duel with Lancelot. Masaru tried to hide his panic, realizing that everything had been decided without his knowledge. The girl realized with surprise that the initiator was indeed Lancelot himself. Despite the tension, Masaru tried his best to remain calm, pretending that everything was under control. The guy quickly assured her that everything would go without injuries, trying to keep a confident face. He promised to be careful, but the girl still looked worried. She asked if he was afraid of losing. But when the conversation turned to Lancelot, Masaru seemed to brighten up, offering to stage a small demonstration. His unexpected enthusiasm left his interlocutor puzzled, because she had not expected such determination from him. Lancelot arrived at the training ground, surprised by Masaru's absence. One of the knights pointed towards the well, saying that he was installing something inside. Masaru, meanwhile, continued his preparations without losing confidence and calm, as if everything was going according to a pre-planned plan. Masaru stood up in front of the crowd and solemnly announced the demonstration of his invention. He promised to show how easy and effective it was now to extract water from a well. Curious glances began to appear in the crowd, and Masaru himself invited volunteers to help him, confidently taking the situation into his own hands. One of the residents hesitantly asked if she could handle the controls, and Masaru reassured her, saying that the mechanism was so simple that even children could use it. He began to explain the operation of the device step by step. First, you need to pour water into a special hole, then use a lever to create a vacuum, after which the pump begins to lift the water up. The demonstration was going well, generating more and more interest among those gathered. When a powerful stream of water gushed noisily from the well, the assembled people gasped in surprise. The woman standing nearby did not hide her delight, and Masaru proudly presented the device a simple and effective pump. He explained that such pumps will soon appear in all city wells so that everyone can easily use them. Masaru presented a new improvement, a modernized cart. One of the knights watched the process with interest, and Masaru himself seemed to be fully focused on the demonstration. Under his guidance, the old cart was indeed transformed into something much more functional. Masaru, lying under the cart, carefully studied its design. He explained that he planned to separate the axle with wheels from the body and connect them through a special frame. He was going to install springs to soften the shaking when moving. Admitting that he was not yet sure of the accuracy of the implementation, he nevertheless confidently declared that he would create the basis for a new, more comfortable carriage. The knight standing nearby listened with interest, not fully understanding where all this would lead. Masaru enthusiastically explained his idea, drawing a diagram of the future design, and the knight listened with distrust but attention. The work was already in full swing. Several assistants were preparing wooden parts, while Masaru personally supervised the assembly process. Masaru looked with satisfaction at the completed prototype of the new carriage. He declared that the first version was ready and was looking forward to testing it. One of the knights suggested trying it out right away, but Masaru, exhausted from work, could barely stand on his feet. During the test, the cart, with the new shock absorbers, showed itself from the best side. The ride was surprisingly soft. The knight was amazed to note that Even without the cushions, there was almost no shaking. He was amazed at how comfortable the ride had become thanks to Masaru's invention. The hero enthusiastically explained the differences between suspension types, showing simple diagrams: axial, independent, and more complex options. He noted that local carts had no suspension at all, so even installing basic shock absorbers significantly improved comfort. Despite the fact that today work was only done on the chassis, he assured that the design is capable of supporting the weight of 9 to 10 people. When asked about the possibility of increasing the body, he confidently answered, "Of course." The young man enthusiastically explained that the new system could be implemented everywhere, and in the future it could be improved. Lancelot was delighted. Now military expeditions would be much more convenient. Inspired by the success, those around him vied with each other to offer themselves as the next test subjects. Masaru barely had time to direct and calm everyone down, and the commander only sighed heavily in response, watching this stormy excitement. During a leisurely stroll, Lancelot acknowledged that Masaru's inventions would make everyday life much more convenient. Masaru responded by saying that he had already prepared additional devices and would hand them over to the craftsmen for further development and large-scale implementation. The conversation also touched on the terms of cooperation. Masaru insisted on an equal exchange. The commander, impressed by the results, admitted that their proposals were insufficient and finally asked the main question: what did he want in return? Masaru calmly voiced his demand. He wanted a non-aggression pact between humans and beastmen, as well as the transfer of excess ore. With disbelief and slight shock, he asked again if this was all Masaru really wanted. Lancelot, slightly surprised but without hesitation, agreed to Masaru's terms, making a deal with him. Masaru smiled with relief, realizing that the beastmen would now be able to live in peace after their liberation. He called it a mutually beneficial deal, since exchanging technology for peace seemed fair to him. Lancelot, in turn, gave his word only for his city, emphasizing that he could not answer for the entire country, and warned Masaru to be careful. The boy thanked Lancelot, who smiled slightly and silently accepted his gratitude. However, the very next second, the commander, with a cheerful laugh, reminded Masaru of the upcoming duel in 3 days, urging him not to relax. He watched with relief as Lancelot left, knowing that despite his sternness, he was a man of his word. Thanks to their agreement, the threat of attack had been avoided, and Masaru was truly grateful for that. Tired, he reflected on the need for a good night's sleep to restore his strength. However, as soon as he relaxed a little, people appeared on the horizon again, each with urgent business for Masaru, not giving him a moment of peace. Completely exhausted, Masaru collapsed onto the bed and admitted with emotion he had no more strength. Hugging a pillow, he complained about the futility of learning mechanics from scratch, and how hard it was to be a mentor. At the same time, he smiled as he remembered the masters who patiently taught him himself. Now he understood how difficult it was. The boy looked at the night sky alone, feeling the weight of loss. He knew that he would never see those he had left behind again, although he saw the same sky and the same moon. In his heart, there was a sincere desire not just to forget, but to meet again, so as not to bury his feelings inside. Masaru turned around in confusion as he heard a gentle voice coming from the rooftop. There, in the moonlight, stood Victinius, humming a melody that touched him deeply. The young man smiled awkwardly, trying to explain why this poem had suddenly come to mind. He admitted that he remembered it from a collection he had read a long time ago. Victinius sat down next to him on the roof and quietly asked what the woman from his past was like. The guy thoughtfully looked towards the horizon, remembering his first love. He said that he did not immediately understand his feelings and confessed too late. The goddess listened silently as he spoke of how she had reciprocated his feelings but had ended up leaving for another. Masaru suddenly remembered a girl named May, with whom he had past feelings. He explained that the beast girl's name brought back those memories, although it was just a coincidence. Victinius sadly asked for forgiveness, and Masaru wondered if their conversation had affected her mood. Masaru sat next to Victinius under the night sky, and with a sincere smile, told her that he wanted to do everything possible for the crows he had grown to love. He admitted that this was what gave meaning to his life. The girl turned away softly, hiding her embarrassment, but still thanked Masaru despite her pride. The goddess looked at him in surprise, asking what was wrong. He looked away in embarrassment, muttering that it was nothing special. He just thought she really was a goddess. although she had seemed worthless before. Victinius agreed with a soft smile, as if forgiving Masaru for his clumsiness. He chuckled in relief, preparing for the next task. Realizing that he was already awake anyway, Masaru decided to return to the forge and get to work, while Victinius stayed behind to take a walk in the moonlight. 3 days had passed since Victinius had appeared, and he had been busy all that time. He shared his knowledge with warriors, explained the structure of mechanisms, and advised artisans. Masaru burst into the room and, in surprise, demanded an explanation from Lancelot. He calmly stretched out, complaining that he was greeted with the same phrases everywhere. Masaru explained that the soldiers had arranged this gathering to see how his new sword would perform in battle. Lancelot was amazed. He did not expect that everything would turn into a whole performance, and began to ask where his blade was. The boy jokingly reproached Lancelot for wanting to give his weapon to his opponent before the duel. Lancelot flared up in response, because the sword he took to replace the broken one turned out not to be a training one at all. Masaru was surprised to note that the sword was very durable, and visually resembled the one he had previously passed on. The young man confidently pulled out his sword and stood in a fighting stance, preparing for a duel. Lancelot smiled enthusiastically, anticipating the fight and already imagining how he would show off his new weapon after victory. Masaru, grinning, replied that he was not afraid of losing, but added that Lancelot would be in trouble if he got injured. Lancelot recalled past battles with enthusiasm, emphasizing that he had never lost to younger opponents. The young man asked with slight irony about his defeats, but Lancelot confidently answered that there were none at all. The conversation smoothly turned into light teasing, and Masaru, realizing that everything was arranged specifically for the sake of a duel, felt that his secret plan had already been revealed. Lancelot smirked and asked Masaru to show his full power. Masaru nodded confidently in response. They entered the arena together, ready to fight. For Masaru, this was not just training, but a way to express his gratitude to his comrade. The boy noticed the girl who was delivering the knight's message in the stands. The judge enthusiastically announced the start of the duel between Masaru and the knight commander Lancelot. The spectators in the stands held their breath, and the participants, standing facing each other, listened attentively to the conditions of the fight, without dirty tricks, until complete admission of defeat. As soon as the judge gave the command, Masaru's face was distorted with tension. He gathered all his will into a fist. Instantly drawing his sword, the fight began. While one of the knights was furiously rushing into the attack, the spectators watched the events with bated breath. The girl in the box shared her impressions. Despite Masaru's confidence, it seemed to her that he did not consider himself a real fighter. Masaru and Lancelot engaged in a tense duel in front of the spectators. While the commentators discussed the outcome of the battle, Masaru was surprised that his opponent was not so simple. He chose close combat, hoping to quickly feel the strength of his opponent, but Lancelot confidently stated that few could compare with him in power. The fight quickly turned into a furious, close combat. Masaru had a hard time parrying powerful blows from Lancelot, who acted confidently and aggressively. One of his attacking lunges broke through Masaru's defense, forcing him to fly back under the onslaught of his opponent's strength. Masaru barely dodged the crushing blow that left a deep crack in the ground. He barely managed to stay on his feet, shocked by the force of the attack. However, instead of fear, a mixture of confusion and sarcasm appeared on his face. He tried to comprehend the situation and think of a new move. Lancelot assessed his opponent with restraint, noticing Masaru's strength and confident stance. However, despite this admission, he abruptly went on the attack, showing that he was not going to give in even for a moment. The guy could hardly contain the onslaught, feeling his body failing from fatigue. Lancelot, on the other hand, increased his pressure, demanding more, and easily read Masaru's every move. He realized that his training was not enough to deal with such an opponent. Masaru watched his opponent's movements with great intensity, knowing that sheer force would not lead to victory. He remembered Victinius' words about his ability to stand up to an army on his own, but that seemed out of reach now. He prepared to act, relying on everything he had. A strategy quickly formed in my head. Use dexterity, improvisation, and the skills acquired during my time living in the village. Masaru used an unexpected technique. Wooden logs suddenly materialized in front of his opponent. His opponent looked at what was happening in bewilderment, not expecting such an unconventional skill to appear. Lancelot watched in confusion as the arena became covered in randomly scattered logs. He couldn't figure out what Masaru was planning and wondered if he was planning to build a bridge or a trap. Meanwhile, Masaru had already begun activating a whole series of skills, including woodworking and blacksmithing, as if preparing to begin real construction right in the middle of battle. He activated a series of skills, and siege weapons began to appear right in the arena. The guy confidently explained that thanks to the level of skills and magic, you can create complex structures instantly. The main thing is to have imagination. Lancelot, disappointed by Masaru's resistance, loudly expressed his displeasure. However, the girl who was watching the fight realized that Masaru was once again using the scattered materials to create something new. A surprised Lancelot was just beginning to realize that he was caught up in a carefully thought-out plan when the girl called out to him right in the middle of the fight. Masaru, with a confident smile, activated a giant ballista, assembled from the same materials that were scattered around the arena. Lancelot, noticing the device, was amazed. He realized that this was part of a prearranged plan. Lancelot gritted his teeth, mentally analyzing the situation. He realized that after adopting a fighting stance, his mobility was limited. The knight struggled to his feet after the unexpected attack. The crowd watched in suspense, and Masaru, wasting no time, prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Lancelot's eyes widened in horror as he saw something unexpected in front of him. His lips twitched in shock as the massive structure crashed into the arena. He couldn't believe what he saw. The crowd burst into applause as the outcome of the battle became clear. Masaru stood leaning on his sword while his opponent, having fallen to the ground, only weakly raised his hand in defeat. As the crowd continued to applaud, Masaru stood with a slight smile, watching the reaction of his defeated opponent. The latter, still sitting in the arena, realized that all this time Masaru had been methodically moving towards one goal, to break his sword. Masaru calmly explained that he had suspected a weakness in his opponent's sword from the very beginning. He tested this before the fight, when he was lent a weapon. Using his knowledge of materials, Masaru prepared a strategy in advance that allowed him to cut the blade straight in half. The enemy, finally realizing the true purpose of the giant bow, was stunned by the thoughtfulness of the plan. The hero calmly explained that the giant weapon, known as a ballista, was not intended to attack but rather as a distraction. All he needed was to take a favorable position and cut the enemy's blade. He admitted that he could not match his swordsmanship, but he won due to the quality of the weapon that he himself created. The opponent admitted defeat, realizing that he lost not by force, but by cunning. Masaru, with a slight smile, thanked him for the opportunity to fight and handed his opponent his sword. The latter froze in surprise at first, and then took the weapon with respect, acknowledging his opponent's strength. The warrior laughed loudly, demonstratively waving his sword in front of the jubilant crowd. He acknowledged his impulsiveness and explained that he had always been a fighter who valued the passion for battle over cold calculation. The warrior recalled his past battles, when he was filled with a feeling of unity with his comrades and the joy of becoming stronger. He realized that now there was no one left around him who would be with him. In the arena, surrounded by many spectators, the two fighters exchanged glances and thoughts about the meaning of strength in battles. One of them admitted with slight sadness that the stronger he became, the more boring his life became. However, meeting a new opponent unexpectedly awakened a long-forgotten feeling of joy in him. He smiled for the first time in a long time, admitting that today's fight was special for him. One admitted that fighting was not his path, but did not deny the pleasure of watching the other's strength. The other, with a hint of mockery, promised to expect a more worthy challenge next time. In the arena, amidst the attention of the crowd, the name of the winner was officially announced, the promise made earlier finally fulfilled. The crowd cheered as the solemn proclamation was made from the balcony, changing the fate of many. The warriors in the arena raised their hands in victory and joy, for now their struggle had borne fruit, and the enslaved people were finally free. The knights discussed Masaru's skills and talent while sitting in the tavern. One of them was surprised to note how varied and useful Masaru's skills were, while the others were mocking him in a friendly manner, but they did not notice the man who had come up behind them. The leisurely evening in the tavern was abruptly interrupted when a familiar knight confidently entered the room. His appearance caused panic among those present, but he immediately made it clear that he was not going to scold anyone. He just wanted answers, especially about Masaru, whose skills were very different from the usual. His questions sounded like orders. The knight studied the document carefully, not hiding his surprise at what he read. Masaru had an impressive number of skills, which contrasted sharply with his low level, uncharacteristic even for ordinary warriors. This discrepancy did not escape his notice, and now he was beginning to understand why information about Masaru had been so carefully hidden. Even experienced fighters would feel threatened if they knew the truth. The commander realized with regret that his connection with Masaru was coming to an end, despite having managed to achieve a second victory for him. He admitted that it would have been more interesting to watch this warrior as a free man. While he was thinking about this, a girl suddenly intervened in the conversation. She made an unambiguous proposal, as if she was the one who had been waiting for the right moment all this time. A few days later, Masaru headed towards the building where important meetings used to be held. He was already ready to leave, but he was detained. The commander wanted to personally make sure that everything was okay with him. The improvements were noticeable, and the liberation of the Beastman was proceeding according to plan, albeit with a delay. Masaru realized that he still had some task to complete before leaving. The guy was surprised to notice the marks of beatings on Lancelot's face and couldn't help but ask a question. The commander, crossing his arms, tried to maintain his dignity, but evasively admitted that he had encountered an enemy to whom he could do nothing. The exchange of phrases soon became mocking, especially when it turned out that the offender was a girl. A lively and confident girl appeared before Masaru, who introduced herself with a smile and declared her intention to become his partner. Lancelot, a little embarrassed and displeased, explained that this was his niece, and she was only 19 years old. Despite her age, Adelina has made it clear that she takes her role seriously and is determined to prove her worth. Masaru was puzzled as he tried to understand, since when he had been assigned a guardian, while the girl herself stood with a gloomy expression, waiting for an explanation. Lancelot, finding himself in an awkward position, tried to justify her presence, assuring her that it was part of her desire to broaden her horizons. Despite her protests, she confidently declared that she could handle village life. Masaru, however, was beginning to realize that he would now have to take a determined city girl with him to the village. Adelina watched Masaru with a slight smile, openly admitting that she found him to be an unusual and interesting person. Masaru couldn't help but laugh, realizing that he definitely couldn't avoid adventures now. Lancelot, watching them, just grinned. His own determination was clearly visible in his niece. The young man was getting ready to leave and warned that his return could take several years. Despite this, Adelina firmly decided to accompany him and did not retreat. He wanted to turn the village into a safe place for the Beastmen. Even Lancelot, who tried to restrain his niece, realized that arguing was useless. The boy waved goodbye with a smile, cheerfully proclaiming that they would definitely meet again. Lancelot and the others watched them go, hiding a slight anxiety about their upcoming journey. They had to stay to finish some things, and then they set off on the road to a new place. In the evening, they set up a small camp, where everyone dealt with fatigue in their own way. Eventually, they found some strong allies and reached the Beastman. Masaru returned to the familiar village with a smile, where he was immediately greeted by joyful Beastmen. The young man confidently explained to the villagers who his companion was, and why she had come. And finally, Mei noticed his arrival while Masaru was talking about his future plans. Mei, unable to hold back her tears, rushed towards Masaru. The goddesses watched the touching scene of reunion with a slight smile. Masaru returned to the village and was immediately surrounded by conversation. The elder admitted that he had underestimated the scale of what had happened. Around the fire, a discussion began about the possible threat from the enemy and the fact that the people would not be against accepting outside help. Those present expressed concern, especially about the technology they had acquired thanks to Masaru. One of the leaders has made a peace treaty, but still fears that the enemies could quickly develop and start a war again. In the morning, the girls near the tents tried to wake Masaru up, reproaching him for wanting to gather everyone for a conversation. One of them noted that he should be more cheerful in the morning. Masaru admitted that he was overtired. Suddenly he got a system message. He got a bonus for developing the world and a new notification. This surprised him, and he decided to check the message. Masaru thought about the message he received and came to the conclusion that the goddess he was interacting with was finally showing some common sense. He realized that he could contact her again At the same time, he noticed that the development of the village affected his skills, and that continuing to work brought rewards. At that moment, the girls called him, and he, watching his characteristics grow, realized that he needed to hurry. Masaru came out to the assembled villagers to tell them the important news. He apologized for the wait and explained that he had gathered everyone to discuss the future of the village. He then revealed that the beastmen who had been enslaved had been successfully freed. However, he warned that they faced a serious problem. The boy spoke to the assembled beastmen and reported that their number was approaching 900. He noted that if everyone arrived in the village, the current infrastructure would be insufficient. He then proposed to build a new city in a separate location to improve living conditions and increase defense capabilities. His words caused surprise, and one of the beastmen asked again if Masaru really intended to build a city. The young man, with a warm smile, voiced his goal to build a safe, peaceful, and joyful city for the beastmen. His words delighted the listeners, and everyone present approved of the idea. One of them noted that Masaru was indeed a reliable person. In the end, they agreed to proceed with the plan. He said that he had something else he wanted to tell. The guy admitted that he hadn't told almost anything about himself to those who trusted him. Masaru explained that he felt awkward about it and decided to finally reveal the truth. His listeners were surprised because no one had ever asked him about his past, thinking that he had good reasons for doing so. At the end, he began to speak, introducing himself by name. Masaru, having gathered his courage, confessed to everyone that he had been transported to this world by the gods. He claimed that he came from another world, which caused shock and bewilderment among the beastmen. There was silence after his words, and he thought that, as he expected, no one would believe such a confession. After Masaru's confession, the beastmen began asking many questions about who the gods were, how he came here, and what another world meant. They surrounded him with obvious interest. Despite their confusion, Masaru tried to explain that even the gods were different in this world. Adelina suggested that this explained his behavior. In the end, they admitted that Masaru had indeed earned their trust, even if he had told them a little late. The elders said that those who live and work nearby are considered family here, and no one sees anything strange in this. Later, several local children surrounded Masaru and began asking him questions about technology, gods, and his origins, interrupting each other and showing keen interest. Masaru quickly tried to assure everyone that he would tell them more about himself over dinner, and even promised to make a bronze statue. He tried to change the conversation and directed the attention of those gathered to more important tasks, such as the need to expand the village. He asked some people to work on strengthening the walls, and the rest come to him later to distribute the tasks. When Adelina and May approached to pick up their errand, he immediately noted that he had something special for them. Masaru asked the girls to help him prepare slaked lime. One of them asked in surprise what it was, and he explained that it was a building material made by adding water to calcium oxide. He added that despite its simplicity, the lime would be their secret weapon for building the city, and one of them asked with a smile if it was difficult. Masaru stood by a large clay oven, confidently explaining how to use it. The girls next to him listened attentively, and in front of them was a container in which he would put the shells. He showed how to pile fuel under the oven and light a fire to make slaked lime. The young man showed the girls a wooden box with a handle, explaining that it was called a bellows and was used to pump air into the stove. He demonstrated how it could be used to maintain a fire by directing the airflow through a special hole. The device's operating scheme allowed the temperature to reach over 1,000 degrees. One of the girls asked with interest what would happen next. One of the girls asked again with surprise about the temperature at which the oven operates, having heard about 1,000 degrees. Masaru explained the difference between the boiling point of water and the malleability of iron by showing the molten material. He added that iron melts at temperatures of 1,500 degrees, depending on the type of fire. After this, a girl named Adelina wondered how exactly such temperatures were measured. When asked how temperature is measured, Masaru admitted with a smile that he himself does not know. He emphasized that theory is much more important. It is safety and the correct application of knowledge. The girl tried to clarify what he meant by this, and the guy explained that he meant the ability to apply knowledge in practice, and not just understand it in theory. Masaru continued his reasoning, pointing out that the correct use of technology depends on its level of development. He emphasized that technology always comes with responsibility, and it is important to think about the consequences of its use. He explained that the same invention can be both beneficial and harmful, depending on the circumstances. He then addressed the girls, saying that mistakes are inevitable and reminding them that it is important to think about goals even if they have to fail. Masaru, with a kind smile, placed his hands on the girls' heads and said that failures help one to better understand how to act correctly. He emphasized the importance of remembering one's past in order to move forward, and expressed confidence in this. Masaru said with confidence that everything would now go according to plan, and suggested starting with a warm-up. He noted that he already had a plan and a suitable location for the future city. He also added that the area would need to be leveled to prepare it for construction. Masaru stood on the perfectly leveled platform and watched the result in amazement. He admitted that the skills he had learned from the slot machine still scared him. Realizing how much power he had, he cursed under his breath, wondering how this was even possible. The guy looked at the piece of land covered with hard rock and realized that the proposed place, although conveniently located, required special treatment. He admitted that he couldn't ask the rabbit people to help with such heavy material. Weighing his options, he wondered if he could handle it himself, but in the end he decided to act, because without trying you won't learn anything. The young man looked at the leveled area with satisfaction, and noted that he had created it 100 meters in size. He understood that he would need about 6 hours of rest to restore his magic. Despite his initial plan to proceed gradually, he realized that he could accomplish the task of clearing the land in a few days, although he felt nervous about the work ahead. The boy carefully examined the surrounding landscape and suddenly noticed something suspicious under the cliffs located to the north. Disturbing images appeared in his memory, and he screamed with a frightened expression, realizing something important. The young man suddenly exclaimed, realizing something important, and was surprised to realize that he had completely forgotten about it. He quickly ran forward, remembering that ever since he arrived in this world he had needed one thing. Finding this thing had been his top priority, and now he finally noticed traces of it. Masaru, standing on the rock, exclaimed, noticing a lot of slugs below. The elder expressed his gratitude to Masaru for his help in the village and support in the construction. He admitted that he trusted him completely. While they were talking, a slug appeared in the box, causing surprise among those around them. Masaru calmly confirmed that it was an ordinary slug, as can be seen with the naked eye. The village elder was alarmed to see that the slugs were magical creatures and questioned Masaru's common sense. He confidently stated, however, that he was going to use them to clean up the trash and remove waste. Masaru explained that the slug had been docile and harmless all along. The guy said that during his stay in the Empire, he read a lot and learned about magical creatures that are not hostile to people and can coexist with them, and therefore be used as a resource, like wood or stone. He enthusiastically stated that he wanted to test this out in practice, planning to build a toilet with their help, which surprised those around him. The elder thought about his words, admitting that he had never considered magical beasts as a resource. He explained that his goal is to use slugs, for example, to dispose of waste, and at the same time to find out how useful they are in everyday needs. And he confirmed that he was going to test what kind of food the slug could digest, as well as study its weaknesses in order to learn how to control such creatures in the future. The village chief understood his intentions and promised to tell the villagers everything, noting that if they could create a farm, it would help improve the food supply. The elder, hearing about the idea, thought about it and noted that the first step to success was breeding slugs. The boy recorded his observations of the slug, which he believed to be a magical beast, describing in detail its appearance, a translucent green creature about 60 centimeters in size. He noted that the slug was unable to climb higher than its height and rolled down because its point of support during movement was located below the center of gravity. Having concluded that the creature was primitive, the observer, with an expression of horror on his face, came to the conclusion that the slug was an extremely unintelligent creature, lacking even the basic ability to coordinate. The guy conducted an experiment by throwing various debris like leaves and wood into a box of slime to test its food preferences and recycling capabilities. The creature happily devoured the contents and slowly digested them, then vented the remains, demonstrating its tolerance to waste. He noted that the slime was particularly fond of plant materials, and might eventually be able to fully digest them. Having convinced himself of its effectiveness, he concluded that the village would not have problems with waste disposal. But an unexpected remark from the outside made him wary. The boy ran up to the slug, which had shrunk noticeably and looked weak with concern. He picked it up, wondering how this could have happened, and wondering what the possible causes were. Realizing that the slug might be suffering from dehydration, he exclaimed the word water with horror in his eyes. The guy came to the conclusion that the main weakness of the mucus was dehydration, and upon further research, he found out that fire and seawater also harmed it. He developed a hypothesis based on the creature's unique properties, which allowed him to improve his methods of handling it. With the help of volunteers who volunteered to help grow the slime, the creatures became much easier to control, and the organization of their care was quicker. Masaru theorized that the slimes may be part of this world's natural self-cleaning mechanism, as when the creature is placed in polluted water, it absorbs all the dirt, leaving the liquid clean. His hypothesis arose from observations of how mucus copes with cleaning the environment. The experiments he conducted allowed him to be convinced of the amazing abilities of these creatures, and he noted with enthusiasm that this world is full of unpredictable and amazing discoveries. The boy noted that it was good that the villagers no longer objected to the slimes, but reminded that magical beasts could still be dangerous. The girl with the ears wondered if it was possible to make a pet out of a slug, since people were starting to get used to them. In response, he sadly said that slugs are still monsters, not pets, and one should not forget about their nature. The headman looked at the boy doubtfully, surprised by his intention. He was annoyed that he had reported this in the middle of the work related to the slugs, when everyone was busy, and he wondered if he was seriously going to leave the village again just to collect materials. Adelina tried to defend him, saying that he probably had reasons that would become clear later, even if his actions seemed strange. The guy admitted that there are not enough materials in the village even for current needs, so he would like to preserve as much of the surrounding area as possible. He explained that he thinks about the future of the city and tries to manage resources rationally, which is what prompted his actions. Hearing this, the headman and the others expressed their willingness to help him, and he was glad of their support. He asked to assemble a team to collect seeds and seedlings to later plant trees and restore the forest. The guy explained that pre-planted seedlings will help prepare for future needs, because they take months and years to grow, but can be cut down in minutes. He called it greening, and emphasized the importance of preserving the natural environment when collecting wood. These actions will help provide the village with wood without destroying the surrounding landscape. May added that he gained this knowledge while working at the home center, although he was not an expert in growing plants. May asked how many seedlings would need to be planted, and Adelina noted that the guy was thinking 10 steps ahead again. He explained that he was going to collect different fruit trees, grow them in the village, and then transplant them to the mountains. After completing his preparations, he plans to set out on his journey alone, much to the girl's surprise and concern. The next morning, the girls joyfully called out to the guy and offered to go on the journey with him, despite his intention to go alone. The warrior said that she saw this as a great opportunity to broaden her horizons, and the girl with ears added that she was well-versed in herbs and could help. The guy tried to refuse the girls, but they immediately made it clear that they were not going to back down. Adelina firmly stated that they would go together themselves, since they had no other plans for the next few days. He gave in, asking them to strictly follow his instructions, and wondered when the two had managed to become so close. The hero and the girls went deep into the forest to begin searching for the necessary materials, reminding them that they needed to collect not only wood, but also boulders. He explained that he had agreed with the headman on a landscaping project and suggested that they also collect seeds, seedlings, edible, and medicinal plants. May noted that the trees would grow very large over time, and the guy added that symbiosis with nature is extremely important. He also urged caution because they were in a wild area full of dangerous plants and animals. The warrior repeated the word symbiosis with interest, and the girl with ears noticed that the guy often spoke too intelligently. He explained that, in his world, the development of civilization led to the extinction of many species, as people disturbed the natural balance. The hero suggested that humanity could harm the entire planet, and expressed a desire to prevent the same from happening in the new world. He hopes that all creatures here will be able to live in harmony, because they are the beloved children of the gods. The guy sheepishly admitted that he might have overdone it in trying to express himself effectively. One of them said with cheerful confidence that if such things were said by someone who had met the gods, then there was definitely truth in it. The girls enthusiastically raised their hands and cheerfully suggested starting to collect resources, anticipating something interesting. Adelina carefully stacked the logs and breathed a sigh of relief, pleased with the result of her work. They discussed the materials they had collected and noticed that the guy had been gone for quite some time. One of them decided to go look for him, and the other wondered where he could have gone. One of the girls, looking wary, reported hearing the sounds of a sword, picking them up with her sensitive ears. Everyone immediately became wary, realizing that this could mean a fight, and assumed that the boy was fighting. One of the girls went to his side to check what was going on. Coming closer, she called out to him worriedly, trying to make sure he was okay. Masaru fought with force, delivering a powerful blow that sent debris and objects flying. At this time, he noticed something flying to the side and screamed in panic, warning his friend of the danger. The girl was surprised to catch the strange creature that suddenly pressed itself against her, causing her shock. The boy justified himself, explaining that he had not expected his discarded creature to behave like that. He admitted that he had tried to escape, but had been attacked by magical beasts. May happily showed him a huge worm and explained that it lived underground and fed on insects. The boy noted with interest that it looked like creatures from his home world. He realized that it was thanks to such creatures that plants in this world grew especially well. The heroes looked at the huge worm with interest, discussing its properties and ways of moving underground with the help of magic. One of the companions was surprised that it did not leave holes behind, and another participant explained that worms are able to shift the soil in order to move through it. May said she had heard about the possibility of using the worm to create bows. Later, she noted the value and price of materials from such creatures in the manufacture of high-quality weapons, especially bows. The rabbit girl explained that the worm's muscles were very strong and elastic, which is why they were used to make bowstrings and leather armor. The boy noted that the material turned out to be unexpectedly useful and asked if such creatures were hunted. Having heard an affirmative answer, he thought about it, and Adelina added that worms were well paid, but not everyone could defeat them. The girl with the ears smiled happily, reminding him that they were talking about his brother, and added that it went without saying. The guy thought about adding hunting magical beasts to his list of future activities. The group discussed that they usually hunt lizards and insects for materials, but birds can be useful too. The girl said that she could find the target by the special sounds they make. May suddenly became alert and looked into the darkness with alarm, sensing danger approaching. A huge beast with an evil look appeared from the bushes, causing her to become frightened and frozen. The rest of the group quickly reacted to her reaction and ran to find out what had happened. She barely uttered a word, pointing to the source of the threat. The guy remembered the expression on the rabbit girl's face the moment they first met, and realized that this time, her fear was even stronger. He tensed, sensing the approaching threat, and prepared for battle. Meanwhile, the girl anxiously grabbed her friend's hem, despite her confidence in her companion's strength, not wanting him to leave alone. The rabbit girl screamed in despair, begging her companion not to fight, because, according to her, this time everything was really dangerous and he could die. The guy, noticing her tears and fear, gently promised that he would not fight. The guy firmly stated that they first needed to find out what exactly they were dealing with, since being around this creature was dangerous. The rabbit girl anxiously asked if he would return immediately, to which he nodded confidently. After a short farewell, he went deeper into the forest, leaving his companions behind. The young man breathed heavily, leaning against a tree, realizing that he had managed to get out alive. He thought about the strange creatures he had just seen. A huge beast resembling a bear with 4 limbs, and an unusual horse with 6 legs. He assumed it was a fight for territory and decided to see if he could extract useful information using his skills. Masaru looked closely at the fallen creature as information emerged, identifying it as a mutated, quote, Savannah storming horse. He learned that such beasts appear when there is an excess of magic in the body, and have horns that can pierce even metal. The hero wondered why the animal ran away, because it looked too dangerous to avoid a fight. The boy noticed that it was starting to rain and realized that it was time to end the search. He decided to return to the girls and be sure to report what had happened to the village elder. While it was raining outside, the boy told about his encounter with a dangerous creature, and the elder explained that it was a demon bear. He remembered how similar magical beasts had appeared before, especially when they lived in the coastal town. The heroes discussed how lucky they were to escape danger, and the guy joked that it was worth listening to May. The chief explained that the demon bear usually retreats when rain approaches. Adelina panicked, but the elder explained that the current downpour marked the beginning of the rainy season. The elder said that during the rainy season, the forests and fields turn into a large lake, and the water level can rise to the knee. He assured that if they prepared in advance, there would be no problems, because even a demon bear would not be able to move freely in such conditions. And Masaru wondered how much time they had to prepare. The young man suddenly stood up from his seat and, not hiding his irritation, headed towards the exit of the tent, interrupting the conversation about animals. He abruptly declared that the bear theme no longer bothered him, because he could no longer bear to eat the same thing. With despair on his face, he loudly complained that in the village they only served meat, and his taste buds were suffering from it. The girls looked at him with surprise as he hurriedly asked to be given just one day to look for something else. The boy ran out of the village with enthusiasm, clenching his fist and loudly declaring that he was going to find food. He quickly crossed the flooded fields, not paying attention to the puddles and mud, and soon found himself in a large pond. His gaze fell on a strange creature in the water, which began to raise its head, causing him to be surprised. Masaru watched in surprise as a huge crab with powerful claws suddenly emerged from the water. Before he could react, he found himself grabbed by the clothes by one of the claws and lifted into the air. The next second, he deftly pulled out an item from his inventory, intending to deal with it. He raised a huge crab, caught in the lake after a surprise attack, over his head with a joyful cry. He rejoiced at his luck and immediately began to examine the trophy with the help of magical abilities, determining its characteristics. The description confirmed that it was a rare species, capable of changing color in the water and reaching a meter in length. Down below, he realized with surprise that he had found a place truly rich in resources. The boy continued to explore the area and discovered many rare creatures, each with a description. He caught a huge crab with powerful claws, then noticed a poisonous toad and a rare turtle that lived underground. Each animal had unique properties and was of interest both for food and for other purposes. He was amazed by the richness of the surrounding nature and recognized that he had found himself in a truly valuable place. The young man suddenly noticed the appearance of the sorceress and recoiled sharply, frightened by her unexpected appearance. The girl calmly asked him what he was muttering and asked him about his reaction. He tried to justify himself, saying that he was not used to such situations, and asked for some time to come to his senses. The goddess noted with a smile that she had not appeared just like that, but with the blessing of the goddess, and added that he had no reason to panic. The goddess, embarrassed, explained that she had not been watching him out of curiosity, but had simply happened to be nearby. The guy, noticing her interest, enthusiastically began to share his spoils and offered to try the prepared food. He remarked that the food was delicious, and invited her to celebrate the find with him. The girl followed him with surprise, curious about human food that she had probably never tried. The guy proudly showed off the shelter he had built, which was supposed to protect them from the rain. Victinius praised the design, noting that it looked sturdy despite the simple materials. He suggested starting to cook the crab, reminding them that the dish would be simple but delicious. The goddess carefully adjusted the hood on the boy's head, clearly caring about his comfort in the rain. He looked at her in surprise, not immediately understanding her intentions. He tried to figure out in his mind why she had done this, and with slight confusion he voiced a guess. In response, she jerked her hand away. Victinius calmly told the boy to be quiet and start a fire, not allowing him to continue the conversation. He looked at her in surprise, but nodded obediently, accepting her instructions. She briefly explained that she was doing all this not for his sake, but solely of her own free will. Sometime later, the two of them were sitting by the fire, and the guy was watching her with a barely noticeable smile. The guy ceremoniously placed a large dish of boiled crab on the table and announced that everything was ready. The goddess watched the presentation with interest, but tried to cope with the shell a little embarrassedly. She admitted that she couldn't open it. The shell was too hard. The guy explained how to pull the crab properly and handed her the claw, and she, having gathered her courage, decided to try. The goddess tried the crab meat and unexpectedly expressed delight at its taste. She described the dish as incredibly delicious, with a vibrant combination of umami and sweetness. The guy watched her reaction with a satisfied smile, realizing that he had managed to surprise her. He decided he had to hurry and get more before all the food was gone. Victinius thanked the guy for the treat, admitted that it was the first time she tried such a dish, and asked for some food for her sister Ire. He remembered the sorceress's sister, noting how caring she had been when they first met. Masaru smiled and said that there was still some food left, and let her take a portion. Meanwhile, he thought about how to preserve the taste of the crab, deciding to use the inventory. During the conversation at the table, the sorceress noted that it was interesting to watch the guy. He cooks, forges swords, and makes tools. He explained that it is not just about skills, but about knowledge and the ability to apply them. Otherwise, the abilities are useless. The goddess was surprised by his explanation, and the guy admitted that he used to work as a handyman at a home center. So she realized that this is what he meant by his skills. The guy recalled how he worked in a home center in the countryside, which was open from early morning until late at night. He learned how to care for plants and interacted with local farmers, especially during the planting season. Through this work, he learned a variety of skills, from construction and bricklaying to electrical work, animal care, and first aid. This wide range of experience made him a jack of all trades. The young man explained that his knowledge arose from the need to solve many problems alone. He emphasized that skills are useless if you cannot apply them in practice. The girl was surprised to learn that he himself had fixed the system error he had encountered. The conversation also brought up the topic of the statue erected in his honor, which made him feel embarrassed and the girl feel proud. He admitted that they needed to deal with the demon bear, otherwise the new arrivals to the city could get hurt. He understood that the reason for his visit was hunting, but he avoided the topic. The girl listened to his thoughts with a worried look. In conclusion, he noted that all this time, he was simply distracted from the main threat. The guy admitted that he avoided talking about the demon bear, but the girl immediately objected that she did not consider this running away. She emphasized that he is not one to give up, because he has amazing abilities. Hearing this, the guy was a little embarrassed, but noted that he did not expect to hear even a mention of the statue created in his honor. The girl indignantly declared that she would never forgive the guy. He watched her reaction with bewilderment and then teased her by comparing her to a child. Despite this, he admitted that he could not remain idle forever. Inside the fortified camp, work was in full swing, with builders discussing how to strengthen the walls and where there was a shortage of clay and straw. One of the workers reported that they had almost completed the section at the entrance. The guy approached the fortification and assessed its strength, noting that the structure turned out to be quite reliable. The rabbit villager reported that they had almost completed the shooting platform. He approved of her efforts and advised her to continue in the same spirit as the others. They now felt safer, since in case of an attack, they would be able to defend themselves from higher ground. One of the assistants asked if it was possible to get more stone building materials, as he had to strengthen the defenses on the outskirts. He reported that traps were still being set outside the city. Masaru noted that he had strengthened the defense to the point that the current level was sufficient, and continued to coordinate the construction. The hero admitted that he would like to spend time on leveling up, but protecting the village is more important to him now. The boy thought about the fact that he had acquired a new skill that wasn't related to combat, and decided that it was because of what he had eaten today. He noted that it was a little different from normal fire magic. The girl with the ears looked at him in surprise, trying to understand what he meant. The young man asked if any of the rabbits knew how to use it. The guy suggested that one of the rabbits might have fire magic, but the girl doubted it. She said that foxes might have something similar, and the guy decided to ask the fox to check. He said that he might ask Lancelot to send a couple of foxes there. Masaru suggested that one of the rabbits might have fire magic, but the girl doubted it. The guy noted that since arriving in this world, he had never seen a real magician. He added that he had never met rabbits who used magic. Then he asked the girl how many magicians they had met in one of the cities. She remembered that there were 2 people there who could control water. In this world full of swords and magic, there were so few mages, and the guy noted with irritation how useless the goddess turned out to be. Masaru suddenly received a message on the screen in front of him. In the letter, the goddess Era Sephira said that she was going to explain how to use magic in this world. The others were surprised to see the device and the text. He explained that such messages appeared every time the goddess contacted him. The goddess began her explanation of magic, telling about the current state of the skill and its use in this world. She mentioned that animal, demon, and human civilizations had not advanced beyond the observation stage. Despite the existence of magical animals, magic had hardly developed. The goddess expressed hope that the boy would help open the way to its use. He asked in surprise if he was really expected to program magic. The young man thought about it and suggested that he could use healing magic. The others looked at him in surprise. Instead of technical explanations, he focused on the idea of spreading knowledge that could become the basis for using magic in this world. He admitted that he did not know a single magical principle. He suggested building several institutions so that as many people as possible could study magic. The boy enthusiastically declared that he needed to build a school to spread knowledge of magic. He described how, in his world, children start learning at the age of 6 and spend about 9 years in school, learning different subjects. He called this place the source of knowledge. The girl noticed that this world also had its own technologies and suggested a suitable way to explain the differences between the worlds. Masaru enthusiastically showed the smartphone to the others, stating that it was cutting-edge technology from his world. The girls looked at the device with interest, not understanding its purpose. One of them thought it was a box. When he tried to turn it on, the screen did not light up, and he realized to his surprise that he had forgotten to charge the device. He explained that this was due to the stopping of time and space, and also noted that some creatures could die there. The young man began to explain to those present what functions a smartphone performs, and gave the example of the ability to communicate with people at a distance. He also mentioned listening to thousands of songs, taking photos and videos, and connecting to the internet, comparing it to a huge dictionary. The girls listened in amazement, trying to understand the essence of the device. At the end, he offered to demonstrate the functions in action, and everyone responded with interest. Masaru suddenly realized that he had gotten too carried away and had forgotten about the main thing, after which he jumped up in fright. He reflected on the difficulties of teaching magic, admitting that he could not teach those who did not even know the basics. Inwardly, he was worried about what was happening and wondered what Sapphira was thinking. Realizing that his own knowledge was limited to healing, he asked Victinius with doubt how he could be of help. The goddess appeared and confidently declared that everything was simple, because the guy already knew how to use magic. He tried to clarify that he only knew healing magic, but she reacted sharply, deciding that he had deceived her. She pounced on him with reproaches, accusing him of deliberately concealing the truth. The guy calmly explained that he already knew about it, but wanted to hear her opinion, expecting her to notice his weak points. The girl reminded the boy that he had already used magic during the fight with Lancelot. She suggested that he had done it unconsciously, strengthening his sword with magic. The boy thought about it, and gave an example of another fight, with bandits in the mountains. To this, the girl replied that he had not used magic then, but his skills. Masaru explained that the skills granted by the gods take the form of objects familiar to humans, and in his case, these were the home center and gaming devices. She added that the use of healing magic requires both medical knowledge and time for the process itself. The young man thought about the strangeness of his abilities, admitting that he had always considered them unusual. He realized that he was trying to use what was simpler and more useful for him, and wondered how to use magic in combat. The girl asked the guy if he was familiar with the sensation of magical energy flowing through his body when activating a skill. He admitted that he had actually felt it once. She explained that understanding this flow and being able to direct it was the basis for using magic. She then suggested that he imagine the mana flowing inside him and use it as a source of energy. The young man enthusiastically agreed to try, and the girl restrainedly showed that she could do it herself. The girl tried to justify herself, saying that she was not afraid of punishment from Hera, but she was noticeably nervous. The guy questioned her intentions, asking if she cared about him or just wanted to get out of it. She flared up, citing her reasons, but eventually lost her temper and hit him with her divine fist. Despite this, he quietly asked to be allowed to help, hinting that he still cared about what was happening. The goddess sadly admitted that her attitude towards magic was connected to her younger sister, the goddess of magic Iris Shira. She added that as an older sister, she could only take responsibility. The guy calmly replied that he had no complaints about magic and simply admired her care for her sister. The boy began to study magic daily after he learned more about the girl's character. At the same time, the villagers completed the construction of the defense against the demon bear. The village gradually returned to normal life, and people began to enjoy peaceful days again. Masaru was upset that the bear never showed up, despite all the preparations to protect the village. The others were relieved that he was gone, but reminded them that they always had to be prepared. He suggested that they not disband the group, as the threat could return next year. He was reminded that even the arrows he made would be useful for hunting, and that the village was now safe, which softened his mood a little. The guy talked about the design of arrows, which he improved by adding reverse points to increase their effectiveness when hitting the target. He also mentioned the possibility of strengthening the tips, making the weapon even more dangerous. The girls listened with interest, and he noted that such arrows could not be pulled out without damage. One of the residents admitted that their hunting party highly appreciated the weapon they created, even though it became a truly deadly tool. He said that he used the wood of the treant to make arrows, thus increasing their strength. When asked about the black bow, he said that it was much superior to the ordinary one in quality. One of the residents tried to try it out, but noted that the bowstring was too tight. This caused a slight awkwardness, and everyone noted the difficulty of handling such a weapon. One of the warriors tried to pull the string of the black bow, but he had difficulty doing so and felt awkward. The others noticed that even the strongest of them could barely hold the weapon. Masaru explained that the shooting technique was the same as he taught others, and demonstrated the shot himself. His movements were confident, and he pulled the bowstring easily, causing surprise among those around him. The boy fired an arrow with such force that it pierced several targets in a row and impressed everyone watching. One of the hunters noted that it looked more like a destructive shot than a normal shooting. The hero thought about it, realizing that perhaps he instinctively enhanced the shot with magic. He was surprised that it happened unconsciously, and began to understand how his previous practice of magic could have affected the result. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard in the forest, causing panic among the villagers. They decided that the sound belonged to the demon bear and began to urgently gather. The guy tried to stop them, claiming that the roar had nothing to do with him. The protagonist, listening closely, realized that this roar sounded as if the creature was in pain. Some hunters noticed that the direction of the sound coincided with the northern cliff and suggested that the monster could live there. The sergeant asked with a serious expression whether the boy would be able to handle the situation, to which he confidently replied so that there would be no doubt about him. He quickly began giving orders, asking to gather all the fighters at the protective wall and contact the village headman for evacuation. He then announced that he would personally lead the group and head to the place where the bear had appeared. The night girl called out to him in alarm, but he was determined to act. The young man handed over the responsibility of the village to the female knight, asking her to look after the villagers. She nodded seriously, confirming that she would take care of everything. A group of hunters led by a young man set out from the village in a fighting mood. He loudly announced the beginning of the hunt for the demon bear, and the knight called on everyone to fight for protection and peace. After the hunters left, the village was in an uproar, with cries of alarm and anticipation heard everywhere. The night girl tried to calm the younger ones, assuring them that everything would be fine. Adelina confidently said that she believed in the hero, and even encouraged the others. May was a little embarrassed, but also smiled, saying that she believed in success. The hunters fired an arrow, and as expected, it hit the demon bear right in the eye. The boy watched the scene with a determined expression. He realized that it was time to act, and gave the order to lure the monster into a pre-prepared trap. Masaru suggested using pre-positioned archers to shoot at the beast from a higher position. He decided to act as bait himself to lure the demonic bear into the trap area. As the beast began to approach, he gave the command to fire the first shot. As the demon bear approached, a barrage of arrows rained down from above. The archers began their attack on cue, officially launching the pre-planned operation. The boy deftly dodged the blow of the huge beast and quickly assessed the depth of the arrow's impact. He realized that the wound was not fatal and he needed to act differently. Taking a step back, he shouted at the beast to attract its attention. Starting to run away, he thereby drew it into a battle of endurance. Masaru lunged forward, intending to deliver the finishing blow, but the monster suddenly lunged at him with a furious roar. He barely had time to react, crying out in tension as the huge paw was already approaching. His face was frozen in alarm, but he did not retreat and prepared to take the blow. The boy watched with alarm as the huge beast suddenly went on the attack. He realized that the arrow that was fired earlier had almost no effect. Memories of the poison that some hunting arrows were coated with came back to him. The thought of poisoned weapons gave him an idea of what was happening. He noticed that the poison had begun to act, and his guess was confirmed. He had previously considered the words about the poison an exaggeration, but now he was convinced of their truth. At this moment, a second shot rang out from the cliff, and the arrow hit the target accurately. Inspired, he continued to move forward, without losing concentration. The huge monster roared in pain as a rain of sharp spears rained down on it from above. It raised its paw in an attempt to defend itself, but multiple blows had already pierced its body, pinning it to the ground. The boy watched the defeated monster with tension, arrows sticking out of its body. He fell to his knees, breathing heavily after the fight, and the monster, letting out a final roar, finally lost its strength. The young man exclaimed with joy, looking at the defeated beast and realizing that they had succeeded. He could hardly believe that they had managed to defeat the huge bear on their own. Reflecting on the experience, he noticed that the level had increased. Smiling, he looked at the screen, surprised at how much his stats had increased. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, happy that the battle was over, and suggested that they return home as soon as possible. The voices of the knights were heard from the cliff, promising to join them and hold a celebration in honor of the victory. However, looking at the body of the beast, he noticed a strange movement and realized with fear that it was showing signs of life. The assistants asked in surprise what had happened, but he only whispered that the beast was returning. A real demon bear suddenly appeared behind the boy, far more terrifying than the beast he had defeated. He realized with horror that he had been fighting the wrong creature all this time. The rabbit knight cried out in alarm as he noticed the danger, and the boy froze, realizing the scale of the impending threat. His voice wavered as he acknowledged that he was facing a real enemy. The hero gathered all his strength into one blow and rushed forward with his sword aimed straight at his enemy. At the moment of impact, his expression changed to one of determination, and the monster opened its mouth in fury, preparing for the final throw. The young man panicked as he realized that there was more than one monster in front of him. A second demon bear was approaching him. One of the monsters attacked with fury, destroying trees and the ground in its path. The young man tried to dodge, not believing what was happening. He found himself pinned to a tree by the monster's paw and was struggling to get out. He screamed loudly, overcome with fear and despair. The giant beast was getting closer and closer, looming over him. Despite the horror, the young man continued to fight for his life. The hero barely managed to jump back when the beast's claws cut the ground with force. The huge bear attacked with fury, not giving a second of respite. The area around shook from the blow, leaving deep marks. The knight prepared to enter the battle and shouted at the monster to retreat. The demon bear tore the arrows out of his body in fury, ignoring the pain. The girls on the cliff watched in horror and could not believe their eyes. One of them exclaimed that the monster had caught the arrow in midair. Everyone's faces reflected shock from the beast's inhuman reaction. The huge demon bear roared in rage and advanced, raising its paw to strike. One of the warriors noticed its movement and ordered everyone to take up positions again. At his command, the archers prepared for another volley. The creature glared at the enemies with hatred, preparing for another attack. Masaru found himself on the ground in front of the attacking monster, but managed to dodge the blow of the clawed paw. The demonic beast roared, preparing for another attack. The hero rose with difficulty, smirking and provoking his opponent. He made it clear that he was not going to give up, and was still able to continue the fight. The boy with the rabbit ears was overcome with anxiety over the wounded warrior's condition, and tried to stop him. Despite the alarm of his comrades, the hero stood up, assessing his chances and strength. He noted that he could still move and remembered the locations of the remaining traps. Gathering his strength, he rushed to the right place, hoping to use his last chance. The hero was running away from the beast with difficulty, dodging its blows. He clenched his teeth and kept moving, despite the fatigue and pain. The thought was in his head that if he could get to the right place, he would have a chance. He sped up with his last strength, hoping to make it in time. The young man desperately stretched his hand forward, trying to run to the right point. The huge beast with its open mouth had already swung its clawed paw at him. The thought that he might not make it in time pierced his consciousness. Masaru dropped to one knee, breathing heavily and clutching his wounded arm. The huge bear was gaining on him, closing the distance with every step. He realized with regret that he had used his healing ability too often. There were only 100 meters left to the desired point, but he had almost no strength left. The young man was left alone in front of the beast, which was already raising its paw to strike. He could hardly hold back his tears, realizing that he could die. Inside, he mentally said goodbye to those who had become dear to him during this time. Despite the fear, he did not look away and remained in place. The boy looked up, his expression stony, as the beast's claws loomed over his head. He was breathing heavily, but he didn't flinch. Determination was brewing inside him, and he whispered a response, holding back the pain. Despite his fear, he wasn't going to give up. Determination was brewing inside him, and he whispered the answer softly, holding back the pain. Despite the fear, he was not going to give up. A girl with a sword suddenly jumped out from behind the guy and dealt a powerful blow to the beast. He turned around in surprise, not expecting such an attack. The guy watched what was happening in amazement, hugging the creature to himself. His inner thoughts told him that everything that was happening could be nothing more than part of someone's observation. Adelina stepped forward with determination, her weapon at the ready, her gaze steady. She calmly stated her intention to intervene in what was happening. Adelina delivered a powerful blow, knocking the enemy to the ground. Masaru, surprised, recognized her and thanked her for saving him. She admitted with a slight grin that she would have been a little late if not for her companion. Despite the victory, she attributed the success not only to herself, but also to outside help. After the boy went after the demonic bear, the two girls stopped at a wooden building. One of them looked thoughtfully at her friend, who tried to cheer her up with a slight smile. The second girl, noticing this, quietly called her by name. Lancelot's niece listened attentively to her friend, who shared her doubts. Despite rumors of defeat, she expressed confidence in the guy's actions. She assured her interlocutor that she did not see a problem with this, and emphasized that making mistakes is natural. May shared a strange feeling she had. She heard two voices. Inside one voice, she heard a second. Although she knew it was impossible, the fear grew stronger at the mere thought of it. May tearfully begged her sister to help. She screamed for her brother to be saved. Meanwhile, the guy watching the action was thinking about the recent help from the other girl and how he wanted to go home. He admitted that the hit was good, but it was not enough to win. A massive horned beast appeared from behind the trees, approaching menacingly. The girl with the weapon stepped forward, standing between the monster and the wounded boy. He tried to call out to her, begging her to step back and not risk her life. She defiantly replied that he was mistaken if he thought she would go on a dangerous mission alone without a plan. At the moment when the horned beast prepared to attack, one of the fighters gave the signal. Archers and spearmen jumped out from cover from different sides, instantly surrounding the monster. The huge beast was surrounded on all sides when a scream rang out on cue. The commander called for no fear and to move forward, inspiring everyone to attack. The hero watched with relief as his allies came to his aid at the most necessary moment. The girl with the spear confidently walked forward, confirming that they had relied on May's plan and arrived on time. The group of hunters continued to drive the monster to the edge of the cliff, not giving him a second to rest. The girl with the spear reminded everyone that there was a trap under the rock, and all that was left was to push a little harder. One of the monsters was already on the verge of falling when the command was given to give another push. The huge beast tore off the edge and flew down, but at the last second, its blow caused unexpected damage. The girl knight standing in front did not have time to react and looked at what was happening in surprise. The fighters who rushed forward found themselves in the danger zone. Masaru brought his sword down with force, delivering a blow while the girl behind him cried out in support. After that, he confidently declared that he could handle the rest. The other fighters sighed with relief, and one of the girls thanked everyone for their help. The boy stood among his allies, grateful that he was no longer fighting alone. Thanks to their support, he was able to regain his strength and was ready for the final blow. Turning to the enemy, he rushed into the attack with determination. His eyes were shining, and his voice was confident of victory. The boy was standing next to the girls when the monster suddenly rushed forward. He turned around when he heard a scream, but it was too late. The monster's paw hit the ground with force. The girl in armor opened her eyes in fear, not having time to react. Everything was happening too fast for anyone to intervene. The hero held back the monster's furious attack, dodging the blows. He took advantage of the moment to counterattack with full force. The forceful thrust struck the monster in the chest, causing it to stagger back. The beast began to lose its balance and let out a deafening roar. The young man suddenly leaped forward and delivered the final blow. The enemy's huge body fell to the ground, defeated. Masaru pushed off the ground with all his might and jumped at his opponent, holding the spear in his hands. At that moment, determination flashed in his eyes, and he said a firm no, not intending to give in. The huge crossbow fired a heavy bolt, and the weapon pierced the target with force. He jumped aside at the last moment as a huge bolt smashed through the ground between him and the beast, sending rocks flying in all directions as the beast staggered back, shocked by the sudden attack. The boy said the last words coldly, looking at the monster trapped in the sharp thorns. He looked down at it as if saying goodbye. The girl below watched the events with concern, while a tense silence reigned all around. A massive trap, studded with sharp spikes, opened up among the trees. In the very center of it was the raised paw of a defeated beast. Adelina ran to the edge of the cliff, looking down at the stake trap in horror. Her voice shook as she called out to the boy, hoping for an answer. Tears began to gather in the corners of her eyes as it became clear that he might be down there. Her face froze in anxious anticipation. He sat at the edge of the trap, barely catching his breath after the fight, and looked at the worried girl. He confirmed with a smile that he had heard her scream and joked about how it looked like he had actually died. The girl froze in amazement, realizing that he was unharmed. The guy lay relaxed on the ground while the girl approached him with relief, loudly calling his name. He tried to justify himself, but she flared up, slapped him, and reproached him for making everyone worry. The companions watched the scene with mixed emotions. The girl was clearly trying to hide her excitement behind a rude reaction. Masaru, lying on the ground, told how during the fall he managed to catch hold of the edge of the cliff using a log. The girl, after listening to him, emphasized with relief that this was what helped save his life. He noted with a smile that a more reliable salvation could not be imagined. One of the fighters joyfully announced that the demon bear was defeated and no longer breathed. Adelina smiled with relief, glad that it was all over, and the guy confirmed that it was their victory. But immediately after that, he began to lose consciousness, which alarmed everyone around him. His companions ran up to him, concerned about his condition. The boy suddenly collapsed, exhausted, causing everyone to become alarmed. He fell asleep right in the girl's arms, causing the others to sigh in relief. Another knight noted that he was simply exhausted. The girl smiled softly, confirming that everything had ended as it should. The boy smiled with relief when he heard praise for his work. He quietly confirmed that everything had worked out. The cliff overlooked the camp, and the companions were already preparing to return. Their victory ended with a triumphant return home. At the training grounds, several rabbit-like villagers were working on a structure and saw warriors coming from the forest. May ran forward, waving her hand cheerfully. The goddesses watched the events from the screen while enjoying their tea. Hera noted how well the guy had done and turned to her companion. She agreed and wondered if he had finally realized that he was the chosen one. Victinius exclaimed that the boy could die from such a pace and demanded that he be left alone. Hera asked with a grin who had gone to the underworld to cheer him up before the battle and why it was necessary. The goddess calmly noted that her actions were not intentional, since she was obligated to take care of Masaru as her apostle. At the table, another woman questioned the truth of the reason, and emphasized that everything looked different. She reminded that the rules of the gods do not justify everything that happens. In concluding the conversation, the interlocutors noted that after the victory over the bear, order was restored in the world, and the construction of the temple dedicated to the goddess is progressing actively. Two girls raised their cups, offering to celebrate the hero's victory. One of them proposed a toast to the development of the new world, and the other one joined in with a smile. Against the backdrop of the evening camp, a group of characters, including rabbit-like girls and a guy, gathered around the table, cheerfully raising their mugs. A few days later, the guy gathered everyone and reminded them that they had managed to defeat the demonic bear. He enthusiastically suggested starting to build the city, but in response he did not hear the expected enthusiasm. One of the rabbit-like residents asked doubtfully whether the construction site was really that huge. The guy was surprised by what he heard and noticed strange things in the form of a white line and a fence. Masaru stood in front of the construction site with the prepared materials and foundation, looking at the scale of the future construction. In the distance, mountains stretched out, and in the background, the outlines of the initial structures were visible. Several residents looked at him attentively, waiting for instructions. The plan indicated that this was where the city called Kemonokito was planned to be built. The hero suggested discussing an important issue first. He noted that the residential area had already been defined, gesturing towards it. Masaru explained that the area marked with a white line was for the foundations of houses. One of the residents asked about the reasons for this choice and wanted to understand them. Meanwhile, Masaru continued his explanation and called it land planning, as is common in his world. He pointed out that when building houses, workshops, and stores, many factors must be taken into account, including the flow of people and noise insulation. The elder listened attentively, and he added that proper placement not only simplifies organization, but also reduces the risk of various problems. He also reminded that one should not forget about the threat from wild animals. Then he continued his speech with the second reason. He later said that construction of the sewer system could now begin, as the slugs had been declared safe. He noted that all homes would have sewage systems, and explained the scheme for draining rainwater and wastewater to the river via treatment plants. Adelina learned that this was part of his lectures on hygiene and praised the little girl for her attentiveness. He added that this is important for cleanliness and safety, but he sternly objected when one of the residents suggested making small toilets in the houses. Masaru then gave the example of an unsanitary city where human waste causes diseases to spread. He noted that in such conditions, infections can be transmitted through contaminated water and cause epidemics. The girls expressed a desire to avoid such problems in the new city. He emphasized the importance of sanitation and added that this discussion, although unpleasant, was necessary. He decided to move on to the last but not least important factor. Masaru showed a plot of land allocated for one house and explained that the boundaries were marked with a white line. The residents called out to Masaru to tell him about their problems and requests. They expressed concern as they had a family of 6 and asked for a larger plot. He replied that there was nothing to worry about, since all the houses would be 2-story and made of stone. In conclusion, he noted that living in such houses would be even more comfortable than it seemed. Residents were amazed by the news of the 2-story stone buildings and responded with enthusiasm to the prospect. They asked to start construction as soon as possible, not believing their luck. The girl in armor explained that such buildings are usually found in hotels or shopping areas, and that not everyone can afford to live there. The guy explained that in the capital, the type of house is determined by status. Ordinary people live in buildings made of wood and straw, merchants in brick houses, and aristocrats in stone buildings. He noted that in their new city, such differences did not matter, so everyone was happy. Residents responded enthusiastically to his words, and unanimously supported the idea of continuing construction. Masaru then suggested moving on to a discussion of architecture, and showed a column that he had built together with others. The residents examined the structure, and one of them realized that the previously seen reflection was indeed the foundation of the house. He pointed to the metal frame of the building and promised to explain the technologies used later. The young man suggested finishing the construction together today. The resident was surprised by the structure and asked how stable it was. The guy explained that it was a wooden frame assembled without nails, only with the help of bars with special notches, like a puzzle. He then talked about the importance of remembering the order of actions. He noted that stone blocks will be placed between the columns. He then pointed out that another layer would need to be laid on top. The girls happily reported that they had already started assembling it with their sister. Masaru explained how to make lime mortar by boiling slaked lime with seaweed and mixing it with hemp. He showed that it would produce a thick mass that would strengthen stone walls when applied. The girl was surprised to learn that such a mixture is also used for road construction. He added that slaked lime is like a secret weapon. In conclusion, the girl thought about what Masaru does for a living. The guy said that he used to select materials for production, and at the same time studied by helping the craftsmen. He admitted that he feels at home in the village, although he cannot work at a professional level. However, thanks to his accumulated experience, he can make different things, such as processing leather, but he began to wonder about the illegality of some of his projects. May asked in surprise if this meant that her brother was a bad person, since his actions could violate the laws. The guy answered evasively, without denying it completely. The boy admitted that he may have gone too far in the past, but now he strives to be useful to others. He encouraged the younger girl, explaining that this was the main thing. She was touched, apologized, and hugged him, and the older sister commented on the situation with restraint. He then distributed the materials to the areas and suggested that they get to work. Everyone enthusiastically agreed and began to act. May happily urged everyone to build a cool city, and the girl in armor supported her with restraint. The residents gathered to work with enthusiasm. The guy, watching what was happening, raised his finger with a confident smile, as if summing up the work he had started. The villagers actively took up the construction. Some installed the frames, others brought materials and did the finishing. The guy supervised the process, helping and supervising the work. The construction went smoothly, and soon neat two-story houses were built in a row at the foot of the mountains on the site of the vacant lot. A month passed, and the settlement was completely transformed. Instead of an empty lot, there were now neat, solid buildings with paved streets. Residents were doing their daily business, relaxing and socializing. The guy noted with satisfaction that everything began to look completely different, and the girl with ears happily praised him for the work he had done. Masaru was showing the girl with ears how to sit properly in the restroom, showing a confident pose. He saw no need to explain further. Then the girl took him aside, sheepishly expressing her confusion. Down below, the scene moved on to work as they continued installing the pieces, and the guy noted that after mass production, everything would be finished unless there were any problems. The guy praised the residents for the work they had done, noting that the city had grown significantly. The young man said that although everything was fine with housing, it was necessary to think about developing industry. May scolded Masaru for not listening to her, and asked him again if he understood what she was talking about. He gently patted the little girl with the ears on the head, and she, with a serious expression, reminded him not to take everything on himself. She promised that they could do it together, and, with a wink, responded approvingly to his silent agreement. A rabbit-eared villager ran up to the boy with disturbing news. There was a problem at the entrance to the city. The boy and girl were surprised and immediately asked what was going on. At first he assumed that the cause could be fallen materials, but he was told that it was something completely different. The guy asked tensely what exactly the problem was. Masaru watched in shock as he learned that humans were found at the entrance to the city. There were wounded soldiers lying on the ground, and he suddenly recognized a familiar face among them. The villagers were discussing the sudden arrival of a group of people belonging to the human race. They were discussing whether Riza had been defeated, as well as Masaru. The knight confirmed their words and, noticing the familiar furniture in the house, realized that this place was indeed connected to those who helped them. One of them confirmed that they were expelled from the port city. The eldest knight, looking at the fighters lying in the hall, confidently declared that they were knights of the kingdom of Gratus. His words caused alarm among those sitting at the table. Masaru, Adelina, and the village chief listened tensely. The knight expressed his gratitude for the help and introduced himself as Fried, the royal knight of the shield. He pointed to his companions. Behind him stood a boy named Dista, and in the bed lay the wounded Cordo. The warrior girl noticed that they belonged to knights of a higher rank. Fried then respectfully noted the boy's ability in restoration magic and asked his name. The guy introduced himself as Masaru, after which there was a short pause. The girl began to defend Masaru after he introduced himself as an ordinary traveler and said that he had an excellent rank. She then explained that her name was Adelina and that she was the niece of the lord of the coastal city. The knight asked in surprise whether it was really Lord Lancelot himself who was being spoken of. He noted that his heroism was known throughout the kingdom. She noted that she was in the city as an ally, and the knight concluded that the leader had good connections. The elder said with concern that, under the guise of these good connections, they had come again to attack the village like last time. The knights explained that they were ready to lend a helping hand in an emergency. The village elder said that he learned an important thing from the boy. People are different. The knight then explained that their party was pursuing a demonic beast, which was directly related to the safety of the king. Having heard the details, the boy realized with horror that they were talking about a six-legged creature with dark skin. However, the knight said that it was a one-horned demonic horse. Masaru anxiously asked if they were talking about that same demonic horse. He added that the creature was eaten by another animal. The knight explained that during the chase, they were attacked by a demonic bear. Because of this, their detachment was scattered, and the remnants of the army wandered through the forest for about a week. The knights warned him that staying in this place was also dangerous and offered to join the kingdom. The boy admitted that it was not easy to talk about it, but he noted that they got rid of the bear. He confidently reported that the area had already become safe. One of the knights couldn't believe what he was hearing, wondering how such a thing could have happened. The guy added that they had also dealt with that demonic horse, and suggested that they examine the bodies of the 3 bears if they still had doubts. One of the knights jumped up from his seat, asking in surprise whether they really had a horse corpse. The boy reacted with bewilderment, not understanding why this caused such a violent reaction. The knight apologized for interrupting, and Masaru wondered where he got such an interest. One of the older knights asked for a moment's wait, and looking at Masaru, he noted that judging by their reactions, the horse's corpse was indeed valuable. He added that it was at least worth some attention. The chief knight, with a polite smile, explained that it was about the corpse of a horse, and asked that it be handed over to them. The guy asked again in surprise, not immediately understanding the meaning of the request. Then he thought out loud, noting that, in theory, he should have refused. Nevertheless, he smiled, and the knight opposite noticeably relaxed, realizing that the agreement could work out. The guy explained with a smile that the bear had only damaged the animal's neck, and the rest of the body was intact. He admitted that he had kept the carcass because he considered it suitable as raw material, noting that despite its small size, the skin and 6 legs were in excellent condition. He looked at his interlocutor, who nodded approvingly. The head knight excitedly reported that the creature had a horn on its head. The boy immediately confirmed this, grinning and saying bingo. He added that it would be a shame to miss out on something like that. After a short pause, he proposed a deal, hinting that if the knight was truly royal, he might be able to afford to buy what he needed. The officer admitted that, as the young man had noted, the raw material could be quite valuable if it were to reach the market. He clarified that he had not asked for it to be given away for free, and even added that there was a reward for the destruction of the demonic horse. The man suggested calling it a deal, promising decent pay. The guy thought about it, but realized the main value was not the metal, but the horn, which was mentioned several times as a special part of the creature's body. The young man thoughtfully considered the value of money, coming to the conclusion that it in itself was not as important as honor and status. He recalled the scene where he was supposedly initiated into the nobility. Although he was interested in the reward for the horse, he knew that the knights would probably offer less than the market value. The young man said with a confident smile that he would go to the kingdom with the knights. Everyone present was immediately surprised by his decision, and could not contain their emotional reaction. The guy confidently stated that he would conduct the negotiations himself, since he had previously participated in the hunt with the others. He suggested using cotton as a material, noting its potential for sale in the kingdom. The chief knight admitted that they were dealing with merchants, but warned that he could not guarantee the success of the negotiations and did not want the young man to get too carried away. Masaru enthusiastically declared that they would both succeed, and with a confident smile, he clenched his fist and, without hiding his emotions, exclaimed that he was beside himself with joy. The warrior nodded approvingly, having listened to the interlocutors, and expressed his consent. Adelina stood up, confidently raising her hand, and expressed her readiness. The young man confirmed the decision with a joyful smile. The young warrior enthusiastically explained the plan, gesturing as they did so to regain control of the area. May asked again indignantly, not believing what she heard. The young man suggested avoiding conflict by leading his companions down the street, despite the possible danger. Adelina gave him a measured compliment on his efforts as she watched the proceedings. The young craftsman was putting his hand to the wall of the building, demonstrating how the restoration of the facade was going. May watched him, and Adelina brought the boards. The guy said that there were still several sections to complete, and clarified the supply details. Adelina explained that there was indeed storage space, but it was not for current projects. The young man enthusiastically announced that the area at the foot of the mountain could become a public bathing area. He explained that for him, as a Japanese, hot springs are a necessity. The two companions watched his enthusiastic story with surprise, trying to understand the meaning of his words. The young man explained that with the sewer system they would no longer have to wash with stale water. May was delighted, and the fair-haired companion clarified that, in the past, such amenities were only in houses on a hill. The guy thought about hot springs. He asked them if they knew anything about hot springs. The boy explained that he used his map skill to find an area with underground water, He encouraged the girls that they would be able to successfully complete the task with their skills, and he suggested returning to the study of sources later and noted that it was worth preparing for the trip in advance. Adelina reminded that she was talking about business, not about a hike. The warrior enthusiastically reminded about the goddess and pointed to the temple, causing surprise in the girl with ears. The young builder seemed to have forgotten about the statue, and when Adelina reminded him of it, he did not look happy. The little companion cheerfully supported the idea, adding that the temple was needed to receive a blessing. The young man agreed with a smile, calling it an excellent idea. He assumed that the goddess would not be working here and that she was fine. The guy calmly stated that the chosen material would not work and suggested choosing another one. The warrior reminded that the main thing was to receive the goddess's blessing. Adelina agreed, deciding to clarify her wish with the goddess. The guy nodded approvingly, and they proceeded to the beginning of construction. Suddenly, a goddess appeared before everyone and politely greeted the young man named Masaru. She said that she had come to help him with his work. The warrior with ears did not immediately believe that a real goddess was in front of her, and the guy thanked her with a smile for her timely appearance. The goddess remembered how people often frightened her before, but now she felt calm. She confirmed that she had not come just like that, but really to help. Adelina happily acknowledged her, and May was surprised with her hair that she saw a real goddess in front of her. She noted that she had received the message and explained that she had found a way to come and support him in person. A new guest appeared before the main characters, a sorceress and goddess named Ayla Saphira. She introduced herself with a smile and expressed her joy at meeting the master, emphasizing her intention to take part in what was happening. The other characters watched her appearance with curiosity and slight surprise. The guy, turning to the girl with long hair, clarified her name, Ayla Saphira, and asked again if she was Victor's sister. The girl with the crown said that she was grateful for the work done. She said that she and her sisters had enjoyed watching him. One of the characters wondered if the goddess had really decided to open up, showing not only her beauty but also her pure mind. He noted that she was the most like a real goddess. The hero said that he was also glad to meet her, and expressed a desire to ask a question. She asked how she could help. Masaru replied that she had an idea and that they could discuss the magic that had been discussed earlier. The woman with the crown suggested putting off the serious issues for later and starting with something easy. Then she cheerfully declared that the decision had been made. Saphira invited everyone to the table, saying that she had prepared a special place for everyone. The guy was surprised, noticing that everything looked like the magic of the vault skill. The girl explained that the skill really helps, but does not do everything itself. You need to make an effort. Saphira said that in this world there are no things that are taken for granted. She added that skills should help a person, making his life easier and more diverse. The guy agreed with their words and wondered if it was worth looking for a special use for each skill. The girl replied that if we limit ourselves to this, it will be impossible to change the purpose of the skills, and noticed that he was thinking in the wrong direction. The girl said that she felt that magic was his path, so she suggested developing it. She added that he would be able to master his skills. Masaru admitted that he wanted to have an image only for himself. The woman exclaimed in surprise that this was a difficult question, and then suggested discussing the topic of the image. The girls asked again, surprised and embarrassed, if it was really about the image, and one of them loudly asked if it was that important. They asked the hero to return before the rainy season and reminded him not to forget. The girl said she was very happy and happily agreed. The hero responded a little hesitantly, but made it clear that he felt the same way. The girl said that she would help him when they returned home and suggested that they part on a good note. The girl added that if he felt the same way, then maybe he also had an image. The second girl said that she had one image and offered to send it if he liked it. At the same time, she admitted that the image only shows the outer side. One of the heroes gave the image to the girl, and she appeared in a rabbit costume with a tray in her hands. She said no in embarrassment, but despite this, the image was received. The friend asked in surprise if he really wanted this. The guy jumped up in panic, saying that he did not want this image, and tried to stop the process. The girl, embarrassed, exclaimed that she agreed and mentioned 3 surprises. The other one watched her in surprise. The guy, smiling, noted that he didn't care, and added that he didn't care whether the correct value was given. Masaru thought that the people helping him create the statue were unable to see his true feelings. One of the girls said indignantly that she could not believe that the other used such a cowardly trick to reveal a girl's secret. The other, in response, noted that she considered it wrong and did not ask for it. Masaru watched the huge fireball in the sky in amazement. He realized that it was real magic and noted that the girls were actually using fire. A powerful pillar of magical energy appeared above the village, causing all the villagers to turn around and step aside in alarm. One of the girls exclaimed in surprise, asking what was going on. The second, stunned by what she saw, suddenly declared that she wanted to become a student. Masaru looked at the crater in surprise, not understanding what had happened. He noted that he had succeeded. The girl with the ears said that it was his fault. The second girl clarified that Masaru should not have touched the goddess, because he was forbidden to do so. Another member of the group added that Masaru had managed to hit the mark at the right moment. Masaru asked with confusion if it was really his fault. She stated that the reaction from the others was excessive. He responded by thinking that both girls looked great and didn't see anything wrong with it. Masaru thought he didn't know what it was, but maybe it had something to do with a woman's heart, or even a goddess's heart. He blushed, feeling embarrassed. Then there was a noise, and one of the characters asked what it was. Several others turned around worriedly, wondering what had happened. One of the girls demanded that everyone stop, stating that it was their right. Then the official announcement was made. The goddess Victinius and the goddess Isla Saphira were standing before them. Both women, hearing this, turned to the speaker. One of the inhabitants loudly exclaimed that the gods of this world were descending upon them. At the table, several girls accused Masaru of being rude. He asked what was going on, and one of them emphasized that the blame lay with him. One of the girls remarked on how divine and beautiful the goddess was. Another irritatedly reminded him that if you do not thank the goddess, you can turn into a monkey. Masaru panicked and shouted that he had not forgotten, and then asked in surprise if he was being scolded too harshly. The inhabitants greeted the goddesses with respect. One of the goddesses admitted that she was having a hard time coping with what was happening. The second said that she was not at all used to such attention. She added that the god, as a rule, does not come down to earth except during ceremonies and holidays. The goddess asked how long ago he had become a wolf. The boy replied that he did not think it was necessary to discuss it now. The woman reminded him that they still had a few questions to discuss about magic. He said that he was here because something had actually happened. The goddess reminded him that he knew what she was talking about. She said that she wanted to talk about crabs, if she still had the opportunity. The guy asked in amazement if he had heard right. What kind of crab was she talking about? Era said that she had already eaten them and they were very tasty. When Masaru was told about the statue, one of the girls admitted that she used it as an excuse, because even her sister was a bad goddess. She was sad. Masaru just sighed and said that nothing could be done. Masaru turned to the villagers and said that Victoria had announced that they had something to do. Masaru noted that they needed to go to another city. He asked why they hadn't tried to prepare everything he had mentioned before, if they were going to leave anyway. He reminded them that they needed to start with the first step. Masaru said that they would first disinfect the soil. He then added that they needed to carefully study the local plants. He pointed out that if they found edible ones, they would be able to obtain food safely. He suggested expanding the crops right there to create a real city. Several of the rabbit villagers in Adelina ran out into the street enthusiastically, happy with their newfound freedom. Masaru stayed inside with the goddess, watching the events unfold. He noted with a smile that even she had succumbed to temptation, and then shared his thoughts about the independence of his companions and the confidence that they could cope on their own. The young man spoke about his plans for landscaping the site and noted the advantages of installing gazebos and creating a garden. He also said that the neighbors would not hear the noise and would improve sun protection and ventilation. He explained that he had been involved in gardening before and wanted to apply his accumulated knowledge. The goddess listened carefully to his thoughts and admitted that the idea did indeed make sense. The young man smiled and remarked that the statue and the temple looked good, but the rest of the city should be decorated just as well. He suggested that the goddess might want to play if the opportunity arose. The goddess looked at him carefully and said with a slight agreement that if that was the case, she did not mind. One of the goddesses asked with interest if it was possible to come and play every time. The other goddess happily confirmed that of course it was possible and turned to Masaru with a request. Meanwhile, the young man found himself in the center of attention of two goddesses at once, causing him confusion. The young man tried to remain cautious, but he could not resist the gaze of the two goddesses. Both looked at him with pleading eyes, which finally broke his resolve. He looked at them in confusion, and then reluctantly agreed. The divine companions exclaimed joyfully, and one of them promised to treat him every time they met. The hero addressed the goddesses with a request, calling them by name. He wanted a serious conversation, but his directness shocked and confused them. The girls reacted to his demand with indignation. However, he insisted, reminding her of magic and hinting that it was time to give answers. Saphira agreed to discuss everything after the meal and cheerfully raised her finger. Victinius asked doubtfully what she should do. The boy wondered if they would be able to cope when the time came, and reminded them that they shouldn't rely on strength alone. Soon the three of them went to the office, where they had to make an important decision. Masaru stood and looked at the city with a determined expression, saying that he simply needed the blessing of the goddess to win. Victinius watched him silently, not interfering, as he continued to ponder the upcoming events. A few days later, Freed arrived in the royal capital of Gratus. He knelt before the throne and reported that he was ready to deliver a message from the king, and that the rest of the squad would arrive in the city tomorrow. The Supreme King sat on the throne and with a serious expression ordered his subordinate to obtain the horn of the demonic beast. He looked down intently and sternly asked if the subordinate understood the order. 2 weeks later, the heroes arrived in the capital. The young man noted that he had not expected that someone would be sent to meet him in his carriage. Another asked him how the trip had gone. He said was surprised that this couldn't be because it was too far. He added that they had been traveling for 7 days and he was very tired. The boy complained that the road was too long. The other replied that he shouldn't complain, because he had been riding in a cart the whole time and it wasn't that hard. The hero complained that his hips were hurting badly. The other, sighing, told him to do what he wanted. Then he exclaimed that they had finally arrived. After speaking with the goddesses, he went to the royal capital with Freed, who had quickly recovered, to sell the demonic beast. On the way, he noticed that there were many knights in the city, which he realized were led by someone who had been the leader of one of the previous cities. This time, he reflected on his impressions and the diet. The man told Masaru to try his best, because he was capable of doing whatever he wanted. The boy said that if Long said so, then of course it was true. He reminded them that it was Hibict who had struck them all down and made him a slave. The man responded by saying that he knew that too. The elder said that the shop owner had told Freed that he was like Masaru. He suggested that deep down, Masaru may not have wanted to do this, but he had to leave for the sake of his successor and the people. He concluded with regret that he felt that there was nothing that could be done. They reflected on how time and envy ruin everyone. One of them admitted that, although he did not want to blame the children and the city for these feelings, he still did not care a little. He said he just wanted everyone to be happy and added that if there was an order for a deal, he was ready. Masaru admitted that he was lost in thought because he wanted to help the rabbit family too. When asked if he was even listening, he apologized, explaining that he was lost in his thoughts. The man reminded them that he had already spoken about the need to visit Dista and asked them to wait for him. He also explained that they were here, firstly, for an audience with the king. The second man added that, as he had already mentioned, goods from the entire continent could be found in this place. The young man remarked that he had never seen such fruit before and decided that he should try one. His companion tried to attract his attention and reminded him that he had to sort out the king's business first, since he had already heard everything. He added that the young man should find out everything himself. Before parting, he said that the young man would have to wait for him somewhere. The man said he was going to the Adventurers Guild and asked to wait for him there. He asked if his companion would get lost. The man replied that he just wanted to know more before meeting the king. In the end, the man asked with irritation to follow him faster. The protagonist, upon entering the guild, noticed that there were many people inside. He was surprised that this was the kingdom's guild. The administrator girl approached him and asked if he wanted to receive an order or make a request. Upon hearing this, he asked if she was talking to him, and she confirmed that she was, and welcomed him to the Adventurers Guild. The protagonist said that he wanted to take up the work of an adventurer, and so he came to find out the details. The girl, hearing this, clarified what exactly he wanted to know. Masaru politely asked if it was true that monsters could be sold here. He said that he had heard that they could be exchanged for coins. He then clarified that he wanted to know the purchase price of some monsters. The hero said he understood when he was told that he should go to the next window to ask about the price of monsters. The salesman asked if he wanted to know the price of some monsters. Then he asked if he had the materials on hand or if he was just curious. The hero answered that this was true and laughed. The salesman added that newbies often ask such questions. The seller explained that normal monster materials can be sold for copper or silver coins, but adventurers are better off. The hero noted that money decides everything in this world. He added that the price depends on the type and size of the monster. Even normal ones can be expensive, magical ones from 100 silver, and dragons and demons up to hundreds of gold. The most expensive demonic beast. The seller said that the power of the demonic beast is different from that of demons. It combines the power of the beast and the demon. He added that even 200 knights can barely cope with such a creature, and its cost is so high that it can even lead to war. The protagonist was shocked to realize that the cost was millions of yen. He couldn't believe that they had such an expensive material and began to reproach himself for not paying attention. Then he thought that he should have spoken more quietly and tried to justify himself by saying that he had meant something completely different. One of the characters asked Masaru suspiciously what he was doing in the guild. Masaru tried to justify himself, noting that he was getting worse at hiding the truth each time. He also added that he just wanted to be of some help and was looking forward to meeting the king with interest. The older character asked Masaru to avoid unnecessary trouble. In response, Masaru only reassured him, saying that everything would be fine. One of the guards demanded to know their identity. After they were identified, the Royal Shield Corps said they would let them through and ordered the road to be opened. The man said they were going to see the king, and the other praised him for his excellent work. The characters arrived at the court, where they were met by the king. One of them approached the throne to announce his arrival and perhaps begin the audience. As they entered the hall, the king was surprised to think that he recognized one of the newcomers. One of the heroes realized that he was indeed standing before the king and reminded himself to be dignified. Despite the demand to kneel, he was determined to follow his own principles. One of the men sternly demanded that everyone pay attention. The other, visibly surprised, cried out, not understanding what was happening. Yu Narumi introduced himself, adding that he could simply be called Masaru. To this, the king replied that he, Axion, was the ruler of the kingdom of Gratus. One of those present exclaimed in surprise, not believing that the king himself was in front of him. And someone was indignant, calling Masaru a fool for giving his full name. The king, in a particularly good mood, said he would forgive Masaru for the first time. He asked him to be more careful, but decided not to attach importance to the mistake this time. The king cautioned Masaru to be careful, because good moods are easily ruined and grievances take a long time to heal. Then he handed the floor over to Fried. Fried reported that the Beastman had built cities in the mountains and had managed to defeat Masa. He brought Masaru, who had the monster's material. The king praised Fried, saying that he had done well. Masaru showed the skull of a monstrous unicorn and said that it was the skull of one of the beasts. The king declared with delight that it was definitely a demonic beast. He noted that even half of such a head would already be an enormous fortune, and offered to reward Masaru and his companion appropriately. One of the courtiers offered to take a closer look at the skull, and Masaru demanded that it be returned. Masaru said with a smile that he would refuse the reward, which caused considerable surprise among those around him. Masaru explained that he had brought the head of the demon beast not as an offering, but for negotiations, emphasizing that it belonged to him. He said that he would listen to the king's proposal and think about it, to which the king smirked and noted that Masaru had decided to bargain. Masaru asked ironically if the king really wanted to get something from him, as if he were a parasite. This remark clearly offended the monarch, making him angry, and one of the courtiers very nervous. The king was indignant that Masaru dared to look down on him, as if he were a lonely woman without a family or husband. He sarcastically remarked that Masaru was lucky to be allowed to behave like that. The king was furious and said that he would not forgive this, and demanded that Masaru explain what was on his mind. Masaru thought that the king looked really scary and terrifying when he was angry. Masaru, admitting that he had said too much, apologized to the king, and noted that this time he had really used his position bravely. He admitted that the king was not just a man, but something more, a favorite, of the people. In response, the king emphasized that only the one appointed by the gods could be a true king, because that is why people like him are above ordinary people. Masaru said that he had heard about the coronation ceremony and admitted that he had heard a lot about the king. He added that the king seemed to be too carried away by drinking. These words embarrassed the king, who abruptly ordered the conversation to cease. The king, losing his patience, shouted loudly several times for everyone to be quiet and demanded that the argument stop. He approached Masaru and repeated that he had had enough. The king asked Masaru with disdain what he could have heard, and known if he was only a commoner. He reminded him that even at the coronation ceremony, the captain of the guard was only admitted if he was related. Masaru, smiling, replied that he had heard enough and had summoned someone. Masaru exclaimed with surprise and joy that it was Victinius in front of him. Victinius said she had kept her promise, adding that she had hoped that they would manage without her. She clarified that it was the first time she had been called, and asked if Masaru had been rude. Standing in the middle of the hall and watching what was happening, the king did not understand what was happening at all, and wondered who this young man was, remembering that when the king was 30 years old, he saw the goddess with his own eyes, but why she was now here in his castle, and even with this guy, was unclear. The king was outraged that this guy and goddess was singing tea right before his eyes, in his throne room, without batting an eye. Masaru told the goddess that Lady Hera had praised him. She said that his world was developing quickly, but the guy was indignant that Hera could have said that Masaru had merit here too, although it was Victinia who had thrown him into this world, so it was not surprising. Victinia told Masaru not to be naughty, because she was in a good mood for once, and it would be better if the guy was happy for her. And then remembering something, she said that Hera asked Victinia to tell Masaru that she was already fulfilling Masaru's request, and showed the message sent by Hera. On the screen was a photo from Hera's class, with children from the hair race. Masaru noted that he didn't even have to remind her about it, and then said that she was still a worthy goddess, not like his other friend, a useless goddess. Victinia immediately asked if he was talking about her, and then asked what Hera was doing in the lower world. He answered that he asked her for something, so she came down. Victinia asked what he was talking about, and didn't that mean that Hera was interfering in the affairs of mortals? Masaru assured her that the goddess shouldn't worry, because they had thought everything through. Victinia demanded to know, and Masaru replied that she was a goddess, and would figure it out herself. Meanwhile, the king was getting angrier and angrier. Unable to bear it, King Axion shouted at them to stop and asked them to slow down. Victinia turned to him, apologized, and said that she had simply not come down from the sky for a long time. So she chatted with Masaru, then greeted Axion Finley, king of Gratus, and noted that he was very young when they last met. Time flew by, Axion agreed, and then said that it was not about that. For him, it was an honor to meet the goddess again, but he had a question. What kind of relationship Victinia had with Masaru? Victinia beamed and said that it could be said that she was Masaru's boss and he was her subordinate. You could call Masaru her apostle, although he had been allowing himself a lot lately. Masaru replied that he didn't want to hear anything from a useless goddess. Victinia was indignant that she actually came down here for his sake, and the guy casually remarked that he thought she wanted to eat crabs. The goddess was indignant that Masaru could have kept quiet for the sake of decency. King Axion, shocked to the depths of his soul, concluded that, in other words, Masaru was her messenger, and then wondered if Masaru was really a god too. Masaru excitedly began to deny it, and say that he was an ordinary guy, the same person as the king, completely ordinary, and asked why the king even made such a conclusion. But mentally, Masaru complained that the result exceeded his expectations, and he couldn't say that he was from another world. The king said that he didn't understand. Masaru continued to think that it would be difficult to give a normal explanation to Axion, that the guy was not exactly an apostle of Victinia. The guy asked Victinia for help, and asked if she could somehow explain everything to Axion without causing unnecessary questions, something that could not be interpreted as interference in the affairs of mortals. The goddess immediately asked why her, and then, embarrassed, she stuttered and tried to say something, but then found an answer. Victinia stated that they were friends, and the king was plunged into boundless shock, not understanding how a mortal and a goddess could be friends. Masaru said that it was not bad, and such an explanation would do, smiling at Victinia. Then, remembering something, the goddess said that Masaru was not exactly her friend and follower. They were building her a statue. Masaru thought why the goddess assumed that he was her follower. Finally remembering, Victinia said that she had business with Axion, and asked Masaru to organize mithril. They need the best materials, and how lucky that she came down here. The guy immediately rushed to her with a question about what she was doing, and the king, completely out of touch with reality, simply agreed, remembering that no one dares to refuse a goddess. Victinia was indignant that this was all for the sake of her beautiful statue, and the guy said that he had to agree with the king and the goddess could not interfere, but she did not let him finish, and, saying that she relied on him, was about to leave. Masaru shouted for Victinia to listen to him, but an angry Hera appeared from the portal, smiling and saying that Victinia was exceeding her authority. The surprised goddess asked where Hera came from when she grabbed her by the shoulder. Hera said that Victinia was in for a 24-hour sermon for a useless goddess. Victinia began to complain that it was too much. Then she screamed and asked where Hera got such strength from, because it hurt her. Then turning around, she turned to Masaru and said that she fulfilled part of her deal and asked to prepare the crabs for her next visit, saying that Masaru should not forget about it. Continuing to shout about the crabs and that Masaru should not forget about it, the goddess disappeared into the portal and it collapsed. King Axion and Masaru were silent for a while, and then Masaru asked for forgiveness for all this. King Axion, turning around pathetically, said that he did not believe that a goddess could have a mortal friend. Going to his throne, the king told his subordinates to disperse. When asked why, he said that he wanted to be alone with Masaru and ordered them to get out. Sitting on the throne, Axion noted that today was a busy day and then asked if Masaru had any more surprises. Calling him a friend of the goddess, Masaru said that he felt like she was rather using him. As Victinia said earlier, he builds a statue for her and cooks crabs every time she comes down to earth. The king said, "What about this situation?" Then asked if Masaru could build this statue in his kingdom. King Axion is sure that the skills of the man trusted by the goddess herself are truly amazing. The guy in surprise asked if the king wants to make a deal. Axion answered affirmatively. Then smiling, Axion said, in order to pay respect to the goddess, he will take part in the negotiations personally, but he has a condition and he hopes that Masaru will not refuse him, because he must receive the horn. Masaru said that he has a question and asked why Axion is willing to go so far. For the horn of a naked beast, Axion replied that because of this and showed the guy the box. Taking out and showing the scepter to the boy, the king said that they say that the scepter was carved from the horn of the one-horned beast by the founding king himself, so it can be said that this beast is directly connected to the kingdom of Axion, and there is a tradition in the kingdom that each current king must make a new scepter for the next king. Axion sadly remarked that his time would soon come, so he wanted to prepare. He didn't know when that beast would appear. However, tens of generations of kings had done their duty, and he shouldn't be an exception. Masaru said that he understood and offered to continue the negotiations, then thinking that there was something wrong with that white scepter, asking the king to give the scepter for a second. Masaru clarified that this scepter was Axion's predecessor, but Axion said that it was the scepter of the founding king. Using the appraisal, Masaru saw that it was the scepter of the Gratus kingdom. The scepter was made from the horn of the unicorn that was defeated by the founding king. The scepter was able to protect against poison, noting that this was what the boy thought. Masaru told Axion that the scepter was made from the horn of a unicorn and not a one-horned beast. The king was shocked. Axion loudly asked what kind of nonsense this was and how the guy knew. Masaru replied that he could use appraisal and was 100% sure that the scepter was not made from the horn of the beast. The king frowned, rubbed his beard and complained that there would be no deal, and then asked if Masaru was lying. The guy asked why he would lie, and the king nervously noted that the guy knew the value of the horn of the beast and was trying to deceive him, then concluded that perhaps the guy did not want to sell the horn at all, so he was trying to deceive Axion. An annoyed Masaru said that nothing of the sort, because in negotiations both sides should benefit, and he would never compromise his partner's trust. Axion was taken aback, and the guy said that he swears by the name of Victinia, the goddess they all believe in. The king closed his eyes. Axion then said that he realized what kind of person Masaru is, and noted that in negotiations it is normal to deceive the other party, he believes Masaru, but will still buy the horn. Masaru was surprised, and the king said that he still didn't mind paying full price for the horn. Masaru noted that he didn't mind, but it was a huge amount. Masaru asked if Axion was sure and said that it was a fortune. Axion said that it was obvious that the materials of the homogeneous beast were very valuable. Just owning such a material was already prestigious. Besides, if Axion acquired it from the friend of the goddess, his power would be strengthened even more. Masaru concluded that if so, the king would be able to benefit, and Axion asked if Masaru agreed to the deal, extending his hand. Masaru smiled and said that they had come to an agreement, and at that moment the king and Masaru shook hands. The king asked Masaru what he would do now. The guy said that he would like to hold more negotiations. They probably have a lot of supplies in the capital. He had planned this from the very beginning and would like to buy something from the king, sitting on the throne. Axion said that they can discuss it, but for now he has other things to do and suggested continuing the negotiations another day. Besides, the guy wanted to stay in the capital. Masaru said that he just wanted to take a walk around the capital and would live in the capital for a couple of days. The king said that in that case he would appoint someone to show the guy the capital, and it would be easier for him to contact Masaru. Masaru thanked the king, and Axion said that he had just the right candidate, a knight who was different from the others. Having brought Masaru to the library, the knight accompanying him called out to another named Zack. Twice, and turning around, that same Zack was indignant that he had a lot of things to do, and asked what was the matter. The knight replied that he would be brief. Masaru noted that if the knight leads the honors, then he is clearly good with numbers. Then the escort asked Zack to relax and clarified that Zack was a talented craftsman, and Zack noted that he wouldn't say that, rather he knows how to work with his hands, because that's how he was raised. The guy said that his father was an engineer in the army, and now he works in a workshop, makes building materials and bricks there, and Zack helped him. To this Masaru clarified about the workshop and grabbed Zack by the shoulders. The knight nodded affirmatively and asked who this guy was. Masaru shouted that Zack suited him. Shoving a letter of recommendation from the king into Zack's face, Masaru introduced himself and said that Zack was to look after him while Masaru was in the capital, and that he would also be spending the night in the workshop and therefore relied on Zack. While Masaru smiled, the gist of what was said slowly dawned on Zack. Then he loudly and surprisedly asked Masaru what he was even talking about. Zack addressed Masaru as Sir, and said that he understood the situation, but Masaru interrupted him and asked him to just call him by his name. No need for unnecessary politeness. Zack said that he would try, and then said that he did not mind being Masaru's guide and liaison, but why should Masaru spend the night at his parents' house? Masaru responded that he was interested in local bricks and hoped that Zack would help him get a good price. The knight was indignant that the guy did not even hide the fact that he wanted to use Zack. Then, clarifying that the customer is always right, Zack said that he was glad that Masaru decided to save him and pointed to the store. Seeing the state of the store, Masaru was extremely surprised, and Zack said that the store was not in the best shape, more like an abandoned place, and Masaru understood that this was what save meant and he should buy it. Zack pointed to the bricks and said that his father made them with sweat and blood. Taking a brick in his hands, Masaru noted that they seemed to be not bad. The guy also noted that the quality of the firing was high, and recalling the brief process of brick production, Masaru decided to use the assessment. The assessment gave out that the brick was of high quality, a building material made by placing clay and shale in a mold and then firing it in a kiln. Masaru was extremely surprised that the quality was high, and it was wonderful. Nothing was skewed. All the bricks were the same size. It was clear that Zack's father had golden hands, but he doesn't know how to run a business. Masaru asked Zack to take him to his father. Zack agreed and said that his father should be firing bricks right now. Walking, Zack called his father and said that he brought a client. Masaru noted that it was interesting, calling his father again. Zack received an angry question about why he was yelling, and the subsequent answer that if his father does not answer, then he is inside. When they went inside, the boys found Zack's father sitting at the table. Masaru immediately thought that he had met a craftsman for the first time since he came to this world, and Zack began to ask his father what was the matter, and noted that his father was going to burn bricks today, then asked what was wrong, and asked his father that maybe he was not feeling well. His father angrily said that everything was fine. Then, slamming his fist on the table, his father yelled that he had no money to make bricks, and he didn't even have money for food. While Zack stood there in a stupor, Masaru realized that the man was a typical bad father and that he was not interested in anything other than his business. At this point, Zack froze and yelled at the whole house, asking what his father was talking about. Panicking, noticing that Zack had sent money to his father, the knight asked where all the workers and students were. His father replied that they had run away a month ago, and it was no surprise, since he hadn't paid them for 3 months. Zack asked his father what he was proud of. Masaru, meanwhile, Quinch, was looking around the workshop. Then Zack remembered something and asked about his sister, since she hadn't told him anything. His father said that he had kicked her out. She had to earn money somehow. Zack fearfully asked his father if he had sent her to sell her body too. Father said that she works in a competitor's workshop and asked Zack not to make a monster out of him. Masaru continued to look around. Zack said that everything was clear to him and thank God. And then he punched his dad in the face and said that his father had ruined everything, calling him stupid. And Masaru asked Zack not to kill his father, and asked how much the bricks that were already ready cost. Holding his cheek, his father said that he had no idea, because Dino was in charge of finances, and Zach explained that it was his sister and asked how his father was doing business without even knowing the price. Masaru said that even if there were workers here, he doubted that he would have managed to increase sales. His father was indignant that people were simply blind. They did not understand that he had the best bricks in the capital. Masaru noted that the first impression of the workshop was terrible. Masaru then went on to explain that in order to build customer trust, the first impression is very important, no doubt. A quality product is an important part of a successful business, but the store also has to match the quality of the product. After all, they are a building materials store. Firstly, they have to place the product so that it is immediately visible. If everything is organized correctly, then the first impression will already be better. Father asked Zach if he was sure that Masaru was a client. Zach shrugged uncertainly, and Masaru said that he would give them time to think and spend the night in the capital today, then asked Zach to count their goods and bring his sister. Then they would meet at the castle tomorrow at noon. Zach only asked why exactly at the castle. Masaru said that first thing tomorrow morning he should get information about the sale of magical beasts and also need to conclude a couple of small business deals. Then, already being in the castle, King Axion, pushing a piece of paper towards Masaru, said that here is the price of selling magical beasts and the reward for defeating them. Masaru happily noted that he had not waited in vain, and the amount was large, then asked if he could receive a reward. One of the advisors answered that yes, because Masaru had done a lot for the people of their country, so he could not be shy. And Axion suggested moving on to the next part of the negotiations. He clarified that Masaru wanted to purchase surplus supplies. Axion remembered that it was wheat and barley, then asked if Masaru would be okay with about 20% from last year. Masaru said that everything was fine with him. The king summed up that as soon as the final amount was determined, they would agree on it, and the advisor noted that they could also offer soybeans. Masaru enthusiastically asked to tell him more about this. Masaru noted that soybeans were not as important to him as wheat and barley, but if they were available, he would buy them all. Then he asked how much Axion could offer. Axion said that most of them had not yet been ground or processed, and that they were storing them in barns. Masaru said that he was willing to buy them all, and they began discussing the price with the king for the soybeans. When the deal was concluded, Masaru jumped up rejoicing and said that the negotiations went better than he thought. The advisors said that it was a pleasure to deal with him, and then noted that the king is not usually present at the conclusion of a deal. Thanks to such an occasion, they, ordinary servants, become closer to His Majesty. They can help him more effectively. Masaru said that it was important for the king to know about such important things, and the advisor hesitantly said that in any case, he could not decide this. But he would take Masaru's advice, and when they had the goods, they would contact Masaru. Masaru decided to ask where they got so much extra goods from. The king replied that some of it was supplies for disasters, but most of it was supplies for military campaigns and army expeditions. Masaru realized that it was for invasions, if you remember about those rabbits. Then Masaru thinks that he is right. Then the guy replied that it was a waste of resources and noted that expeditions are useless. Axion noted that only those who do not know how to rule think like that. Expeditions are essential. They are important for the prosperity of the state. Masaru said that he understands that they want to expand their territory, but it is also important to maintain stability within the state. And at this rate, who knows when a rebellion might break out? The king asked why Masaru needed to delve into these subtleties and noted that it was not worth thinking about it because they had two different points of view on this matter. Masaru said that he and the king were too different, but even so, he wanted to give King Axion advice. Axion asked what kind of advice. Masaru said that firstly, as a king, Masaru believes that Axion should bring prosperity to his own territory. Cities can develop without expeditions and invasions into foreign territory. Then Masaru suggested to look at the city of Beastman that he is building. This city is an excellent proof of Masaru's words. Then the guy suggested that the king visit his city and also visit the coastal city. Masaru is sure that then King Axion will be able to understand the guy. The boy then smiled and said that there was always the possibility of coexistence, and he hoped that Axion would think carefully about this idea. Because the gods love them all equally, so it was better to cooperate and put aside the contradiction. The king noted that it was interesting, but as he thought, their points of view were radically different. Masaru, turning away, said that he nevertheless warned the king that if they were underestimated or considered an inferior race, then the guy fell silent for a second. The boy squinted and turned to the king and looked at him carefully. There was something threatening and dangerous in that look. The king and the advisor froze in fear, not daring to utter a word, and Masaru closed his eyes and said that that was all for today, and was about to leave. Then he warned that he would come again to say goodbye when he was about to leave, and asked not to forget to pay the reward in gold coins. Then he left, and Axion and the advisor continued to silently watch Masaru. Then, exhaling, the king leaned back and asked the advisor if he also thought that Axion had made the wrong decisions. The advisor immediately said that the king had made decisions that were better for their kingdom and people. Their kingdom was thriving thanks to the king. But the boy thought that there was some truth in Masaru's words. The king closed his eyes and thought. Then Axion suggested that Masaru's arrival was God's providence. But if Masaru was right, then perhaps it was worth listening to his advice. The king clarified with the servant that Masaru was talking about the coastal city and asked about Lancelot being there. Then the king asked to prepare everything for departure to the city of Beastman. The servant clarified whether it was worth warning the guard. The king asked about the obviousness of the answer and said that this time they did not need shields or swords. This time they would come in peace. Already in the city, Masaru and Zack were walking through the market, and Masaru thanked Zack for meeting him at the castle. Zack said that the guy looked confused in the castle, and it was lucky that Zack was nearby. Then noticed that the guy was in a good mood and asked about the success of the negotiations. Masaru answered that he bought what he needed and said what had been on his mind for a long time. Zack asked again and said that Masaru was fearless. Masaru did not deny and asked if Zack brought his sister. The knight said that she took up finances again. Then, a little nervously, Zack turned to Masaru and warned the boy not to act rashly in front of his sister. Masaru immediately became indignant about why he was always told this, and, in general, he is the most logical person. Zack noted that he was just worried about the boy's talkativeness. Masaru to this said that he was actually Zack's guest, and he had nothing to worry about. The knight only hoped for this, then called his sister and said that Masaru was here. His sister invited them in. Smiling, the girl introduced herself as Diana and said that she was pleased to meet the guy. Masaru apologized for the intrusion, and the girl calmed him down and assured him that they were glad that the guy came. Masaru awkwardly asked about keeping count and noted how much goods there were. The girl said that her father bought this barn, and she was counting all the goods. It took longer than she expected. But then the girl assured that she would finish soon and asked to sit down. Masaru asked if he could look around the barn. Zack replied that he could, and Masaru began to look around, thinking that there was a lot of goods here and he could not sit still, raw materials and a lot of handmade materials. Then he realized that he could use everything here. Taking the strange plate in his hands, Masaru assumed that it was steel or ceramics, but then decided to ask Diana what kind of plates these were, and the girl answered that this was a special plate that her father invented when he was still a soldier. It was light and durable, but it was rejected because the production cost was too high, and the materials were rare. It was difficult to produce them in large quantities. The guy hesitantly asked if she was sure. Turning around, Masaru, looking at the mountain of material, asked how they would explain these plates on the mountain. The girl, angry, said that she had already kicked her father out of the house yesterday because he had tried to mortgage the house. Masaru noted that it was hard for them. The girl complained that this was not the right word, and also something had to be done about her father's debts. Zack noted that if they had one big client, the girl agreed, saying that maybe they would pay off the debts then. Masaru thoughtfully repeated the words about a large client and the intention to pay off debts, and decided that he could afford to buy all this. Diana asked him what he thought about this, and the guy, having made up his mind, said that he wanted to tell the guy something. Masaru pointed his finger at the material behind his back and asked if he would get a discount if he bought everything. Zack immediately said no problem and asked Diana. Diana also agreed, and the guy said they would pay off their debts if they sold everything and called Masaru their savior. Masaru was happy and said that he would buy everything in exchange. Here the guy paused intriguingly. Zack tensed up a bit, waiting for further words, and Masaru, smiling, said that he had an idea and asked if the guys would listen to his proposal, while Diana looked at the guy in surprise. Zack immediately asked again with doubt and said that he was a little embarrassed to say this, but he had a very bad feeling. Masaru assured that there was nothing to worry about, because given Zack's circumstances, he would like what Masaru offered him. Zack hesitantly asked his sister what they should do. Diana offered to listen to the proposal, and the guy immediately asked why they and their father didn't move to his city. Zack responded to this proposal by saying that he knew the proposal would be ridiculous. then clarified that the guy was suggesting that they move away from their home to the capital, and noted that Zach didn't know about himself and his father, but about his sister. The guy hesitated, and the girl clarified about the city that Masaru was talking about. That is the same city of Beastmen that the guy was building. Masaru nodded and said that in other words, he hoped that they would decide to move to help with the construction of the city. Masaru promised that there would also be benefits. The guys would be guaranteed 3 meals a day, and there would be no limit to the work. In addition, their father would have his own workshop and assistants who would help him make bricks. Zach clarified whether the guy was serious and said that Masaru didn't think that these conditions were too favorable for them. Diana noted with doubt that this was, after all, a city of beastmen, and asked not to forget about it. Diana nervously said that she does not discriminate, but this is not only an unfamiliar place for them, but also a city with few people. Masaru assured that everything is fine, and now in the city of people, only one girl named Adelina lives. But over time, he will invite more and more masters among people to the city. Remembering something, Masaru asked if they knew any craftsmen who were having financial problems, because he had received permission from the king himself to hire them, and the guys would work more peacefully, and he would have even more manpower. Zach noted that Masaru now had the face of a villain, and the guy said that he just thought it would be exciting, that's all. Masaru smiled and said that the more manpower there was, the more useful it would be for the city's development, then asked if the boys weren't excited just thinking about it. Diana remained silent, and Zach looked at the boy skeptically. Then Masaru awkwardly pointed out that to tell the truth, if they didn't have the necessary skills or knowledge, it would be very difficult for them to learn new techniques and theories in the city, and then asked the boys to think about his proposal. Diana agreed while wondering what to do. Masaru suggested getting back to the main thing regarding supplies. If the guys give him a 10% discount, then they will come to an agreement. Zach replied that they agree, and the guy said that he was pleased to hear, and regarding payment, he clarified whether he could pay with gold coins. If he could pay their debts and the remaining amount with gold coins, then he would not have to carry so much gold on the way back. Diana immediately said that it would be great if the guy agreed, then they could right now. Zach also agreed. Masaru said that he was not against it, but were the guys really in a hurry somewhere? Despondently, Diana explained that before the father caused more trouble, it was better to pay off the debt as soon as possible, and Zach said that they were afraid that the father would again do something, like buy a warehouse behind their back. Masaru asked to take him and said that he had a bad feeling about this. Someone knocked on the door of the shop, and the owner of the shop, asking how long they could knock on his door, and saying that they were already closed, opened the door and found Diana and the guys there. Noting that the girl from the brick shop had arrived, the man noticed that it seemed that the girl was in a hurry, and asked her that she needed money again. Diana tried to say something, but the man interrupted her and said that unfortunately, they could no longer lend them money. However, the man paused and his gaze became greasy. While the girl was looking at the seller out of breath, the seller, drooling, said that if Diana insisted, then he didn't mind, but he didn't have time to finish saying that he didn't mind. A bag of money was slammed in front of him, and Masaru angrily said that they only came here to pay off the debt, and Zach, also very angry, threatened that if the man even touched his sister, then he wouldn't let him go alive. The girl stood aside, not understanding what the problem was. After counting all the gold coins, the shopkeeper was surprised that this brick-and-mortar store could earn so much money. Diana asked if it was enough to pay off their debts and interest, and Zach exhaled, saying that they could finally break out of the debt spiral, but the man smiled slyly and said that the guys did a good job collecting so much money. However, it was still not enough. Masaru was dumbfounded, and the guys asked about it in fear. After asking the seller if their father had borrowed even more money, Diana and Zach complained, saying how could that be and how much more did they owe? But the seller hastened to calm them down and said that it was still connected with their father. He asked if the guys remembered about the warehouse they rented. Diana clarified that it was the one where they stored the plates, and Zach noted that there shouldn't be any problems with it, because they paid for it, but the seller hesitated for a second with an answer. The salesman said that their father had remodeled the warehouse without permission, such as using a ladder and making a shelf on the wall, and a hole in the floor, making a place for himself to sleep, and the amount here would not be enough to compensate for that. Masaru slapped his face, thinking that his intuition was right. Diana got angry, and Zach complained that they were late. Then Zach indignantly noted that he was wondering why his father was never home. Calling his father worthless, Diana said that there was no point in crying over spilled milk and asked what they should do. Then, Masaru suggested simply returning everything to the way it was, and he was thanked for this offer. Already closer to the evening, returning back, Masaru complained about how tired he was and that he was mentally exhausted because he had been cleaning up this old man's mess all day. Diana said that they were very sorry and tried to convince him that his father was not such a bad person. Masaru waved it off and said that everything was fine, then said that he had an idea to relieve stress. The guys immediately became wary and Zack asked Masaru not to create problems in the capital, clarifying whether the guy wanted to involve the king's guard. Masaru, smiling, said that it sounded like a great idea, but there was an even more terrible one. The guys froze. Masaru then said that he would shop as much as he wanted in this city and asked if the boys felt rested when they went shopping. Zack hesitantly said that he personally would be even more worried in this case, and Diana clarified that it was for the city of Beastman. Masaru answered that half yes, and half for him. To this, Diana asked if it was related to what happened during the day, about the recruitment of artisans. Masaru said that it was, and he was looking forward to it. Masaru smilingly explained that this city is only being built, it doesn't even have a name yet, but if artisans want to move and settle there, it will greatly help the development of the city, and if it brings high-quality goods, the city's industry will flourish. Over time, the city can turn into a metropolis that can even surpass the capital. The guy suggested that the guys just think about the possibilities and said that he can't wait to continue building the city. Diana noted that this task is clearly not an easy one. Compared to their father's business, the scale is simply too huge. Masaru did not deny this. Masaru smiled and said that it was damn fun to take part in the construction. If not, then why would he even put in so much effort? And Diana remembered how her father said that he needed a rest and that he left the financial affairs of the store to their discretion. And as for him, he was content with just making bricks. Zack, noticing his sister's hesitation, asked Diana if everything was okay. The girl turned to him. Smiling sweetly, the girl said that everything was fine, looking at her brother. Turning to Masaru, Diana asked if Masaru was going shopping tomorrow. The guy answered that he would go in the morning and asked the girl what it was. Diana asked him to stop by on the way to them, and the guys would take him to the nearby shops. At the same time, they will introduce them to familiar artisans who are masters of their craft. Masaru agreed, saying that this way he will be able to meet them personally. Zack, however, anxiously grabbed his sister by the shoulders and said that Masaru is even more eccentric than their father, and said that he himself will take responsibility for this. To this, Diana assured her brother that everything was fine and she wanted to take a little rest from worrying about bills. She was sure that it would be fun to wander around the market with Masaru. Zack let go of the girl and turned to Masaru, who noticed that Diana was right and agreed. Zack suggested that tomorrow would be another busy day, to which Masaru agreed and said that he would go and take care of the warehouse before bed. Zack said that the guy didn't know where the warehouse was and offered to take him there. Diana continued to smile. The next day, from early morning, the guys wandered around the market, going into one shop after another, talking to many people. It was clear that the guys were having fun spending time together. Diana and Zack introduced Masaru to some familiar artisans. A little later, Masaru sat in despair and looked at the list in his hands, saying that nothing could be done. But looking back at his actions, among the happy memories, over the past few days, then his thoughts were interrupted by Zack entering, noticing that the guy looked rather unhappy and said that looking at all these materials, he could understand why. Considering how much Masaru bought, Zack would not be surprised if the market was a real nightmare right now. The knight asked what he was doing. Masaru replied that the castle's merchant association had asked him to make a list of what he had bought, so they could double-check the goods at the market. Zack said that Masaru was reaping what he had sown, and it looked like the guy had bought some other things. Masaru suggested they take a look at what was a good deal. Taking out a goat from the subspace, Masaru said that it was a green goat called a widow's goat. Zack recoiled in fear, and Masaru said that there were also 4 horned rabbits and 4 windcutter quails. He bought them from the Adventurers Guild. Zack noted that they were mutated animals and asked what Masaru would do with them. Masaru asked in what sense and answered that of course he would breed them. Windcutter quails can lay 5 eggs once every 3 days, and a horned rabbit can give birth to 14 rabbits in a year. Their meat is very tasty. In addition, widow's goats can give milk. Masaru beamed with happiness and thought that he would finally be able to start breeding livestock. Zack noted that it seemed like the guy was very proud of himself, then asked Masaru to simply refrain from dangerous actions and said that his sister would probably still move to Masaru's city, but Zack was still worried because he would not be able to go with her, to which Masaru asked what that meant. Masaru asked Zack if he wasn't going with them. The guy asked why he should, and Masaru clarified that he apparently forgot to say, and explained that he had already received permission from the king to hire several artisans here, and as a condition, a detachment from Gratus would be in the city of Beastman. As part of the exchange of technology, this surprised Zack very much. Masaru then added that therefore the captain of this squad would be acting as ambassador and Zack was nominated for the position. Masaru was glad that it would be someone the boy could talk to casually. Zack was surprised and awkwardly noted that since it was the king's order, he couldn't refuse. But why was it all so sudden? Masaru suggested that it seemed that Zack was not happy about this. The knight ruffled his hair and admitted that he had recently had a girlfriend, to which Masaru said that in his opinion, Zack would have no problem finding a new one, to which Zack asked again, and Masaru was called by Diana, who entered. Masaru called out to Diana, and Zack was surprised to notice that his sister was rarely seen in the castle, then asked what the rush was. The girl, out of breath, said that it was about Masaru's proposal to move to the city of the Beastmen, and she agreed. Masaru was happy about this, and Zack clarified that his sister came to the castle only for this reason. Diana said that not only that, but also to sell the store and land for moving, she went to the trade guild inside the castle. Masaru asked what the problem was, and the girl handed him a scroll, offering to read. Masaru began to read that the guild thanks the guys for their common contribution to development. They received the necessary information about the house, and the land of Diana and Zack. The guy's eyes began to widen in surprise. Increasingly surprised, Masaru continued to read about how, due to the poor location and the poor condition of the house, they would be forced to charge the guys for demolition. Zack was also shocked. A little later, standing at the castle's trade guild, the guys were waiting for Masaru. Diana asked if everything would be okay with Masaru. He shouldn't have any problems filing a complaint about the tyranny. Zack noted that Masaru had been there for a long time, but Zack thought that everything would be okay. Masaru had been negotiating with the king himself. At that moment, Masaru finally left the guild, and Zack noted that it seemed that everything hadn't gone so smoothly. Masaru looked like he was about to give up the ghost. Zack noted that the guy didn't look well himself, then asked if Masaru would mind telling them what happened. Masaru said that he managed to increase the price of the land and the house a little, but the guild judged everything correctly. He could not win the argument. This brick store is too worn out. Zack indignantly asked how and noted that not only will the house be demolished, but also the price for it is high. Diana noted that she thought it would help with the move, but in the end it will be even more expenses. Masaru replied that he was also not happy with the additional expenses, but he would figure it out, and with these words the guy opened the spatial storage. Taking out a weapon from the spatial storage, Masaru received a question from Zack about what he had thought up, to which Masaru asked if it wasn't obvious, and holding a weapon with a huge spiked ball in his hands, grinning viciously, he said that he hadn't been so angry for a long time. A roar was heard throughout the area, and an embarrassed Zack noted that at the moment Masaru took out the Morning Star, Zack had already begun to worry that Masaru would destroy the trade guild, and this turned out to be why. But Zack did not think that it was only because Masaru did not want to pay for the demolition. And Zack also didn't think that in the end Masaru would take on the task of demolishing the store himself. Masaru, having examined the work done, nodded approvingly and swung the Morning Star again. Masaru hit the wall hard, completely destroying it. Then he noted that he finally had a chance to use it. After creating it in the coastal city, turning around, the guy asked in surprise why it was so noisy. Zack replied that it was obviously because Masaru started to destroy everything here. It was just too much, although maybe it was normal for a hunter of mutated animals. Zack rubbed his chin and said that, nevertheless, using a dangerous weapon to demolish a building is a bit. The guy did not finish, and Masaru assured that everything was fine, and he thought of everything. Smiling, Masaru said that at first glance it may seem ridiculous, but he uses this thing as a substitute for a hammer to destroy walls, and the rubble can later be used as gravel. Zack noted with understanding that nothing will be wasted, but his grandson grabbed his hands and then remembered that he should finish preparing for demolition. The demolition will make a lot of noise and disturb everyone, so the boy should go around and remind the neighbors, just in case, that he even took the trouble to use his construction skills to create a structure that will not allow dust and other debris to fly around during the work. Masaru noted that as long as they stick to the plan, the demolition will go smoothly. He also uses his skills to recycle waste materials, for example, the same stone, recalling the scheme of the sequential demolition of the building. Masaru assumed that it would be done by tomorrow and asked to just leave it to him. Zack noted with admiration that he did not suspect that so much happens during the demolition. Masaru mentally noted that Zack would be going with him as an ambassador, so asking him to help with things like this would be a great idea. Zack himself seemed interested, so it would be a great help to Masaru if Zack was capable enough. With this thought, Masaru was called out. Pulling the cloth aside, Diana and Zack's father appeared, saying that he had cut the wood to the size Masaru had requested, so once Masaru was done he should go and see. Then the father, seeing the children, asked in surprise that they were there too. The children were no less surprised, and Masaru explained that he wanted to quickly finish the demolition and get to work on something else, so he hired the boy's father to help. Looking at the tree, Masaru nodded contentedly, noting that, as expected from a craftsman, the boy's father was also very experienced in this. The father agreed, and said that he would then begin mass production. Zack, dumbfounded, clarified that Masaru said that he was working on something else, and asked what Masaru had in mind. Masaru sighed, remembering that he had not told them yet. Masaru smiled and said that the only thing that irritated him was the demolition of the building, as if the merchant guild was taking advantage of them, so he would build a new forge here and demand a huge price from them for it. Zack, dumbfounded, said that he didn't think he should praise Masaru for his commercial spirit, because Masaru just seemed like a child who didn't like to lose. Masaru was indignant that he was more or less justified in doing this. Diana went to her father and clarified that she didn't think her father would agree to this job, and clarified that her father wasn't only interested in making bricks. Squinting angrily, father asked what Diana meant, and said that not only would he be able to fleece those scumbags from the guild for a lot of money, but he would also make a good living from it, so naturally he agreed to the job. Zack said that he was glad that father was the same as before. Father laughed, and Masaru asked Zack to help his father and said that after this they would have no more work to do. Zack asked Masaru about it again. Masaru said with an enthusiastic smile that after finishing the work on the house, it will be time to return to the city of Beastman. Zack smiled and said that he has already gotten used to how unreasonable Masaru sometimes becomes. It is exciting, but at the same time scary. Masaru summed up that after collecting all the materials, he will use his skill to build a building, and after settling all the issues, he will leave the city in a week. Then the guy reminded the guys that it is time for them to get ready too, especially Zack. Masaru asked Zack to break up with the girl, and Zack was indignant about who asked Masaru to say this out loud. Diana said that Masaru was right. She also had to say goodbye to her neighbors and friends who cared about her. The father rubbed his neck, repeated the words of the guys, and said that there was nothing special to cook, so he would chat a little with his drinking buddies. Diana immediately pulled her father up, asking if the other artisans were going with them, and then stated that her father was just looking for an excuse to drink. Her father immediately turned away. Masaru closed his eyes while watching them. Masaru negotiated with the king in the capital of Gratus, made purchases in the capital, and was able to get his hands on many useful things. But as he thought, the most valuable thing was the labor force. 6 blacksmiths, 2 tanners, 8 carpenters, 4 tailors, and 4 cooks. Masaru smiled happily. Also, without a doubt, these are companions that Masaru can trust. At this point, Zack said that he was already starting to get into it, and his father suggested doing woodworking and asked if Zack still remembered how to use tools. Zack assured that, of course, he did, and asked if his father didn't remember how Zack had helped him before. A little later, in the throne room, the king was reading a scroll and noted that Masaru was leaving earlier than he thought. Masaru replied that this time his purpose was negotiations and purchasing the necessary things. If he needed anything else, he would come to the capital again. Axion replied that he would miss the various complaints from the merchant guild. Masaru awkwardly turned away. The king continued that he was glad that Masaru did not abruptly invite the goddess to the castle like he did on his last visit. Masaru thought that it seemed like the king had become traumatized by that incident. Then, remembering something, Axion asked about Masaru doing something else grand, and clarified that Masaru was going to build a forge and a weapon shop to sell to the merchant guild. Masaru awkwardly noted that the king had already heard about it. The king said that judging by what was said, it would be the best shop in the capital, with many shelves and display cases that no one had seen before. The king then asked, assuming it was a favor. Masaru was surprised and then smiled, saying that the king could see right through him, and then added that the king had been very helpful during Masaru's stay in the capital, but this was his gratitude to the king. In other words, a parting gift. It is a store that has never been seen in this world. A 3-story building made of stone. Once customers enter, they will be able to see the shelves that have been carefully designed to make it easy to see the goods, and the high-quality goods will be displayed on the wall behind the counter. Then Masaru spread his arms out to the sides and pointed out that the most important thing is the anti-thief system. All you have to do is release the lever, and an iron cage will be lowered in front of the door and counter. The king, a little confused by Masaru's enthusiasm, agreed and clarified that Masaru was saying that this was a parting gift. Masaru nodded and said that when the shop opens, people working in the specialty will notice the innovation and difference. As trade develops, civilization as a whole will also progress. Masaru believes that this will be a big step for development. The king smiled and said that it was just his opinion, but regarding Masaru's recent activities, it seemed like the boy had been making full use of his high status and skills to solve many problems on his own. However, the king paused. The king rested his chin on his hand and said that if Masaru had manpower, then he should use it to the fullest, having already hired several artisans for himself. Axion thinks. Masaru noticed that this is a special power that the guy does not have. If Masaru does not use it wisely, then this will mean Masaru's inexperience as a trading partner and representative of the city. The king asked to keep this in mind and never forget. Masaru closed his eyes in frustration and mentally noted that the king had hit the nail on the head. Here, this was the biggest problem in building a city. The residents could do little when Masaru was not around, just as it was impossible to manage an entire city on your own. A manpower was needed to make the city a city for everyone. Masaru smiled and thanked King Axion, saying that he would remember those words and continue to dedicate himself to this cause. The king smiled and asked what the thanks were for, since he was just talking to himself. Masaru said that the king can send people to the city to exchange magic and technology, but the boy hopes that the people sent by the king will not have prejudice against the Beastman. Then remembering, Masaru asked to choose people who are energetic and strong, who will not be easily broken. The king interrupted him, saying that he understood and noted that Masaru does not shut his mouth when it comes to requests. The king extended his hand to Masaru, offering to shake hands one last time, and said that he was looking forward to seeing the wonderful city built by Masaru's hands. Masaru smiled and nodded. The king and Masaru shook hands, and then Masaru, saying goodbye, suggested that next time they not talk about business and just have a drink, saying that he would invite Victinius and the others. The king screamed in fear for Masaru to spare him, noting that gods cannot be invited just like that. Rushing to the agreed meeting place, Masaru called out to Zack, and Zack scolded him for Masaru being late. Masaru replied that it was his fault, but he was busy talking to the king. Zack reported that they were already finishing loading, and then said that there was some group of people standing and chatting for some time. Masaru came closer and the man addressed him, calling him boss. Masaru pointed his finger at himself in surprise. The man with the eye patch smiled and noted that he had never seen such a lively and cheerful group before. It was nothing compared to the caravans they usually dealt with. The elf told the man not to get too carried away, because they finally got permission to leave, so he didn't have to worry. Masaru mentally noted that just before leaving the capital, they had more companions. Another man meanwhile laughingly said that his partner had taken up his act again, and the partner replied that even at such an age the boss behaved like a child. Masaru continued the thought that now with them a group of 8, consisting of human adventurers and an elf, they wished to retire as adventurers and settle in the city. Smiling, Masaru noted that the group was friendly, cheerful, and a little carefree. They would play an important role in training the city guard. At this, Masaru was called out. A man in a bandage asked Masaru if he would give a proud speech before leaving. Someone supported this idea. Masaru immediately thought that he had changed his mind, noting that this was a very carefree company, saying that apparently nothing could be done. Masaru addressed the people and said that he sincerely thanked them for accepting the invitation and for making the decision to move and settle in a new land and a new city. Masaru also noted that with the skills and knowledge they developed here, they would not only be able to take part in the construction of the city, but also lay a new foundation for exchange for all of them and their friends who were waiting for the boys in their new home. Victinius and the boys were watching Masaru at this time, and they were smiling, and Masaru continued that he promised that the days spent there might be tense and hard, but they would also be very fun and joyful for the boys. Then the guy smiled and suggested that everyone make an effort to make something grandiose come true. As they moved out of the city, Masaru waved his hand and thanked them, bidding farewell to Gratus, saying that they were on their way to their new home. A few days after leaving the Gratus kingdom, the boys were chatting about everything. Some were discussing the mithril sword made in Gratus, others were discussing whether anyone had seen a water spirit, and one shared that he had once met one during a trip to get supplies in the water capital, while others were discussing how they had gone to the plains and how the forest was a treasure trove of ingredients. For cooks, it must have been a real blessing. Someone also commented that the boar from yesterday was delicious, and it looked like a gourmet trip. Masaru smiled watching this, and noted that everyone seemed to still be in high spirits. Zack asked Masaru if the guy was tired, and Masaru asked why he would be tired. Zach nervously noted that Masaru had been running all day. The boy was a little surprised by this and replied that his body would get stiff if he sat in the cart for too long. Besides, the guys should also relax their bodies. After sitting for so long, Zach replied that this was clearly not similar to what he had done before. Freud had already said that Masaru's endurance was simply absurd. Masaru chuckled and clarified that Zach had already chatted with his elven sister and her friends, then asked about Zach finally having a new traveling companion. Zach replied that he just wanted to ask her about the elf's lifestyle. Besides, Zach noted that Masaru would have immediately recognized if he had a new traveling companion. Then the knight laughed and said that Masaru probably would not have realized it himself. Suddenly, Freud looked out of the carriage and smilingly asked Zach what it meant. She wasn't good enough for him. Zach immediately became embarrassed and shook his head, saying that that wasn't what he meant, and the man with the eye patch called out to Masaru and said that he saw the river that Masaru had talked about at lunch. Masaru noted that the sun would soon set and said that it was high time, suggesting that they set up camp by the riverbed. When the boys had already set up camp by the river, an adventurer with an eye patch asked Masaru when they would arrive. Masaru asked to give him a minute to look at the map. Unfolding the map in front of him, the guy noted that they were at the intersection of the river and roads. It looked like they were already halfway to the city of Beastman. Masaru smiled and said that they were right on schedule, asking not to worry. He added that he thought it would take a few more days. The man with the bandage looked at the map with confusion. An elf approached them, looking at the map with surprise. Masaru asked what was the matter, and the man explained that the spatial storage skill, as well as the map skill. He of course knew that Masaru had many skills, but seeing it with his own eyes was a bit shocking. Freud noted that she had lived for many years, but this was the first time she saw something like this. Even experienced adventurers would have simpler skills. Masaru mentally noted that the rabbits were also surprised, and the man with the bandage continued that such a person builds a city of Beastmen Day, but considering the conflict between them and humans, it is surprising that Masaru is so popular there. To this Masaru laughed and assured that the Beastmen are nice guys. They helped Masaru in the first place at the right moment, and he is simply repaying the debt. At this, the man in the bandage chuckled and said that now he was even more impatient to arrive in the city. Freud smiled and said that it was noticeable in him. Masaru suggested having a good dinner and preparing for tomorrow's trip. The man in the bandage immediately commanded his guys to come to him so that he could decide who would be on patrol. Masaru went to the cooks and asked if the cooks had enough ingredients, and the cook replied that there was still something left from lunch, then thoughtfully asked that if it was possible, he would like to replenish the supplies. Masaru asked what about the wild birds, saying that he wanted to try them compared to other meat. The cook replied that if not, then wild herbs could do. But Masaru assured that everything was fine and their experienced worker would handle everything. The elf looked at him carefully. Already deeper in the forest, Freud fired a bow and arrow and hit a wild bird, watching from a cliff after the shot as the bird she had shot fell to the ground. The elf turned around smiling and said that in her opinion, that was enough. Masaru admiringly noted that the elf's archery technique left him speechless every time he saw it. Zach explained that he did not understand the difference between their bow and hers. The elf replied that Zach's accuracy was not bad, because Zach had hit the target many times, so she thought Zach had a good sense, and if he kept in mind the peculiarities of the bird's flight path, the knight would have no problem hitting them. Zach clarified with her that he should understand the birds he hunted. Freud explained that it was a, quote, thief bird, an annoying species of bird that stole and flew away with the belongings of adventurers and travelers. One of them stole a flask of water from her. In addition, this bird steals only for fun. After that, it throws the thing and repeats the theft. Masaru replied that this bird is terribly annoying, and then asked what they tasted like. The elf grinned with a wink and assured that they were incredibly tasty. An inspired Masaru suggested hunting these annoying birds again. Zach hesitantly scratched his cheek and said that he would probably pass, and added that it would be useful in hunting wild boars. But birds... Freud interrupted him and said that, as she had said earlier, Zach had a good sense. It was too early to give up, since she had an idea. With these words, the girl handed Zach her bow and suggested trying to hunt with it. Although this bow was a little difficult to use, it could help hit the bird before it took off. Masaru nervously warned Zach to be careful, because this bow was quite dangerous. An elf immediately appeared next to him, asking what Masaru knows about this bow. Masaru cursed and admitted that he made a bow from the same material and could show the elf the bow later if she was interested. Freud immediately asked to show the bow. Holding the bow that Masaru had made, Freud asked if this bow was really made of the same materials and noted that it was completely impossible to draw. Masaru scratched his cheek and noted that, strictly speaking, this bow was reinforced with mithril to match his strength. The girl indignantly turned to Masaru and asked if he was lying, and then asked if Masaru wanted to say that he could draw this bow, then walked up and poked the guy in the chest with the bow, asking him to show her. The guy hesitated, and Freud smiled and said that she thought so, noting that the guy was just bluffing, then suggested that maybe Masaru just pulled the bowstring too tightly. Masaru turned away, thinking that the lesson had been learned. Talking about this with an elf was not the best idea. Then, sighing, he decided and said that he would shoot once, try to hit the distant tree. The elf looked at him skeptically and clarified that in Masaru's opinion, he would be able to fool her. Masaru replied that it was not about that, and he just had unpleasant memories with it. He hoped that something like that would not happen again, but the girl interrupted him, saying that these were just words, and urged him on. The guy said that it was not, and pulled the bowstring. Zack and Freud looked at this, dumbfounded, and the elf noted that Masaru actually managed to pull the bowstring. Masaru exhaled and released the arrow. It flew through the trees with great speed and force. The elf immediately commented on this. A deafening scream was heard throughout the forest, and Masaru cursed in panic, saying that he had hit someone again, and this time most likely a person. But the elf immediately pulled him back, saying that the scream was from the other side. Zack called out to Masaru, telling him to go faster. The elf looked out over the cliff and froze in surprise. It turned out that a large group of people were attacked by wolves, but no one understood what a pack of wolves was doing on the plain. The wolves chased the people until one of the fleeing people fell screaming. The wolves were already close enough to the fallen girl, getting ready to attack. Zack swore and said that it was not the right time, and Freud said that it was bad and she did not have time to shoot. Masaru grouped himself, preparing to jump and open the spatial storage, and the wolves had almost reached the victim. Finding himself next to the girl in an instant, Masaru waved the log in his hands, immediately scattering the wolves and saving the girl from attack. Having said that he came to help, Masaru asked the girl to quickly leave here, and Zack laughed. Wondering how much power Masaru had, Freud answered that she herself did not believe it. The saved girl asked Masaru who he was, to which Masaru answered that there was no time for this and asked the guy who ran up to them to quickly take the girl away from here. Meanwhile, the wolf decided to attack from behind. Masaru smiled, noting that this was naive, taking out the sword from the spatial storage. Swinging his sword, Masaru was surprised to encounter such resistance, as if he was cutting a stone, but looking back, the guy became nervous. Realizing that it was not his imagination, he really cut through the stone, since the wolf turned out to be made of stone. Freud immediately called out to Masaru, asking him to step aside and explain that they were golems, shouting the words, "Fire support!" The girl fired, piercing the golems with arrows one after another, but the wolves did not even move. Masaru noted that it was useless, and mentally thought that arrows and swords were ineffective against them, but an idea came to him. However, the next moment, the girl he saved stood next to him and asked for permission to help him, saying that if possible, Masaru should retreat immediately. Masaru asked the girl about her falling from the ark, clarified that she really did not see that the swords were useless, but this girl asked to just listen to her, and said that Masaru should also leave here. She is a knight, and she cannot allow herself to turn her back on the enemy. Swinging her sword, the girl attacked, but finding that her strength was not enough to cut the golem, the girl was surprised at how strong Masaru was. Masaru, saying that it was enough, grabbed the wolf and pressed him to himself. Smiling, he said that it would seem more effective if he simply held them back. The girl looked very surprised. But 4 more wolves were already jumping on Masaru from behind. Zack and Freud screamed, and Masaru turned around trying to understand what was going on, while the girl looked at Masaru in fear. The girl covered her face with her hands and said that this couldn't be, and then, looking at Masaru with fear, said that it was all her fault. While the wolves were gnawing at Masaru's body everywhere, and the wolf in his arms was flailing its paws, trying to break free, Masaru was cursing at them, saying that it hurt, and demanding that they get off him and not bite his neck. Freud, Zack, and the girl were in deep shock. The girl knight asked if Masaru was okay. Continuing to get angry, Masaru screamed that he was in pain. The girl laughed nervously, and Masaru cursed, noting that there was a hole in his pants, and indignantly began to lament that it was one of the few valuable items that he had when he was reborn. Freud asked Masaru, like, what the hell? And Zack said that he was not surprised by anything at all anymore. Masaru exhaled, turning to the girl, and said that as she saw he could take care of them himself, so she could return to her companions. The girl agreed and turned around and ran away, and Masaru, angry, turned his attention to the golems, calling them stupid wolves. Masaru became very angry and asked the golems how they dared to do this to a synthetic fiber that didn't even exist in this world yet. Then, saying that it was his precious, Masaru threw all the golems away from him with one blow, and then the guy said that he would make them regret it. Taking out his Morning Star weapon, Masaru began to destroy the wolves one by one, saying that this was for damaging his clothes. After defeating every single golem, Masaru exhaled and said that he felt much better now. But his clothes were a Pyrrhic victory, however. Since Masaru had brought several tailors from the capital with him, it was high time to start working on that side of things. Back at the camp, Masaru commented that it was good that there were no casualties. Zack agreed with this, and then noted that the man who should be suffering from most of the injuries was instead full of spirit. Then Zack smiled and said that Masaru was quite dashing back then. Zack should work on his skills too. Masaru mentally noted that he was a little surprised, because regarding that battle he used all his magic power to use strengthening magic, so everything went without problems. However, by the time he was bitten by the wolves, Masaru had already recovered 1/3 of his magic power. Thanks to this, he was able to survive it without injury. Strengthening his entire body, apparently this is the Spirit Class Magical Restoration, Masaru finally began to understand what the goddess meant. The guys approached the tent where Freud was standing, and when they asked if the rescued were there, they received the answer that the leader of the group and his servant were there. Masaru asked why Freud was standing there. The elf explained that she simply came to visit the members of her race. Masaru, entering the tent, apologized for the intrusion and was invited to enter, but what he saw shocked him. In the tent, there was a young and an adult elf. The younger one was smiling radiantly. The young elf said that they were from the dark elf race and were very grateful for saving them. Freud said that, as she said, they were of the same race. Masaru stared very carefully at the elf. Freud asked why Masaru was looking at her like that. The dark elf said that she wanted to ask the same question. Masaru smiled and said that this is what elves should be like. Asking the light elf not to worry, Masaru assured that both options suited him. Freud asked again, confused, and then was indignant that Masaru was comparing them. The dark elves remained silent in bewilderment and awkwardness. Zack muttered that he understood what Masaru was talking about, and the guy apologized, suggesting to return to the main topic. Masaru turned to the dark elves, saying that he was glad that the girls were okay. Then the guy asked why the golems attacked them, and asked that, if possible, could the elves give an explanation about this. The younger elf was embarrassed, not finding words, and Masaru said that if they did not want to talk, he would not force them. At this, the elves looked at each other. The younger one said that what she was about to say might seem shameless to them, their saviors, but right now the girls were facing great difficulties in finding a place to settle, so if the guys didn't mind, the dark elf paused. Looking at Masaru, the elf asked for permission to join Masaru's group. The guy ruffled the hair on the back of his head and agreed without hesitation. The dark elf said that, of course, they understand that their request will put Masaru in a difficult situation, but due to the circumstances, they really have nowhere to go. Masaru turned to Zack with a request to help make more carts. Zack agreed, and the elf continued to explain that at this rate they could get stuck on the roads if they can't find a place to live soon, and Masaru immediately suggested Freud to go with the dark elves. The light elf did not show any objections. Then, realizing everything, the surprised elf asked if the guys really didn't mind that they would go with them. Masaru replied that that's exactly what he said. Freud said that she didn't know if they were lucky, and Zack said that it was better for the dark elves to start getting used to Masaru's antics, and Masaru, smiling, reminded them that they were not an ordinary group. Masaru said that they were a group that was currently returning to their city, and then greeted everyone in the Beastman city. As they entered the gate, many rabbits came out to greet them. May ran up to Masaru and hugged him, greeting and smiling. Masaru replied that he was back and asked how we were doing. Adelina also came out to meet Masaru, greeting him too, and said that he was as unpredictable as always. Masaru happily said that he was glad to see that the girl was doing well and asked where the boss was. Adelina replied that he was in the midst of work in a residential area and would come a little later, and then hesitated. Adelina noticed that Masaru had brought a lot of people with him again. Masaru explained that they were all artisans. They were their new comrades who would build this city with them. Also, on the way, the guys met a group of dark elves. They would stay here for some time. Adelina said that then she would prepare places for them and ask them to wait a little, and the dark elf exhaled in admiration. Noticing that it was amazing, the Dark Elf said that this city was indeed deep in the mountains, and it was also a Beastman city built with the cooperation of humans, and the elf was filled with admiration, and the Elf Knight noted that this man with black hair seemed to her like he was hiding something, to which the mistress replied that the knight was thinking too much about it and pointed to Masaru, who was talking to the villagers. The Dark Elf said to look at the friendly and enthusiastic smiles of the rabbits, then noted that this face was very familiar to her. The Dark Elf sadly noted that this was a face of trust that they had seen often in the past. They were more than familiar with it. The Elf Knight also sadly confirmed it, and Masaru turned to the Dark Elves telling them to gather here later. Since the leader said that he wanted to have a welcoming party, this also applies to the leader and her servant. Then remembering something Masaru said that they still haven't introduced themselves, the Dark Elf lady apologized. The Elf lady introduced herself as Emeralda, and introduced the servant as Irena. Masaru also introduced himself and smilingly welcomed the elf girls to the city, saying that they could make themselves at home. It was already evening, tables were set out in the square, and the rabbits were preparing food for the celebration. Everyone was talking to each other and just relaxing. Getting to know each other, Zack noticed Adelina at first glance, and Masaru was preparing to eat when he noticed someone in the distance. Recognizing the girl, Masaru addressed her by the name Isla Saphira. The girl greeted Masaru and then apologized for being so late, explaining that the children did not give them a minute to rest. The children thanked the girl for playing with them and said goodbye to her. While the girl was smiling, Masaru asked her if she was really used to being in the role of a teacher. Isla chuckled and said that she was glad that he thought so. Masaru noted that it seemed that she taught the rabbits magic as she promised. The girl nodded, saying that the gods always keep their word. Isla also added that she rarely gets a chance to directly touch the lives of people in the lower world, that it would be so much fun, and this is especially important for her, the ruling magic. And the girl, smiling sadly, said that this is exactly why, and even more sad because she has to leave. Masaru asked what she meant. Isla said that she had nothing more to teach, and besides, Masaru had returned and that was also the end of her role as a teacher. The girl lit up and Masaru asked if she was not the goddess of magic, then said that it was impossible for her not to have anything more to teach. Isla asked if Masaru remembered the crab case. According to God's code, in order to avoid excessive interference, Masaru asked her to teach magic to the city's residents on his behalf, then added that in other words, she could teach or that the magic that Masaru could use, and she had already finished teaching everyone the perception of magic. Isla said that she had nothing more to teach the rabbits. Her work here was done. The rabbits called out to the girl, offering her to eat with them. Isla smiled sadly and waved at the children and said that it was a lot of fun. Masaru then came up with an idea. The girl turned to him and said that she fulfilled her promise according to the contract, then reminded that if Masaru needed anything else, he could send her a message through the status screen. Masaru said that starting tomorrow, he would like the girl to give him exclusive individual magic lessons. The girl was surprised, and Masaru explained that he had to give instructions to the masters and offered to conduct lessons every day for about an hour. Isla asked Masaru what he meant, then added that it would be against the rules. Masaru assured that everything would be fine, then added that it was fine to teach him magic, since he had an aptitude for it, meaning that Isla would just have to teach him magic that he didn't know yet. Since Masaru also lives in this city, he believes that he has everything he needs to receive Isalish teachings, and if he can learn new magic, Isla can also continue to be a teacher for others. Masaru then noted with a smile that their contract has no time limit. The girl confirmed this, and then went silent for a while. Looking at Masaru, Isla asked why Masaru didn't take on the construction of this city with the help of the craftsmen, and then asked why Masaru was wasting his time on her. Masaru replied that it was a very simple question. Masaru said that it was because Isla was having fun, then Masaru would help her enjoy it even more. The girl suddenly started giggling, and Masaru asked what was funny about what he said. The girl said that she just realized something. Now she completely understood the reason why her sister often descends to the lower world. Masaru hesitated awkwardly, and Isla said that she would probably have to express it directly. Coming closer to Masaru, the girl said that they would start from tomorrow morning and asked Masaru to get ready. The guy smiled and said that he would be in her care. The next morning, sleepy and yawning, Masaru said that he of course remembered that training was in the morning, but he didn't think that it would be with the first rays of the sun. Isla sternly told him not to get distracted, reminding him that he himself asked, so no complaints. She asked Masaru that he got a general idea of magic from his sister. Masaru confirmed this, suggesting that it was all in the imagination, then asked for an explanation on this matter, including the theory of amplification, Isla said that first, they need to find out how Masaru releases magic inside his body. At this, Masaru said that he already knows how to do it. Taking the branch in his hands, Masaru released his power, and Isla was surprised but then reproached Masaru for missing a step, then said that she was his teacher and asked him to listen to her, then asked him to release magic into the air. Masaru asked why, and Isla explained that it was easier to release magic power into the air because it has less resistance than into physical objects. Masaru nodded understandingly and said that he would release his magic power from his body at once, then warned that he was starting. Isla admiringly stated that this is amazingly Masaru's magical power floating vertically, so that's what it is like, the body of a reincarnated person, and Masaru smiling noted that now he feels good, so he will try something. While in this state, Masaru will finally be able to use magic effectively, deciding to use wind magic, and Isla immediately tried to stop him, saying that if he tries to use magic with such an amount of magical power, but she did not have time to finish. A pillar of wind magic struck the sky and a deafening scream resounded throughout the area, frightening the inhabitants of the Beastman city. The next day, an indignant Isla warned Masaru that he should listen to her carefully today and suggested that they continue where they left off. Masaru sullenly noted that he was thinking about his overly excited behavior from yesterday. A day later, Isla noted in surprise that she had not thought that Masaru could control the sphere, then added that she would see how far Masaru could go. On the fourth day, looking at the huge crater in the ground, Isla said that it was stupid of her to test the limit of Masaru's control. The guy calmed her down, asking her not to be upset about it, saying that they just did what they had to do. It turned out to be a great field for farms. On the fifth day, Masaru complained that adding attributes to magic was quite difficult. He tried to use magic as a stun gun, but instead shocked himself. Isla complained that she could not give Masaru advice on self-developing magic. On the sixth day, Isla noted that this was enough. Masaru called out to her and said that he had a question about controlling magic. On the seventh day, Masaru controlled the sphere again. Arriving at the training place the next day, Masaru did not find Isla. The guy called her several times, but no one came out to him. Masaru noted that it was hard to imagine that such a serious goddess would be late, unlike one good-for-nothing goddess he knew. Then leaning on the table, the guy noted that today was supposed to be a compression training, and then indignantly said that he was looking forward to this lesson. But suddenly Victinia's voice was heard behind the guy. The goddess said that this is why Isla asked her to come today, and Victinia threatened that if the guy could not get rid of his habit of talking out loud, then she would have to punish him. Masaru stuttered as he greeted Victinia. After fully exiting the portal, Victinia said that Isla called her and asked her to help Masaru with his magic studies. Then grinning, Victinia said that since this was her cute little sister's request, she would spare no effort and mercy to give Masaru an education. Then the goddess asked Masaru to get ready. Masaru turned pale and mentally asked himself what Victinia was doing here. After a while, Masaru realized why Isla had been so fixated on her status screen last time, even though he was happy with what he had. Victinia said that she was very glad that they were getting along well, and then told Masaru to stop mumbling and get to work, hitting him in the arm with her pointer. Masaru yelped and said that he didn't want to hear that from her, and Victinia told him to stop grumbling and start working on compressing his magic. Masaru mentally asked himself why Victinia was here instead of Isla today, and noticed that she seemed to be in a bad mood. Then the guy said that she better calm down or else she'll get more wrinkles. Victinia yelled that she was completely calm and hit the guy with a stick. Masaru yelled and said that's why he was telling her to pull herself together. With her hands on her hips, Victinia said that they would begin training in compression magic. She then warned that if Masaru failed to master it, it would result in consequences that would be even worse than the tornado. During his training with Isla, Masaru clarified that he simply had to imagine it in the same way that air was compressed. Remembering that when he was working at a home center, a cylinder of compressed gas fell from a car and the cap was damaged, the guy witnessed how air gushed out of the hole and the cylinder flew straight into the wall like a rocket. Waving her pointer, Victinia said that, with that said, Masaru should try to gather his magic and release it again. The guy raised his hands and hesitantly said that even if she said so, then, okay. The guy began to release his magic and try to compress it. Victinia watched this carefully, while Masaru tried to compress the magic cursing. Masaru ended up being thrown back. The boy fell and remarked that it was useless since he didn't understand how the compression process was supposed to work, let alone gather magic for a long period of time. Victinia smirked behind him and lamented that she had such a useless student, then added that she was upset with Masaru. Then the goddess remarked that among the magic that Masaru could use, she believed that there was no magic similar to this. Victinia explained that this is why Isla asked her to help Masaru, because she knows him better than anyone. Masaru asked if Victinia had figured out anything. The girl replied that Masaru's biggest problem is that he can't imagine what to do with the magic he controls. Masaru replied that it was because it was his first time doing it. Victinia approached Masaru, pointing at him, calling him a stupid student. She asked what his specialty was. The confused guy replied that it was management and creation. Victinia nodded and said that Masaru could imagine the shape of the things he wanted to create, to which Masaru replied that then everything was simple. Victinia asked Masaru to imagine the completed form of the vessel. Then all he had to do was store the magic he had collected in the vessel. The more magic Masaru collected, the more he would have to fit into his imaginary suck. Then Masaru would get the result of compressing the magic. Then Victinia added that if he could do it once, then she was sure Masaru would have no problem with it in the future. Masaru summed it up, which meant, according to her, it was something he was familiar with. Masaru activated the skill quote item creation, releasing mana outwards, then mentally noted that he would try to imagine a vessel that could hold that amount of magic, just like the weapon he had made for Lancelot before, that huge sword. When the magic released into space formed a sword in Masaru's hands, the boy smiled in admiration and noted that it worked, then summed up that it meant that magic could be used in this way. Then he turned to Victinia, apologized if he upset her earlier, then noted that her advice really helped him. He should be grateful. The boy thanked the goddess, and she looked at him sadly, repeating his words. After hesitating awkwardly, Victinia said that she also wanted to talk about something with Masaru. The guy asked again, and Victinia, embarrassed, got confused in her words, then indignantly asked why she was even thinking about something like that. Masaru then asked what it could be, related to her gloominess. Today, the girl called him a fool and told him not to lose concentration. When he controlled magic, the sword of mana immediately dissipated and doused them with gusts of wind. Masaru noted that everything was going so well, then smiled and said that fortunately this time the wind was not so strong. But as it turned out, a gust of wind lifted the goddess's skirt. Masaru turned around at that very moment, saying that everything was not so bad, but from what he saw, he froze in place. Saying that he takes his words back, Masaru received a blow, and Victinia asked that shouldn't he turn away at times like this, then called him a fool again, and Masaru received a blow. Masaru, lying on the ground, apologized, getting up. He wondered what Victinia wanted to talk to him about. He was very curious about why she decided to come to his city. Understanding something, the guy assumed that Victinia came to praise him for the development of the city. The girl looked at him in surprise. Masaru explained that in addition to studying magic, Victinia also saw the efforts he put into building the city, but apparently Victinia was ashamed to talk about it, hence her attitude today. Victinia tried to ask what Masaru was talking about, but Masaru said that he still had a long way to go in terms of leading the masters. Remembering how it was when he first started collaborating with new people, Masaru stood at the table and asked the craftsman how to understand this, showing the made knife blade. The guy asked if he hadn't asked each of them to try to make 3 knives based on this example. One of the craftsmen said that they did it. The second explained that these are multi-purpose knives intended for hunters and adventurers. Masaru replied that as he had already said, they make these knives to put them on the market. He was asked what the problem was then. Looking at the artisans, Masaru said that this time he would speak loudly and clearly. When he said to make them the same, he meant it literally, asking if they now saw the problem. Masaru continued to explain that the thickness and length of the knives may look the same, but the same cannot be said about the smoothness of the surface and other aspects. However, what he definitely will not tolerate are hammer marks left on the blade. Masaru indignantly noted that as a product that will be sold on the market, these knives do not meet the standards. The first craftsman replied that they understood the point of view regarding the traces, and the second clarified that these were still knives, and suggested comparing the knives by opening the spatial storage. Pulling out a table from the spatial storage, Masaru explained that it was a surface plate, a tool used in his hometown. It is used to measure objects. Then looking for something, Masaru asked to bring knives. One of the craftsmen noticed something sticking out of the spatial storage, and asked Masaru that this thing was also his. Masaru replied that it was also in the bag and explained that it was a ruler that is used to accurately measure the size of objects. After placing his and the artisan's knives on the measuring plate, Masaru put a ruler on it and told the artisan to just take the knives they had made and put them with the finished sample. Then Masaru asked if the artisans could see and understand that if the thickness was the same, there would be no gap. The artisans cried out in surprise, and someone said that they had never seen such a tool before. Masaru said that he would use his skill and prepare rulers for them, then asked them to use them to find the differences between his knives and theirs. Recalling something, Masaru said that when he was a teenager, he went to a vocational school. You could say he learned in a training shop, and there, when they made things with prescribed sizes, they were assigned an error of 1 or 20 millimeters. One of the craftsmen said that this sounded quite cruel. After graduating from vocational school, the craftsman who assisted Masaru when the boy worked at the country home center could even determine the level of error of 1 or 50 millimeters, just with the naked eye or the touch of his fingers. The craftsman here must achieve at least the same level to work here. One of the craftsmen asked Masaru that the 1 millimeter that Masaru was talking about was only that long. The craftsman showed the size with his fingers, then said that it was impossible to achieve such precision. Masaru took out his knife from the storage and said, smiling, that he made this knife by hand, without using skill. Then the guy asked the craftsman to measure the knife. Having measured the knife, the craftsman shouted out in shock, offering to look at the thickness and noting that there were no gaps at all. Asking how this was possible, the man once again noted how thick the knife was. Masaru said to this that he was not entirely accurate, since he did not have the necessary equipment, but even this he was able to create in such an environment. The guy then smiled and said that since they were of the same race, the artisans would be able to learn not only these techniques but everything else that he could offer, which is why, without saying anything, Masaru asked them to make these knives to find out how far the artisans could go and what they were capable of. The dark-haired craftsman smiled and said that he liked it, because he had not been so interested in his work for a long time. The fair-haired one replied that they were ready to learn from Masaru to reach the same level. Masaru smiled and looking at the craftsman said that he liked their spirit, and then the guy said that he would show how to use these tools. Having said that this is how it was, Masaru noted that even though it didn't go smoothly, everyone had fun. Then the guy suggested that maybe in 3 years he would have nothing left to teach them. Victinia nodded without much interest, and Masaru thought that maybe his assumption was wrong. The guy continued to say that they still have a lot of things in development, and he also started doing livestock farming with the animals he bought from Gratus. Victinia nodded again, and Masaru said that she would never believe what Zack's father does. He makes all kinds of bricks, from colored to V-shaped. Masaru also said that they found a suitable place to build a shrine. Without much enthusiasm, Victinia repeated the words about the sanctuary and said that it was time already. Masaru agreed with this and said that the city dwellers also told him, "Quickly build a house for the goddess." The goddess clarified with Masaru that this is her city both by name and in fact. Masaru confirmed this, and the goddess explained that she meant that many of her followers live here. Lost in thought, the goddess remembered how she had received a message from Isla. Seeing that it was about her recent magic lessons, Victinia was surprised. In the letter, Isla reminded that apparently, Victinia wanted to talk to Masaru about something and asked to take advantage of the opportunity. Victinia asked Masaru if he should tell her something first. Then the girl tried to explain that when you return to the city, if you are a resident of it, then first of all, the girl hesitated at this, not finding what to say. Masaru became sad and thought that this couldn't be true. Was it really because of this that Victinia wanted to talk? This was the only thing that came to Masaru's mind, having made up her mind. Masaru opened her mouth to say something. Taking a breath, Masaru said that he was back, speaking in a tone as if he was asking. The girl opened her mouth slightly, and Masaru watched her warily. But with a bright smile, Victinia greeted Masaru with a, "Welcome back." Surprised, Masaru asked Victinia about her being upset over something like that. The girl became indignant, asking what she meant by, "over something like that." Upon returning, Masaru did not greet only her, to which Masaru replied that she did not say anything when he returned from the coastal city. Masaru also added that for her information, the number of times he would be leaving the city would probably only increase from now on, so it would be tiring to do it every time. To which Victinia suggested to just use the status screen and at least send her a message next time. Masaru agreed, and then mentally noted that if he were to send her a message like that, the guy didn't finish his thought. Masaru thought that it would be nice to see Victinia accept and greet him with a warm smile. The goddess asked Masaru what was wrong. The guy replied that it was nothing, then explained that she might get carried away if he told her about it, so Masaru would keep the thought to himself. Victinia was indignant. What was Masaru doing all of a sudden? and then demanded that he tell her. But Masaru, trying to run away, said that no way, and anyway, it was time for him to go to the artisans. Victinia reproached Masaru for trying to run away, and then caught up with him and pressed herself against his hand, causing the guy to be embarrassed. Meanwhile, Isla, who had seen everything, noted that she thought that Victinia wanted to tell Masaru something important. Then, smiling, Isla noted that her sister was very cute when Masaru was around. In Isla's opinion, all's well that ends well. Then the girl said that it was time to get to work, since her sister asked her to investigate the recent incident. Expanding the status window and displaying all the information, Isla looked at the information about the dark elf group that Masaru had recently saved. The girl noted that she could easily verify some of the data if she looked at their recent course of events. However, the girl thought about it. However, the status window was now showing an error regarding the golem incident. Looking puzzled, Isla thought that it wouldn't happen. It seemed like she would have to look deeper into this matter. She didn't think that something unknown could exist in this world, something that was beyond the control of the gods. Wondering what was going on, Isla wondered why the dark elves were attacked in the first place. Back in town, a group of hunters consisting of elves and rabbits were discussing another successful day of hunting. Someone asked if Masaru had told them what to do with the remaining meat, saying that it was smoked meat. The ability to preserve meat for a long time is amazing, but it's also thanks to Arena for guarding the surroundings. To this, Arena smiled and said that it's not worth thanking, they can't just laze around in the city. One of the rabbits said that as expected of elves, they are very reliable in the forest. Another rabbit said that it would be great if they stayed in the city forever. At that moment, someone called out to Aaron. It was Emeralda who came out to greet Arena. The elf said that she finished her work on the farm earlier than expected. Today, Arena greeted Emeralda and asked how the rest of the dark elves were doing. Emeralda replied that everyone was doing fine and that their Beastman friends were also very kind to them. The elf noted that she had lost count of how many times she had been told to stay in the city. Arena replied that she had too. Taking them up on their offer seemed like a good idea. Emeralda agreed with this, but then noted that she was tempted to do so now. But there was something they had to do no matter what. A little later, Masaru asked, in surprise, that he was being asked for a favor. Emeralda nodded, then asked if Masaru was busy now. Masaru answered that he was busy now, and suggested talking after dinner. The elf invited him to their house at that time, and then explained that there was an important matter that she needed to discuss with him. Having finished his business, Masaru came to the elf together with Zack, and apologized for the wait. Noting that the matter seemed very important, said that he brought one more person with him. The guy asked if he was against the elf. Emeralda did not say anything against, and then got straight to the point, decided to introduce herself first. Emeralda said that she was the queen of the Dark Elves. Then the girl expressed her sincere gratitude to the guys for Masaru, giving shelter to the members of her clan. Masaru and Zack were very surprised. Masaru mentally noted that he had an assumption that Emeralda was the daughter of someone influential, but he did not expect a queen. Emeralda said that they were from the kingdom of Stenzen, a kingdom along the mountain range, located 10 days' ride west of the Beastman city, but one day they were suddenly attacked by golems, which the guys had already seen before. They tried to resist, but it was all in vain, and they were almost completely destroyed. Zack clarified that when they met the Dark Elves on the plains, they were apparently running away from the golems. Emeralda confirmed this and said that there probably could have been more survivors, but considering that they couldn't do anything to the golems, she hardly believes it. Masaru thoughtfully summed up that an entire country was wiped off the face of the earth, then asked if the golems were really that strong. Zack said that they understood what happened, however, asked why the elves suddenly decided to tell them about it. Emeralda answered that it had been several months since they arrived in the Beastman city. They needed some time to collect their thoughts, and that was also the reason for this discussion. Emeralda also added that whether it was settling in the Beastman city or returning to restore her kingdom, Emeralda needed to understand the essence of the current reality. Masaru asked what Emeralda wanted to ask for then, and the elf replied that it was not about finding her brothers or sisters, only that the girl hesitated at this point. Placing her hand on her chest, Emeralda said that her kingdom, her homeland, she must find out what happened to her no matter what it takes. The elf knows that her request may be unreasonable, but she asks Masaru to help them get to Stenzen. Masaru nodded understandingly and then asked why the Dark Elves were attacked in the first place. Emeralda replied that they didn't know. What happened was too sudden. Masaru clarified that it was possible that it was some kind of grudge, and asked about Zack's opinion. Zack replied that he didn't think so. Dark elves are a subrace of gentle elves that live in harmony with nature. Zack had never heard a single rumor about them, let alone a bad one. That's why he couldn't believe his ears. When he heard that their kingdom was attacked, Masaru thought that there must be some reason behind it. The boy then asked if the elves could tell him what happened in detail. Arena offered to let her tell him about it. Arena began her story by saying that she was on duty at the city gate at the time. When she returned, the enemy had somehow crossed the moat and entered through the back of the castle. It seemed like they were being attacked by someone inside the castle. A small portion of the townspeople managed to escape while the knights and soldiers held them back. But the rest were probably already. Arena went silent. Masaru asked for more details about the golems, asking if Arena could remember any of their characteristics, such as their types, sizes, quantities, anything she could remember. Arena thought about it, saying that she didn't really remember because she was busy protecting the queen. However, their different types were striking. Wolves, bears, monkeys, and there were not only animals, but also ants and spiders. At these words, Masaru shuddered and jumped up from his chair. Zack asked the guy what was it, and did Masaru really understand something? Masaru, shaking all over, trying to leave, said that he leaves everything to Zack. Then the guy said that he doesn't really like to talk about spiders. Apologizing, Masaru said that he will go to his room. Zack, puzzled by Masaru's behavior, said that Masaru just don't tell him that he is afraid of spiders. At this, Masaru interrupted him and said that just so Zack knows, it's not that he is bad at them. However, his late grandmother often told Masaru to never go near spiders. Masaru then blurted out that he was allergic to them. His skin would turn green if he went near them. Continuing to panic, Masaru pretended that he had received a message from Victinius, saying that she told him not to go to Stenzen, smiling wickedly. Zack said that it was hard to think that Masaru would even use the goddess's name to justify himself, then asked if Masaru was really that afraid of spiders. Continuing to panic, Masaru confirmed this and said that he was just an ordinary person. Zack knows, of course, there are things that are disgusting, and he does not want to have anything to do with them. Usually Masaru does not mind going to the forest, but he gets goosebumps at the thought of these creatures of his vision. Zack laughed and said that it means Masaru is a normal person. It is a relief for Zack to see Masaru from this side. Emeralda asked what it means then. Masaru will not help them. Masaru said that Zack will somehow cope with these spiders, but most likely it is impossible. Zack was indignant at these words. But still, Masaru is afraid that the situation is too one-sided and they still don't know anything. On top of that, they don't even know who is behind these golems. Masaru sighed, noting that the city's development is also entering an important stage. It would be inconvenient to leave the city now. At that moment, a status window opened in front of Masaru, and the guy was surprised, as were the dark elves. Emeralda asked what it was, and Zack replied that he himself was skeptical when he heard about it, but Masaru can use it to contact the gods, Emeralda asked again, and Masaru wondered what it was, but noticed that it was a message from Victinius. But it was Ila. The message said that the monsters that the guys were discussing, even the gods are not able to verify. Ila also asked Masaru to investigate this matter. If possible, she promised him a skill coupon if the guy agreed. Masaru reread the message again and caught on to the words about the skill coupon. Masaru's hands shook, and Zack asked what was in the message. Emeralda also called out to Masaru. Masaru put his hand on his chest and said that he had decided everything and would take full responsibility, offering maximum support to deal with this incident. Zack was surprised, and Emeralda asked again with a smile if this was true. Masaru replied that he had just overcome his fear of those damned spiders. He would safely escort Emeralda and her charges to Stenzen, and no matter what happened, he would protect and help overcome any obstacles. Emeralda noted that she was glad to hear this and promised to definitely repay for it to this. Masaru replied that he had already received the desired reward. Emeralda asked again in surprise, and Masaru asked not to worry about it. Zack thought that something was wrong here. Masaru noticed that since the elves were here, in order to prepare for the trip to Stenzen, Masaru offered to help him conduct a test drive. Emeralda agreed, asking what Masaru wanted from them. Following Masaru, the boys looked around in surprise, and Zack asked in shock what it was. Masaru asked what they thought about it, and Emeralda clarified that they were really going to test it. Masaru nodded and said that he called it Masaru's Special Human-Powered Carriage. It is a high-speed, three-wheeled bicycle that is not powered by a horse, but by itself. It is a prototype model. Masaru was going to make it when he was repairing the carriage in Watarum, but he couldn't make some parts, so he had to postpone it. But recently, thanks to the results of his magic training, Masaru was finally able to make the necessary parts with his skills. Masaru's eyes sparkled, and he said that especially the gears of the solid part and the pair of chains, Zack said that there was nothing to be so happy about. It is clear that this thing is incredible, but is it safe? Masaru excitedly said he was finally able to make leaf springs that cushion the shaking and absorb shock, adding that the outer parts will also be strengthened once he collects data. Zack asks doubtfully about the springs and softening and asks to see the diagram. Masaru confidently answers that there is no problem and adds that while they are here, he wants to show it to the queen. The guy repeats that he needs to collect data. Zack does not have time to stop him, as Masaru already declares that the safety test has officially begun. Zack screams indignantly and asks not to say that this is the reason he is here. Masaru explains that he is going to climb to the top of the hill and come back, so he asks to wait a minute. Emeralda quietly agrees. Masaru pulls Zack into the cart and tells him to tighten the seatbelts so that there is no danger. Zack repeats in a panic about the danger and screams, asking his sister to save him. Masaru commands forward. Masaru took off at full speed, and Zack screamed loudly. Emeralda was surprised, and Arena noted that it was very fast. Masaru noted that everything was functioning well, and so far there were no deviations. Zack called Masaru an idiot and said that it was too fast, then noted that no one would get into this thing if the wind was constantly blowing in their face. At this, Masaru replied that he thought about it, but since this is an experiment, he decided to leave it as is for now. Zack cursed, and asked Masaru to slow down, to which he was asked why. But then a bunch of goblins appeared ahead and Zack panicked, asking about them crashing, but Masaru didn't slow down and just scattered all the goblins in different directions. Then smiling said that he didn't plan to do this, but it could be considered a test of strength. Masaru would just cover the carriage with a magic enhancement agent later, so as not to worry about accidents. Zack turned completely pale and quiet behind him, and Masaru continued to think, noting that in this case, if he uses materials with low resistance to magic, it will be even more effective. When the boys returned, Emeralda rushed to Zack, who was lying on the ground in a semi-conscious state, and Arena watched in confusion as Masaru reasoned that it was quite good, but there was room for improvement if he only had rubber. The guy thought about it, and then said that natural rubber would also work. Latex from the trees in the mountains would be appropriate. Emeralda asked Zack if he was okay. The knight, getting up, said that he was more or less. The queen asked excitedly, "Will they really have to travel on this?" Which apparently was the case, but he thought it was safe. Although the speed was very high, the shaking was not as strong as the guy expected. Looking towards the thoughtful Masaru, Zack noted that the magical support provided by Masaru himself plays a huge role. You might not be able to tell from Masaru, but when it comes to security, he is the best at it. Zack also added that it seemed like Masaru was going to make the necessary changes and then set off, so Zack suggested leaving this matter to Masaru and waiting. It was late at night when Masaru was making changes to his vehicle. Someone appeared behind him and called out to him. Masaru recognized Victinius by her voice, then asked him to wait a minute because he was almost done, noting that that was all for today. The guy asked Victinius what was the matter. Then he said that he was just saying a tea, but he would have to wait a little longer for the crabs. The crabs of this world seem to be quite easy to breed. The guy said these words smiling. However, seeing the goddess absolutely in no mood and very sad, Masaru asked seriously what happened to her. Victinius answered that she could not tell the details, but she had a request for Masaru. Without looking the boy in the eye, Victinius said that she wanted Masaru to eliminate all the remaining creatures in Stenzen. Masaru was surprised by such a request. The next morning, Zack woke up yawning and noted that this day had come. Then the guy turned to Masaru, saying that as Masaru's test subject, Zack was curious about what changes Masaru had made to the crew, but noticing Masaru's mood, Zack asked Masaru what was bothering him and noted that Masaru seemed a bit unsure. Masaru hesitantly asked if he really looked like that. Then Masaru admitted that it was because of the conversation he had with the goddess. Zack smilingly said that he thought Masaru was unsure of his three-wheeled carriage, to which Masaru was indignant, what for, then confidently said that his creation was flawless. Masaru waved his hand towards the carriage and told the boys to see his masterpiece. Masaru called it Masaru's special human-powered carriage, perfect form. Masaru explained that he used his skills to create a body with a frame that has high compatibility with magic. In addition, Masaru also took advantage of the extra space to build a trunk behind the seats, and the back seat of the carriage is filled with feathers from the windcutter quails that Masaru raises. This will provide maximum comfort, and it reclines, so one can even sleep right there. The driver's seat is spacious enough to not interfere with the pedaling. The only downside is that only Masaru can drive it. This is due to the extra weight. While Zack was inspecting the vehicle, Masaru was called out. The elves approached the boys, and Irina asked if Masaru would be satisfied with just this amount of things, then asked him to think carefully, because their journey there would take about 10 days. To this, Masaru replied that it was not a problem, because he had prepared enough food and water, and in case of anything, he also stored it in the spatial storage. Irina did not object to this, and Masaru turned to Zack, saying that the back of the carriage was open and asked him to help put Irina's things there. Emeralda stood aside a little sadly. Emeralda looked sadly and seriously into Masaru's eyes, and the guy lowered his gaze. The girl shook her head, then turned to Irina with a request to take care of herself. Irina clarified whether Emeralda really did not want to go with them. Emeralda answered that everything was fine and she had already decided everything with Masaru. Emeralda then said that on her behalf, Irina should go to their capital, the Dark Elves, and see the situation with her own eyes. They should accept reality as it is, and pass on to future generations the beautiful memories of their country. In its former days, Emeralda then asked Irina to promise her this. Irina put her hand on her heart and said that it was an honor to serve Emerald, and she would keep her promise by completing the mission. Meanwhile, Adelina approached the boys, saying that as she thought, this trip would be fun. Then she noted that she would like to go with them too. Irina asked Adelina if she really wanted to go with them too, then noted that they would be glad to see her with them. Adelina replied that she certainly wanted to, but Emerald reminded that Adelina only planned to study with her. Irina asked about this again. Adelina became dejected and said that Masaru had asked her for a favor, and Emeralda explained that while Masaru was out of town, she would accompany Adelina and teach her everything she needed to know to run the town's affairs. Masaru confirmed this and turned to Adelina, saying that she should study right now, then asked if Adelina didn't want to become a muscular head like Lancelot. Masaru then added that, besides, if more people came to the Beastman city, he alone wouldn't be able to handle such a flow, so this was a good opportunity for Adelina as well. The girl said that she understood, and then demanded in return that next time Masaru take her with him. Masaru, looking away, said that he would think about it, but Zack, surprised, clarified that Adelina was really going to study about the Kingdom of Elves. Smiling, Zack said that he was also interested and asked if Adelina would mind telling him about everything when she returned, to which Adelina said that after all, Zack didn't seem like a knight at all, then said that if she could show off the results of her hard work, then she would be more motivated. Zack asked him if he didn't look like a dashing knight in that armor. Masaru looked at them both in confusion. Adelina replied that at least in terms of build compared to her father and Lancelot, Zack still had a long way to go. Masaru smiled sarcastically and asked when they managed to become so close and teased Zack, asking that he found a replacement for himself here. Zack was indignant and said not to talk nonsense, then said that this is just normal communication between the residents of the city. To this, Masaru chuckled and said that in any case, he hoped that Zack had not forgotten what Masaru asked him to do. Zack replied that he had already done everything. Zack reported that he had already written in a letter about the attack on Stenzen and sent it with a messenger to Gratus. With a horse, the messenger should arrive at the capital while they were on the way. But then Zack said that in his opinion, Masaru attaches too much importance to this, but if the kingdom really fell, then it would be better to inform the others about it as soon as possible. Masaru said that after the last check to make sure that they hadn't forgotten anything, the guys could get into the carriage. Zack also noted that, in his opinion, there were only 3 of them. But since their task was reconnaissance, he thought that a few more people wouldn't hurt. Masaru replied to Zack that having decided what he needed to do, he wanted to get it over with as soon as possible and return home, and the 3 of them would be more than enough for that. Zack was puzzled and said that if Masaru said so, then fine. And Masaru turned to the girls, seeing them off, saying that while he was gone, the city was left to them. Then he promised that they would return as soon as possible. Then, announcing his destination as Stenzen, Masaru rushed out of the Beastman city at full speed. Masaru exhaled, and Zack shouted, asking to slow down, then said that he had shouted too fast and loudly, and so the carriage with shouts moved further and further away, and Emeralda looked after them with alarm. Meanwhile, Victinius and Isla watched Masaru's departure through the screen, and looking at her sister who was leaning on the table, Isla asked Victinius if she was okay. Noting that Victinia didn't look well, the sad goddess raised her face from her hands and thanked Isla, saying that she was okay. Tears rolled down from Victinia's eyes, and she said that her heart ached because she couldn't forgive herself for what had happened. That's why, if it really came to that, then the goddess lowered her head crying, and Isla looked at the screen and mentally addressed Masaru, saying that she was counting on him and asked him to take care of himself. Zack asked Masaru about this being his first trip to Stenzen. The guy replied that besides what he heard 3 days ago, Masaru realized that he didn't know anything about the capital of the Dark Elves. Arena replied that it was a pity, and said that they were especially proud of their scenery and the number of people who visited them. Zack clarified that Arena was talking about the Dark Elf cities. The elf nodded and explained that they, the Dark Elves, like other elves, worship nature and are proud of being forest dwellers. The harmony between the city and nature, from Arena's point of view, is very amazing, and it is for this reason that they are now heading to the capital. Masaru became sad again. Also, the monumental tower carved out of wood can be seen even from outside the castle gate. It is a place worth seeing, and the elf believes that due to its solid structure, it should still be standing strong. Arena pointed to the side and said that she thinks they can see it from this hill. Masaru looked at Arena sadly. Gradually losing her ardor, Arena continued to say that they were almost there and for the guys to just take a look, but she was baked, and Masaru said that it was a magnificent city, and Arena's lips began to tremble, as did her voice, when she was still trying to say something, but Masaru reminded her that the elf had said Emeralda. Masaru said that they came to confirm the situation in Stenzen. The capital had fallen to the onslaught of golems, and Arena had to accept reality. Zack noted that it was very quiet. He had never seen a capital without living people before. Masaru replied that he felt like everyone had been put to sleep. Arena, falling into deep despair, rushed away from the carriage. Zack tried to call out to her, but Masaru was next to the elven girl in a split second and caught her. Arena turned around and screamed, asking how she could just stand there, having witnessed this tragedy. Masaru reminded that Arena herself knew what happened, and then added that it was dangerous to go to the city now, to which Arena screamed and objected that even though a lot of time had passed, they should look for survivors. Masaru couldn't stand it and raised his voice and assured that there was no need for that, because there were no survivors left in the city. Arena and Zack looked at Masaru in surprise, and then Arena asked why Masaru was so sure. Zack also answered that it was too early to say so in his opinion. Then the knight asked what was going on. Masaru hesitated, and Arena shook her head and said that she should thank the guy for his help. Arena then yelled that Masaru thought she should believe that there were no survivors when they hadn't even set foot in the capital. Zack stopped her, assuring her that Masaru wasn't like that. The guy had never lied before, so Zack offered to listen to Masaru. Masaru sighed, and Arena finally agreed. When Masaru told everything, Arena laughed and then, sitting with tears in her eyes, clarified that what Masaru said was true, that the goddess of creation, Victinia, asked Masaru to destroy the remaining creatures in Stenzen. Then the elf realized that the reason Masaru said that there were no survivors was because Masaru knew about the state of the city in advance. The guy nodded. Arena jumped up from her seat and asked Masaru if she thought she would believe this nonsense, since for thousands of years the gods had descended to inaugurate kings. Then Arena said that if Masaru wanted to lie, he should at least do it more convincingly. Masaru mentally noted that when he told the Beastman and Adelina about the gods, they didn't have such a strong reaction. Was it because of faith? Arena said that the Dark Elves believed in nature. Turning around, Arena summed up that it seemed like it was a waste of time and she was going to the city to look for survivors. She then asked Zack if he was with her. Zack thoughtfully repeated the words about the gods and concluded that now it was clear why Masaru had been depressed lately, all because the guy knew about it in advance. Arena asked Zack if he really believed in what was said, and Zack asked if Arena would be convinced if he said that he believed Masaru. Zack then asked her to think about whether Arena thought it was strange that Masaru could command Zack, a knight of Gratus, so arbitrarily. It would not make sense if he were an ordinary person, and all because the king himself recognized Masaru as an apostle of the gods, and Zack was ordered to obey Masaru. Masaru weakly justified himself that the apostle thing was a bit of an exaggeration, and Zack asked about whether that was not a more suitable title for Masaru. To this, Masaru explained that the king should have explained that the relationship between him and Victini was on the level of friends. Zack replied that he had never heard of such a thing, but if so, then Masaru's personality was even higher than that of an apostle. Masaru replied that he thought it was quite normal to be frank with the gods. Zack suggested that Masaru think about what he thought was normal to be frank with the gods. Zack turned to Arena, reminding her that the elf had seen the screen that Masaru used to communicate with the gods, so, adding what the sign had said, Arena interrupted Zack, saying that even though it was hard to believe, she would listen to Masaru. The elf immediately asked what they would do. Masaru said that he wanted the guys to see the capital from here for the last moment, and asked that they let him deal with the remaining golems there. Arena asked if they should go with Masaru, while Zack asked in confusion about the last moment of the capital comma, and clarified what it meant. Masaru explained that he would not take them with him because they would interfere with what he had planned. Today he was going to do something a little cruel, and by doing this, Masaru would put an end to the history of the capital. Zack asked what Masaru had planned. Frowning, Masaru replied that he would blow up everything from the capital to the golems, and with these words he looked seriously at the guys. Arena jumped up from her seat and asked Masaru if he was really going to destroy Stenzen. Masaru explained that to fix all this, this is the best they can do, so Masaru asked Arena to do what he says, but Arena cut him off mid-sentence, telling him to stop. Arena, once again getting excited, asked why they had to do something so drastic, why they couldn't just destroy the golems in the city. Zack supported the elf, saying that in his opinion, this was too much. Arena added that Emeralda would never allow such a thing, she would never agree with such a plan, to which Masaru assured that there was no need to worry about it. Masaru explained that he had already spoken directly with Emeralda about this, and received permission, before coming here right after receiving this task. Masaru had spoken about this with the queen and the goddess. Returning to the time before leaving for the capital of the Dark Elf Stenzen, in the evening Masaru and the goddess went to talk to Emeralda, but the queen was tearing and throwing. She noticed that she was wondering where the goddess was after the appointment from the king, but to destroy their land and ask the Dark Elves for permission to do this. Emeralda turned to the goddess of creation, Victinius. Masaru hastened to calm Emeralda and asked to listen to Victinius. Victinius noted that, as she had already said, unfortunately, there was no one left alive in Stenzen. Now the only thing left there were the golems. Despite the fact that 2 weeks had passed since the incident, the golems remained there, not thinking of leaving. The gods do not know why, but now is a good chance. She also noted that she had already discussed this with Masaru, but Emeralda interrupted and asked if the goddess even understood what this meant. Tears gushed from Emerald's eyes, and the elf said that having been attacked by monsters, having lost her relatives and her castle, after all this, Victinius wants to take away their last home. And all only because Victinius is the goddess who created the world and thinks that she has the right to destroy it so easily. Slamming her hands on the table, Emerald demanded an answer to her question. The goddess hesitated. Victinius, close to tears, said she was very sorry. There was silence in the room for a moment, and Emeralda, crying, said that it was not enough. Then she asked what they should do in that case, falling to the floor. While Masaru was watching this all with a puzzled expression and Victinius turned away, a crying Emeralda sighed and asked if the god wasn't going to help them at a time like this. Masaru turned to Victinius and saw the goddess also burst into tears. Closing her eyes, Masaru said that it wasn't like that at all. Turning to Emeralda, sitting down next to the queen, Masaru took her hand and said that he thought that he was sent here because God wanted to save the elves, and if Stenzen's fate was not changed, Masaru would give all his power to help them recover, as long as they could stay here, and if the elves just asked, Masaru would create whatever they wanted. Masaru also said that he knows that all of this is unexpected, but Emeralda shouldn't forget that Victinius is a goddess. She can't help but love the world that she created herself. Masaru knows that Victinius loves this world more than any of them, but even she says that it has to be this way. Emeralda shouldn't forgive them now, but when all of this is over and when the elves rebuild their capital, Masaru hopes that Emeralda will be able to forgive Victinius. Then Masaru said that he's counting on at least that, because Masaru was silent for a second. Looking at Victinius, Masaru smiled slightly and said that he didn't want his friend to make such a face. Victinius's eyes widened in surprise. Emeralda, rising from the floor, said that she doesn't know if she can forgive Victinius, but maybe sometime in the future. Emeralda thinks they should try to survive and get to that future. Victinius quietly said Emeralda's name, and the elf said that she would like to ask for something, just one small request. Back to the moment when the boys had already arrived at the capital, Masaru turned to Arena, saying that he knew he could trust the elf as the representative of the queen, who could not be exposed to such danger. Masaru wanted Arena to be here and see the end of Stenzen with her own eyes. Such were the words of the queen. Arena looked surprised. Meanwhile, Zack summed up what it meant. Masaru would do what he had planned, and Arena would watch, but then asked what about him and if Masaru wanted Zack to help with something, for example, bring some things, while Erna mentally realized that she had been entrusted with the task. Arena's task was to remember Stenzen's past. The elf said that she only wanted to ask one thing: is Masaru really sure that there really is no one left alive in the city? Not a single dark elf. Masaru nodded affirmatively and said that if Arena is worried, he can call the goddess right now. Zack shouted, asking if Masaru is completely crazy, and then said that you can't just call the goddess for no reason. Arena nodded understandingly and turned to Masaru. Arena smiled sadly and said that she trusted Masaru with Stenzen's last moments, and until the Dark Elves returned to the forest, they would be on Masaru's side. Masaru smiled and nodded, then said that he would dedicate himself to the goddess and all the inhabitants of this land. Zack clarified that Masaru was still going to do it. Masaru said that Arena would stay here and watch, and Zack would be in support. Masaru explained that if any golem escaped from the blast zone, Zack should shoot an arrow in its direction and give Masaru a signal. Zack nodded and asked Masaru to be careful, saying that it was time to get down to business. Masaru jumped. As he continued to jump and approach the capital, Masaru mentally noted that he had to work with Beastmen, fight knights and kings. But to be honest, it was all very tiring. Watching the stone animals and insects moving around the ruined city, Masaru thought that these were the same golems that attacked this place. The boy then summed up that he would never have thought that he would do something like this, looking closely at the golems. Masaru also noted that there is something strange and sinister about the magic power of these golems and its remnants settling throughout the region. Repeating to himself that there was something strange and sinister about the magic power of these golems, as well as the remnants of it settling throughout the region, Masaru realized that this was why he had to destroy everything with an explosion. That was the whole reason. Remembering how Victinius had cried, Masaru bit his lip in anger and reminded himself that for the same reason he didn't want to see her face like that again, so he would end it. Starting to cast the spell, Masaru decided that it was time to wipe this place off the face of the earth. He remembered that, when he was on Earth, he read about this method in a novel and was just about to try it out. The flammable powder will spread through the air with oxygen. When ignited, the powder will be activated. The most important part is its density. The powder must be properly distributed in the air. If the powder is spread too thickly, there will not be enough oxygen around it to burn it all. But if it is spread evenly, enough oxygen will get between all the particles and burn it. The reaction from the ignition will cause an explosion, and all this is possible thanks to the magic and Masaru's skill air control. Masaru erected an air dome over the capital. The golems began to worry at the sight of magic, and Masaru noted that with the help of this spell, learned in special training, he would cover the entire capital with an atmospheric bubble and increase the oxygen level in it. Then over the entire capital, the guy thought for a second. Masaru also used the skill storage, then once again used air control. The guy began to cast 2 spells at the same time, covering the capital with magic more and more. Masaru intended to sprinkle the flour he bought in Gratus like rain, and spread it through the air using, quote, air control over the capital, until everything turned white. Zack and Arena were surprised as they watched this. Zack noted that Masaru was creating something like snow. Only a little time passed, however. Arena only repeated Masaru's name quietly. Finally, it was time to use the arson spell. Masaru would also put his magic into that flame. The oxygen and flour would combine with his magic and burn everything, including the remaining magic power around. Masaru said goodbye to the Dark Elf capital Stenzen, saying that he was sorry that he had not been here in a more peaceful time, but Masaru promised that it would definitely be in the future. As the pressure of the magic on the golems increased, they froze in fear, and Masaru promised that he would do everything in his power to make it happen. Arena and Zack looked at all this puzzled, and Masaru smiled, activating the magic, also apologizing to someone. After the words dust explosion, a thunderous explosion was heard throughout the entire area, shaking the earth and the forest. As the magic over the former capital of Stenzen dissipated, leaving a huge crater of scorched earth in its place, Zack noted that Masaru was once again showing his incredible side. Then Zack asked Arena if she was okay. The elf turned to Zack with a slight smile and asked that after all this, they would be able to restore the capital, their home. Zack nodded, concluding that of course they would, and then noted that it seemed like he was worried for nothing. Masaru, who appeared behind them, confirmed this and said that strong worries would not lead to anything good. Irina and Zack turned around scared, and Zack asked Masaru in surprise if he had already finished everything. Masaru was indignant that shouldn't Zack be happy about this. Masaru, continuing to be indignant, stated that Zack knew that he had a hard time there. The explosion was stronger than expected, so Masaru had to use all his magic to increase his heat resistance. Because of the explosion, he flew into a rock and as a result, broke his form. Zack laughingly noted that this was probably the biggest danger Masaru had ever faced, then said that he didn't expect anything less from Masaru, whom Zack knows because he can handle anything. Irina smilingly said that Masaru just jumped off that cliff, so. Since Masaru received a message, the guys fell silent. Zack asked about it being from the gods, and Masaru replied that apparently Ayla wanted him to come back right away. Saying that she was so strict, Masaru began to read, but was immediately shocked. Masaru jumped off the cliff again, worried, noting that he had completely forgotten about that, regarding that incident, a change of plan. In the message, it turns out that Ayla thanked Masaru for his help, and asked if there was any progress in the investigation of the golem case. Masaru reminded himself that he still had work to do. Approaching the destroyed golem, Masaru was going to check the fragments with his magic. It turned out to be a transformed corpse of a monster that stayed in one place until there was nothing left of it, feeding on the souls and magical power of living beings in their area, turning them into stone. Masaru excitedly and puzzledly asked about what it was, and noted that there were some parts missing from the description and name. At the same time, another message came from Ayla. After writing to Masaru that Ayla had received the results of the research, the goddess also wrote that she would ask the other gods to look at them as well, so she asked Masaru to collect as many fragments as possible for her. Ayla also promised that she would compensate Masaru and then tell him everything she could find out. Masaru was surprised that Ayla would personally do this, and then noted that, in his opinion, she was still trying to hide something from him. Masaru understands that when the golems and the land were affected by that strange magic, they had to cleanse everything here, but did they really have no other choice? At this, Masaru thought that his task was completed, but then noticed that this was not the end of the message. Scrolling down to the bottom of the message, Masaru saw that Ayla was apologizing for bothering him, but she wanted to invite her sister to dinner. Apparently Victinius has been depressed lately, so she wanted to give her sister something delicious to try. Like that crab, so Ayla asked Masaru to help with that, saying that it was a personal request, so she wouldn't be able to give him a skill ticket though. Masaru mentally noted that it meant that Victinius still couldn't get over this situation. Masaru decided that he couldn't leave her in this state, but after scrolling through the message even further, Masaru froze in shock. Ayla promised that she would do anything if it was in her power, so she asks Masaru to help her. Masaru blushed, and images of Victinius and Ayla in rabbit clothes immediately popped up in his head. Then Masaru waved his hands, mentally noting just in case that it was just his imagination and he didn't have any indecent feelings. None at all. However, there was one problem. Masaru noted that this place didn't seem to be the source of everything. They needed to go up the hill. Masaru wanted to look around Stenzen a bit and calm down. At that moment, Zack came up to Masaru and asked if Masaru had finished. Masaru nodded and said that something was bothering him. Zack asked what exactly, and then said that he understood and noted that that was exactly why he came. Masaru was surprised, asking if it was true, and clarified that he really thought about it out loud so loudly. Zack said that knights would be sent from Gratus to confirm what happened here. The knight also asked Masaru if he had thought about how he would explain everything, since Zack had already sent his report before leaving the city. Both guys froze for a second, and then Zack asked that it was probably not that. Masaru, nervously, replied that of course it was, assuring that Zack had directly read his thoughts. Then Masaru clarified that it meant that they would actually come here. Zack replied that most likely, and they could help if Masaru asked. Masaru replied that it was true now, he didn't need any help. But lost in thought, he immediately fell silent. Turning away, Masaru said that since Zack mentioned it, they would need your help in cleaning up all this trash. Zack said that he of course understood that they had just arrived here, but was Masaru really ready to go back already? To which Masaru replied that they could ask them questions about what they were doing here, to which Zack replied that Masaru had not said anything about all this beforehand, so he should figure it out himself. Masaru said that if they stayed here to clean up, then there was no talk of returning to the Beastman city anytime soon, and Zack also said that they should explain the situation, to which Masaru summed up that it meant they would have to stay here for a while, but he told everyone that it wouldn't be long, which meant that Mei would be angry with him again. Masaru introduced an angry Mei and noted that he had been thinking lately that it would be nice to anger her. However, there was still something to be done. They couldn't stay here, but they couldn't leave either. Zack asked about it being because of the night squad being sent here, and then asked Masaru that he wanted to leave, but they couldn't return to Beastman City yet. Masaru nodded and was asked by Zack about what the difficulty was. Zack then asked why they didn't just leave. Masaru first froze in surprise, then realizing what was suggested, he said that Zack gave great advice. Then Masaru said that then they would meet up with Arena and head out. 2 days later, when the Royal Knight Squad arrived at the capital of Stenzen, they were quite surprised by what happened in the capital, but deciding that they would first find Zack and Masaru, since according to the report they should be here, Captain Freed was asked what kind of sign it was, and the captain replied that it was a sign and something was written on it. It was a message from Masaru to the Knights of Gratus, saying that even though Masaru was not worthy of it, he had destroyed the monsters in this city. So to sum it up, Masaru wanted to talk about what happened here, so Masaru invited the knights to meet him at Coastal City, not far from here. Masaru, while on the way, cheerfully noted that his head was tired of thinking whether they should return to the city of Beastman or not. Fortunately, there is another city nearby, and the guys can wait for the knights there. As they approached Ariemu port, Masaru suggested that the boys ask for help in restoring Stenzen while they were there. Zack asked how Masaru was even going to convince them to help them. Masaru brought up the moss mussels. Zack initially agreed and then asked what the hell Masaru made him say, to which Masaru asked to just leave it to him. He then noted that they were already there. When Masaru rushed through the checkpoint at full speed, the knights were extremely stunned, and the girls noted with admiration that it was the first time they had seen such a thing, even though there were no horses there. Arena noted that they had attracted attention, and Zack said that maybe they should have walked into the city. Masaru responded that attracting attention also has its advantages. For example, Masaru looked somewhere and a man recognized him. Another shouted at him to be careful with the board, calling him an idiot. Masaru responded that it was being noticed by an old friend, and the blonde man also recognized Masaru. The man shouted that it was Masaru who had arrived, and Masaru called the fair-haired man Captain Cook, and addressed the dark-haired man by the name of Erdem. Getting out of the three-wheeled carriage, Masaru noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Captain Cook agreed with this, and lamented that Masaru should have at least warned of his arrival. Zack put his hand to his chest and apologized for what happened earlier. As a representative of Masaru, Zack would do everything to make up for his rudeness, but Captain Cook replied that Zack was a knight of Gratus and he did not need to apologize to Cook. Zack was just doing what he was told. Then Cook noticed Erin and was surprised to see that she had a strange skin color. Then Cook asked Masaru that he wasn't here to ruin everything like last time. Masaru sheepishly replied that maybe just a little. Then Masaru remembered something. Looking around, Masaru asked what kind of construction work was going on all over the city, noting that both Cook and Edom were involved in it all. Cook replied that they were just trying to build something, and Edom replied that a lot of things were happening here thanks to Masaru. Masaru asked again, and Erdem asked if Masaru remembered that he made a shovel and a pump for them. Cook explained that his new toys had revived the people here, so now everyone is trying to create all sorts of things. Erdem replied that, to be honest, he enjoys this business. Cook also added that it was also thanks to the knight's help, but Cook immediately noticed that Masaru was missing. Zack pointed to the side where Masaru was already explaining to the guys that he liked their idea of laying out a garden path with bricks, but they couldn't just lay them out like that, since they needed to think about when it would rain and lay a path for the water. Masaru apologized for getting carried away with the conversation. When a guy sees someone planning to build something, his body starts moving on its own, such as his curse. But the guys called out to him, asking him to tell more and help them. Cook and Erdem exhaled in displeasure. Then, smiling, Cook said that they could do it later and suggested to deal with Masaru's curse first, thanking for understanding. Masaru said that he would return soon. Arena watched the guy in surprise. Zack noticed this and asked what was the matter. The elf replied that nothing like that. Arena then replied that she already knew that Masaru helped Beastman City by building and creating all sorts of things, but to see him like that in Port City, Zack clarified that apparently Masaru helped Arena too. Arena replied that in her mind he is always in the image of a strong warrior, ready to help her in her time of need. When Arena looks at Masaru's face, she feels unworthy of it. Masaru was gradually asked for help by more and more townspeople to help with the table or something else. Masaru replied that when he finished, he would definitely come to them. Many people asked Masaru for help. Everyone called him, asking for help and advice on this or that. One person even remembered that it was Masaru who made the pump. Masaru was torn between people and helped them do this or that thing, and in the end he finished much later with all the help. Finding himself in the arena, Masaru exclaimed in shock, asking what this meant and where the arena came from. But then a voice behind Masaru asked if it was obvious. Then the man asked about Masaru coming here to bargain again, and added that, in that case, Masaru should know that he shouldn't be so disrespectful to him, and saying that if Masaru wanted his help, then the man made an intriguing pause. Then, the armored man challenged Masaru to a fight. The man also asked Masaru if he was ready and grinned, and Masaru also grinned and asked if the man had really forgotten to polish his brain muscles all this time, and Commander Lancelot addressed the man. After saying how Masaru missed that feeling, Masaru paused and then asked that Lancelot didn't think Masaru would say something like that. Lancelot's first line when they see each other is, "Let's fight?" Masaru also asked that Lancelot ignored all his work and just practiced fighting. At that moment, Captain Cook said behind the guy's back that now Lancelot was like a completely different person. Obviously, Lancelot wanted to be ready for the moment Masaru returned. Lancelot confirmed this and asked if they would fight Masaru. The commander of the port is Ariam Lancelot. He is a mad berserker who loves fighting, but he is also a person who keeps his word no matter what. He has been quite serious lately, but in fact, he is not a bad person. Masaru decided to clarify that they will talk after they fight. Lancelot answered positively, and Masaru asked about the fact that he can ask for Lancelot's help. Again, an affirmative answer, and Masaru agrees, asking to wait a minute and then he will be ready. Deciding to check his status before the battle, Masaru saw that he had added several titles, and his level, stats, and skills had increased. Masaru looked very confused and surprised, asking himself what the hell. Masaru thought that he really got so much experience after Stenzen's explosion. Masaru thought in confusion, and noted that the last time he fought Lancelot, he was level 16, and even then they were more than equal. This time Masaru would have to be more careful not to accidentally kill Lancelot. However, fighting is the meaning of life, so Lancelot said, and so he would hold back rudely against such a person. Masaru promised Lancelot that he would use all his strength to defeat him. Lancelot agreed and remarked that it meant Masaru understood everything. Lancelot wanted to fight Masaru without any restrictions. Lancelot then noted that it would be interesting since they had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so Lancelot suggested that they enjoy this moment. Masaru agreed with him, and then noted that the way Lancelot spoke was just like her. Adelina really was Lancelot's niece. Lancelot asked how Adelina was doing and if everything was okay. Masaru replied that she was doing well, and that she even saved his life. Masaru also noted that Adelina does a lot of work for him, like helping build the city and all that. Maybe she'll even stay there forever. They could even get married or something, but it's mostly up to her. Lancelot thrust his sword into the ground and said he wanted to add one condition. If Lancelot wins, he wants Masaru to come up with a reason and send Adelina to Coast City, since Lancelot wants to know what she really thinks about all this. Masaru laughed, and Lancelot then asked what's funny about it. Masaru replied that Lancelot really is a real uncle. Masaru put forward his condition that if he wins, he will borrow several carpenters from Lancelot. Lancelot agreed and said that the rules are the same as before. They fight until one of them gives up. Zack asked Cook if everything will be okay with Masaru. Zack knows him well, but this commander, Cook replied that he is more worried about the commander. Lancelot gets so worked up when Masaru is involved in the matter. Arena excitedly asked if maybe they should stop the fighting, and Cook replied that he was not that brave a person. Besides, he was not the commander's equal. For the commander, battles are an important part of life. That's how he communicates with people. At one point, Masaru and Lancelot lunged towards each other and their swords clashed, sending shockwaves in all directions so that Arena noted that the force from their swords was able to reach even the stands, and Zack screamed, "What kind of communication is this? Because they are clearly trying to kill each other." Masaru smiled and said that as he thought, Lancelot couldn't win. Meanwhile, Lancelot could barely withstand Masaru's sword. Masaru said that he was refused last time, but what about this time? Can they consider it Masaru's victory? Lancelot swung his sword backhand, saying that Masaru ran up, called him an idiot, saying that Masaru really thinks that Lancelot didn't think of a strategy. Something flew at Masaru and he saw it. Masaru instantly dodged and realized that it was Lancelot's leg. Noting that he didn't expect that, Masaru dodged another kick. Mentally, Masaru noted that it was close, but now Lancelot's back was exposed. Jumping up and slamming his knee into Lancelot's back, Masaru jumped away from him, and Lancelot said that first he had to pay Masaru back. Masaru, seeing that Lancelot had changed his stance, thought that things were bad. Lancelot braced himself with one foot and moved the other away, taking a huge swing to strike with his sword. With one precise blow, Lancelot cut through Masaru's sword as he tried to parry the blow, shocking both the audience and Masaru himself. The severed tip of the sword flew off to the side and stuck into the ground. Lancelot grinned and said that it was all over, and Masaru nervously thought that this couldn't be, then noted that the sword was enchanted with magic. With these thoughts, Masaru climbed into the spatial storage, and Lancelot demanded that Masaru show another trophy, saying that he would show Masaru how strong he had become. When Masaru took out his sword, Lancelot began to attack Masaru chaotically again. The guy barely had time to parry each new blow. Arena noted that this was quite a scary competition, and Zack noted that he was also a little scared and never thought that things would turn out like this. Cook countered that Masaru was doing quite well against the commander. They couldn't even see his sword move. Erdam said that's just Masaru. Meanwhile, Lancelot broke another one of Masaru's swords, saying that it was already losing its balance, to which Masaru only got angry, gritting his teeth and wondering how that could be. Thinking about Masaru having more power and also more speed, Masaru noted that despite this, Lancelot, looking at Masaru taking out his spear, asked if Masaru had learned this from the Beastmen, and noted that it was not bad. Masaru's stats are much higher, but Lancelot has more techniques, feelings, and experience. Masaru can't handle his great martial arts skills and smooth sword movements despite his temperament. This is Lancelot's unique style. Masaru then cursed and noted that he wanted to see Lancelot's status. Maybe Lancelot has a sword technique or something. Lancelot meanwhile asked Masaru if he understood that they are now fighting according to Lancelot's rules. Lancelot said that now everything is according to the rules of a real fight. If Masaru is not wise and does not give up, then soon his head will fly off his shoulders. Then Lancelot noted that Masaru's high characteristics can be useful in battles with monsters, but a person's skills cannot be calculated in numbers. Lancelot has been doing nothing but fighting for the past few months. Then Lancelot asked Masaru if Masaru understands the situation. The guy closed his eyes, smiling irritably. Throwing the staff aside, Masaru remarked that this was really bad, then asked what Lancelot thought that learning strengthening magic would help him grow. To be honest, Masaru didn't think that Lancelot would go that far, so Masaru's face twisted in anger, and he said that if that's what Lancelot wanted, then Masaru would use everything he had. With that, the boy activated the spatial storage again, and Lancelot nodded approvingly. Lancelot prepared to attack, noting that this was the rare skill storage. With it, Masaru can create objects, no matter what Lancelot came up with. Masaru would try to restrict his movement and push him to defeat. Masaru would do it right away if he had something prepared. However, apparently Masaru did not expect this fight, so he needs to do something new now. Lancelot also noted that this meant that he would use his production skill, and this time, Lancelot did not have time to finish. As Masaru jumped back, noting that Masaru had moved away, Lancelot considered this unimportant, and said that he could easily get closer. Landing on the side of the podium, Masaru said that in his homeland, then corrected himself that where he came from, there are things like anime, manga, and games. And in all of them, there was one character who had an interesting technique. He created weapons in the air, fired them, and did all this at a distance. As if he was using a bow, Lancelot nervously wondered what Masaru was planning. Raising his hand, Masaru noted that he couldn't do it himself. He could choose the location and size for one item and bring it out of storage, but he couldn't use this skill for anything other than storing things. The boy closed his eyes for a second, remembering Isla's words, and also remembering how to do it. Then he opened his eyes slightly. The air around Masaru crackled with magic, and the guy said that the storage has enough materials to create anything he wants. This is the home center. Here he has the knowledge gained from the stubborn workers and from his work in the store. Meanwhile, in the space, more and more entrances to the spatial storage began to open. Masaru said that he also has a skill received from God, so he is able to do this. Lancelot was seriously worried. A very large number of automatic crossbows appeared in the stands. Masaru said that he could create everything in the storage and show it en masse on the battlefield. Then smiling, Masaru noted that he always wanted to say this, and the guy asked if Lancelot had enough strength to continue to resist him. Lancelot already looked extremely scared. A dumbfounded Lancelot noted that Masaru had not prepared the automatic crossbows in advance. He had built them right now. Smiling, Lancelot also noted that this was from his vision. Lancelot said that it was like Masaru created these things like a god. The guys in the stands were very surprised. Then rushing to attack, Lancelot said that Masaru is as surprising as always. Masaru smirked and said that, in his opinion, that was too strong a word, in his opinion, God doesn't seem that good. It's not like Masaru created something out of nothing, like turning rocks into gold. Then Masaru apologized and said that he was just a simple worker at the home center. Lancelot called him an idiot. Masaru asked Lancelot if he was serious, since even after seeing this he still wanted to fight. Lancelot replied that before he became the commander of the port of Arium, Lancelot remembered that when they were on a campaign he was surrounded by 100 archers and the same number of spearmen. Lancelot then asked if Masaru wanted to ask what happened to them. Masaru replied that it was obvious. Masaru then noticed that the fact that Lancelot was standing there was the answer to that question. Then, mentally deciding what Masaru would do, he decided that he would cut the bowstring of the ballistas with his, quote, air control magic and open fire on Lancelot. Then Masaru told Lancelot to take the first volley. Arena was shocked to notice that it was unbelievable. So many arrows at once. Lancelot looked excitedly at the arrows flying towards him, and Masaru shouted, "Fire!" Cook shouted to the commander, asking what he was doing, and Erdem said that Lancelot would die and asked him to run. Lancelot tried to fight off the arrows, but one still pierced his shoulder armor. Enraged, Lancelot continued to dodge the arrows, saying that he could not believe how one man could be more terrible than 100 soldiers. On the battlefield, Lancelot was always the one who caused fear in others. Masaru, without ceremony, immediately ordered a second volley, smiling. Masaru commanded fire again, and a bunch of arrows rushed towards the center of Lancelot, raising clouds of dust. Masaru watched tensely as the dust gradually cleared, expecting the result, but what he saw surprised him. Cook asked in shock what the hell, and Erdem replied that he simply couldn't believe it. Erdem said that the commander's strength was much greater than they could imagine. Their eyes were met with the sight of arrows stuck into the ground around Lancelot. Masaru shouted, "How could this be?" and then commanded another volley and fire. The third volley flew at Lancelot, and he noted that this did not look like a sword fight. This seemed like something new. He did not even need it. Lancelot paused. Lancelot doesn't need to watch the direction of each attack. If he knows the number of ballistas in this arena and their locations, it will be more than enough. The bolts are pulled, the arrows are released. Lancelot dodged all the arrows, and Arena screamed in shock. Lancelot noted that all he needed was to listen to this sound. He just paid attention to the sounds. And the body itself moved. Zack, Cook, and Erdem were shocked. Masaru also froze, and Lancelot burst out laughing. Pointing his finger at himself, Lancelot demanded more. Repeating that Masaru should give him more, Lancelot said that he did not want his body to forget this feeling, then egging Masaru on. Lancelot began to wait, and Masaru mentally cursed and noted that if this was not enough, then things were bad. Masaru said that they needed to change tactics. Jumping back into the arena, Masaru received a clarifying question from Lancelot. Masaru nodded and said that, to be honest, he hoped that he could finish here, but it looks like he will have to use his trump card. Masaru crouched touching the ground with his hand, and said that in order to win this fight, he will have to take a risk. A huge column of wind hit the sky, repeating the contours of the arena and hiding the guys from the battle. Zack asked about Masaru's magic, and Arena answered that it was similar to what Masaru did in Stenzen. Masaru began to take out a pole from the spatial storage. As Masaru prepared to fight by getting into a fighting stance, Lancelot angrily asked what Masaru could do with that thing. Lancelot attacked, but Masaru's pole withstood Lancelot's blow, which surprised him. Masaru explained that this is a prototype shaft for a three-wheeler. In case of an accident, he used a metal suitable for strengthening magic, so as Lancelot sees, the shaft can withstand Lancelot's attacks. Lancelot chuckled, noted that it was interesting, but then said that this is not the end. Mockingly asking Masaru that this was his trump card, Lancelot asked what Masaru could do with it and struck, which Masaru parried, Lancelot noting that Masaru already knew his technique well, while Masaru could attack him with this thing. After shouting that he won and repeating it twice, Lancelot once again said that he won against Masaru, and then delivering a blow that sent Masaru falling to the ground. Lancelot said that now it was only a matter of time, and if Masaru continued to only defend himself. But suddenly Lancelot realized that Masaru was defending himself, and Lancelot wondered if Masaru had given up and thought that he had no chance of winning. But shaking his head, Lancelot noted that with the ballasty he had created, he still had a chance to defeat Lancelot, so Masaru still had to try his best to win this fight. But why was Masaru focusing on defense? It was only a matter of time. Repeating his own words about the question of time, Lancelot saw Masaru's grin, and, becoming wildly furious, he screamed loudly and began to attack Masaru chaotically. Cook asked why Lancelot suddenly became furious, since he was close to victory. Masaru laughed and said that Lancelot's strength was just something. Lancelot was like a god, with his instinct. However, Masaru then noticed that it was already too late, and Lancelot became wary. Masaru continued that it was too late now. School physics, of course, is an unreliable thing, and Masaru raised it too high, also taking into account air resistance. Lancelot chuckled and said that Masaru was giving. Lancelot thought that Masaru couldn't shoot a gun like the other guy. Arena at that moment noticed something in the sky, and Zack shouted that it was flying here. Masaru replied that he couldn't, so the guy paused. Masaru then asked Lancelot if he saw Masaru use the vault before he pulled out the ballistas. Masaru then explained that he connected it to a hole as high in the sky as possible. With it, he dropped a piece of rock that they cleared for construction on the Beastman village. But Masaru almost missed because he only threw it away, so he had to direct it with air control. After that, Masaru didn't have much magic power left, so he just strengthened his body and focused on defense. Lancelot cursed and said that if this was Masaru's trump card, then if Lancelot could survive, then victory would be his. Due to the great height of the flight, the tip of the rock began to heat up. Watching this, Lancelot began to get more and more nervous, until he realized something. Noting that with this mass and speed, Lancelot realized that he would never be able to cut him down. This arena and everything in this area would be destroyed. Arena, Zack, Cook, and Erdem were scared, as was Lancelot. Masaru raised his hand. Summoning the storage, Masaru absorbed the entire rock, shocking not only the spectators in the stands, but also Lancelot, who immediately shouted that Masaru had won. Masaru burst out laughing and said that he was joking, then explained that he had to do it, otherwise he would not have won. Everyone present's jaws immediately dropped, and Masaru exhaled and said that victory is victory and now Lancelot will listen to him. Later, Lancelot noted in surprise that that's how it was. Masaru did it before he pulled out the ballistas when he jumped onto the observation decks, which means that Masaru used the storage, but already at that moment the rock was flying from the sky. Masaru nodded and said that he did it for the sake of safety, because he didn't think that Lancelot would be able to dodge the ballista like that. Lancelot got angry and said that he was glad that Masaru underestimated him, that's why Masaru lost. Masaru immediately shook his head, saying that another victory was his. Lancelot shouted that Masaru cheated. Masaru quoted Lancelot's words that if Lancelot could really survive this, then Masaru would admit defeat. Lancelot shouted that it would be a piece of cake for him, and they clasped hands. Zack at that moment shouted at them to finally stop this. Continuing to shout, Zack said that there was no end to it. They had fought on the way here, and now they were fighting again. Then Zack asked when it would end. The boys tried to complain about each other, but Cook noted that they were like little children. Lancelot snorted, and said that even though he didn't like it, this time he would give in to Masaru. Masaru said that there was no need to be so angry with him, and assured that he would still help Lancelot with Adelina. Lancelot promised that next time, he would deal not only with a rock, but with a whole mountain. Cook noted that the scary thing about this is that it could very well turn out to be true. Entering the office and saying that it doesn't matter and that next time Lancelot will win better, Lancelot told Masaru that it was his turn to speak. Sitting down, Lancelot told Masaru to lay out what he messed up this time. Masaru was indignant about why he messed up right away. While everyone was sitting down, Masaru said that he needed to report to Lancelot about one incident. When Masaru told everything, Cook shouted and asked about the neighboring city of Stenzen falling, then said that this could not be, because Stenzen is the capital of the Dark Elves, the safest place in this territory, of the nearby forces. Only the kingdom of Gratus could have the strength to do something like this, Lancelot called out to Masaru. Suddenly, Lancelot yelled that now was not the time to duel and fool around like that, and Masaru mentally resented that wasn't this Lancelot's idea, and then asked how Lancelot could say that. Everyone present stared at Lancelot, and he asked why they were looking at him. Then Lancelot continued that since Masaru agreed to the duel, It means that Masaru has already somehow decided this issue. Masaru replied that the goddess is already investigating this matter, and in general, it has not been decided yet, however. They dealt with all the monsters that were there. Lancelot was surprised and asked how they alone could do it. Instead of Masaru, Zack answered, saying that Lancelot might not believe it, but Masaru just blew everything up there. Lancelot clarified that Masaru did it to cover up his actions. Masaru was indignant that, as he already said, he did nothing wrong, it was just the best way to do it. It was a bit complicated, but besides, Masaru had been surveying the area around Stenzen before coming here. Lancelot asked if Masaru only came to report this and what the real reason was. Masaru replied that he had come to them, the neighboring city of Stenzen, to ask for help if the Dark Elves decided to restore their lands. Masaru wanted Lancelot to help them. In addition, in case any refugees arrived here, Masaru asked the coastal city to help them too. Cook was surprised and clarified what he meant. Their help was needed, that this was a city of knights they were here to protect. But even they had their limits. Masaru said that he had a proposal for them. Masaru suggested trading with the Beastman city so they could get the materials and tools needed to rebuild Stenzen. Lancelot asked if that meant they would be building a city, then remarked that he was intrigued. But before Masaru could be happy, Lancelot asked if the Beastmen would trade with them, the humans who enslaved them and treated them like animals. Then Lancelot clarified that Masaru didn't think that they might think that in the future humans would use their own tools against them, to which Masaru replied that they were not like that. Masaru smiled widely and said that Lancelot wouldn't do anything like that. If Lancelot ever wanted to fight, he could always ask Masaru. Lancelot smiled and agreed, then said that if there was already a mountain nearby that he needed to overcome, then there was no need for him to look for new challenges. Eredom turned to Lancelot asking if they were really suited for something like that. Wouldn't Gratus be better off doing it? Lancelot said that he understood what Eredom was trying to say, and noted that Eredom might be right. However, Lancelot noted that he was thinking about the Arium port, not the kingdom. If this trade revitalizes their city, then it won't be that bad for the knights here. Cook and Eredom supported Lancelot's words, and Lancelot noted that, besides, a nation is an organization that is meant for people to help each other. They can't just abandon people to their fate. Masaru clarified if they agreed and received an affirmative answer. Lancelot smiled and said that he would be happy to accept Masaru's offer. For Arium port and their neighbors, it would be a great event indeed. Then Lancelot remembered that before the duel Masaru said something about borrowing workers. Lancelot would discuss the details about this later with the civil officials. Then Lancelot asked Masaru if there was anything else Masaru wanted to talk to him about now. Masaru immediately remembered something. Masaru nervously noted that it was a personal request. But could he borrow this room for his personal use for the night? Something like a reservation? Lancelot replied that he had promised to help Masaru before the duel, so it would be no problem. Then Lancelot asked what Masaru had in mind and said that if there was anything interesting, he wanted to participate too. Masaru replied that he wanted to have a small party with his friends. Then remembering something else, Masaru asked where they could stock up on food for such an occasion. Lancelot suggested hunting grounds. Masaru nodded and said that he was especially interested in something. Having said that these were crabs and that he needed them, Masaru asked Lancelot to tell him where he could find a whole mountain of crabs. Masaru explained that the city was coastal, they were fishing here. Even freshwater crabs would suit Masaru. Noticing that all three were looking at Masaru with puzzlement, Masaru stopped, and Eredom replied that yes, they were fishing and they had a particularly good place for crabs. But Lancelot smirked slyly and told Eredom to wait, saying that maybe this was their chance. Cook noted that it was a good idea and they could use Masaru for this. While the guys and Masaru looked at them puzzled, all three grinned. Then Lancelot suggested that it was better not to run ahead, and that was all for today, and asked Cook and Eredom to show them the rooms. Masaru slowed them down and asked what they were talking about. Lancelot, still smiling, asked not to worry so much, then promised that he would tell Masaru where he could find crabs, and they would head there early tomorrow morning. Lancelot also advised Masaru to get a good night's sleep, because Masaru's body would be better off resting properly. Already in the morning, being by the water, Masaru admired where the fishermen go to catch fish. Then he noted that it might be useful to learn how to tie ropes and use nets, as well as how to look for fish, because Masaru only knows about all this from TV. Turning around, Masaru asked why everyone else was here, and in full gear, as if there was going to be a fight here now. Lancelot smiled and asked what he hadn't said and asked to look into the distance. Lancelot explained that the currents between those islands and them are special, including crabs. Many kinds of fish pass through them. Masaru realized that Lancelot was talking about him yesterday, then asked why it was black. Lancelot answered that at this time of year, killers fly from this island, which makes it difficult for them to catch fish here. Masaru asked if they were the ones flying. Seeing giant bees flying towards them, Masaru screamed, then noted that these bees were so big they were bigger than a human, and also clarified that these were hunting grounds where they were hunted. But before the bees could reach their target, Lancelot cut down 3 of them at once, surprising Masaru. Then Lancelot explained that this was what he was talking about. At this time of year, an omnivorous, meat-loving queen bee is born on the island. She goes out with her children to hunt. In fact, this is the reason why the knights are located here. Masaru mentally commanded himself that identification is needed first. It turned out to be a spotted army bee, giant meat-eating bees with yellow and black spots. They paralyze their prey with their sting and return it to the nest while the prey is still alive. Masaru noted that this is a rather dangerous problem monster, and now it is clear why Lancelot and the others came in armor. Then Masaru read that they collect nectar from flowers, store it in their nest, and raise their children. After a year, the children can already eat meat. Masaru shouted that Lancelot had already gone too far, because he had dragged Masaru here, so that the bees would probably sting him. Lancelot asked what he was talking about, and then assured that they would fight too. But if Masaru didn't need the crabs that badly, then he could just leave. Lancelot shouted that the enemies of the people were coming here, and commanded everyone to take a defensive position. Lancelot also added that, as always, he was on duty to search for and destroy enemies, and Masaru and his company were with Lancelot. Masaru mentally noted that the bees were collecting nectar. Realizing something, Masaru heard a cry that they were already here. The knights were already fighting the bees with all their might, and Lancelot noticed how Irina was also deftly dealing with the bees. The battle continued, but suddenly, one of the bees decided to attack Irina from behind, and someone called out to her, telling her to be careful and drawing her attention to the bee. But at that moment, Zack fired his bow and hit the bee's wing right, immediately cutting down another bee. Zack said that it was a good shot, and Irina asked Zack what it was. Zack explained that Masaru gave it to him before coming here and said that it would be useful in Zack's capable hands. Zack also said that Masaru called it a one-handed crossbow. Lancelot said that it looked like Masaru brought some interesting people with him. He then called out to Masaru saying that they needed to deal with the bees, but noticed that Masaru was nowhere to be found. Noticing the sign, Lancelot, surprised, walked over to read what was on it. Having read that Masaru had gone to the island and asked not to look for him, Lancelot looked after Masaru as he sailed away and shouted loudly to the whole area in bewilderment. Meanwhile, a sad Victinius, lying in her room, saw a message window pop up in front of her, asking who it was and saying that she wanted to be alone. The girl said that she had already told those below about it, but realizing that it was a message from Masaru, the girl opened it to read it. The goddess was surprised to see that it was an invitation to dinner, and Masaru had reached the island in the meantime, and noted that he had sent a message to Isla, meaning that all that was left was to prepare everything for dinner, but Masaru had never thought that he would use it again. Opening the spatial storage, Masaru began to look for it in the bag he had arrived in this world with. Then thinking the guy said that he thought that it would be okay if he used strengthening magic on this thing. After putting on a special beekeeping uniform, Masaru summed up that the change of equipment was complete. Then Masaru promised Victinius that she would see him again, that he would prepare something very tasty for her. Having climbed into the huge bee nest, Masaru admired the fact that both the bees and the nest were so huge. The guy noted that usually, in order to get honey, he simply crushed the honeycombs. But here, there was already so much of it that he could simply collect it, and it was good that the smoke also worked against these bees. Thanks to this, he was able to safely climb into the nest. Only now it seemed that Masaru had also angered all the bees outside. Now they were all completely furious. But Masaru mentally pulled himself up, telling himself that now was not the time to be afraid, and he needed to calm down. He couldn't forget why he was here. Somehow encouraging himself, Masaru began to collect honey. The next day, Victinius came out of the portal and noted that it was somehow strange, because the message from Masaru said that she should come here today. Then the goddess hoped that Masaru was not dying of hunger somewhere. Approaching the room, Victinius opened the door and froze in place. Masaru was glad that Victinius had come and greeted her at the dinner party. Victinius noted that it meant Masaru was alive, and then surprisingly clarified that Masaru was also Isla. After explaining that Victinius had not noticed Isla right away, Victinius asked about Isla arriving before her, and said that she had been looking for Isla so that they could come here together as they had promised earlier. Isla asked again, and Victinius clarified that, after Victinius's visit to Gratus, Isla is still a magic teacher in Beastman City, so Isla can repay Victinius, so she suggested to end it and return. Masaru was surprised that this was the first time he saw Victinius acting so coldly. Isla hesitantly called out to Masaru, who smiled. Masaru asked Victinius if she was sure it was okay to say that, and Isla said that Victinius would regret it, to which Victinius replied that she was already filled with regret for coming down to this world just for dinner. A plate with a dish was placed in front of her. Masaru said that this skill is useful in times like these. It can keep cooked food fresh in storage. Victinius asked if Masaru was serious about using it for this, to which Masaru replied that Victinius should just eat since it was a special dinner. The goddess replied that she understood and asked her to stop saying that. Putting a piece of food in her mouth, Victinius's eyes widened in delight, and she began to eat quickly. When the goddess finished eating and exhaled with relief, Isla asked what Victinius thought. Victinius looked at Isla tensely. Victinius replied that she was just making sure there was nothing weird about it, then asked what it was, that aroma intertwined with saltiness, surrounding the meat and vegetables, and dancing on her tongue. It was so delicious, really delicious. But what kind of taste was it? Masaru replied that to be honest, it wasn't just in the snacks, and opened the spatial storage. Taking out 2 more dishes, Masaru said that in all the dishes he made, the guy used honey. Victinius said that you can't say that it would go well with everything. Masaru asked if she thought so, then said that he thought of how to make it go well. For the meat, he first heated the honey and melted it before spreading it on the food. This way the meat becomes nice and soft, and if you add it to something sour, like this salad, the bitterness disappears. While Victinius was eating, Masaru was telling that when he was at his previous job, someone in the countryside to whom he delivered materials cooked this very often, so the guy learned to cook a similar dish. Honey is also good for desserts. Seeing that Victinius did not listen to him, Masaru was indignant about this. Victinius said with a smile that everything was fine and suggested that Isla try it too, to which Isla replied that she also helped with the cooking, so she just wanted to watch her sisters smile a little more, and Victinia finally realized that all this was being done for her, and she clenched her fists and called Isla a fool. Smiling, Victinius said that Isla was always too fussy, so Victinius would be happy if Isla ate with her. Then Victinius explained that she was feeling a little down after the incident with Stenzen, but she wanted to cheer up and get over it. And what kind of big sister would she be if she made her sister worry about her? Isla smiled. Masaru noted that he worked very hard to make it all so delicious. Isla confirmed this and said that she asked him to prepare all this. Then she offered Victinius to say a few words, to which Victinius asked if she really had to say anything. Masaru was indignant that it was cruel. Masaru also noted that it was true that Victinius looked much better now, and he was glad to see her like this. Victinius smiled and apologized for making Masaru worry. Masaru suggested Isla to sit down as well, and said that it was time for the main course. Masaru smiled as he placed the finished crab on the table, and the 2 goddesses said, smiling, that it was a tray with crab, admiring it. Masaru said that this is a specialty of Port Arium, different from the crabs that the goddesses ate before. Victinius immediately demanded to start eating quickly. Masaru continued that the moment they take a bite, it's dense meat. But Masaru was interrupted by Isla, demanding to start eating quickly. Looking at the girls, Masaru noted with displeasure that they were definitely sisters. Agreeing, Masaru said that he still owed them, so he would feed them both to their fill. Now he would break off piece by piece, so that the goddesses would just have to sit and wait. The first piece was for Victinius. Victinius took a bite of the crab meat right from Masaru's hand, and Masaru blushed in embarrassment. Victinius replied that it was so fun when Masaru fed her, and then said that the crab was just delicious. While Masaru cursed and wondered what that was, Isla turned to Masaru asking that she was next. Isla opened her mouth, expecting her piece of crab, and Masaru, in a panic, mentally noted that this was a crime of conscience and asked Isla why she was repeating after her sister. Meanwhile, Victinius also asked for another piece. Opening her mouth, while Masaru stood in shock, the girls demanded a piece of crab from him each. As a result, while Masaru was unable to satisfy these 2 goddesses, they continued to knock on new doors in his heart. A little later, the well-fed girls thanked Masaru for the delicious food. Victinius said that she had eaten so much for the first time. Masaru asked if they should leave dessert for later, and Isla remembered something and said that she wanted to give it to Masaru. The guy was surprised and asked again. The girl took out a ticket and said that it was a quest reward, a skill ticket. Masaru gasped and asked what kind of research Stenzen had apparently done. Ayla replied that thanks to Masaru, she had learned a lot and he had helped her well. Victinius was surprised by the skill ticket, and Issa explained that the incident with Stenzen was very unusual, so she wanted to give Masaru an appropriate reward. Masaru cheerfully noted that it was just nostalgic, like a gachi ticket, which meant Masaru would use the slot machine again. Ayla shook her head and said that she would choose his fate with the cards and grant Masaru the skill he chose. Masaru noted that it was one card out of all of them, and Ayla asked Masaru to touch the chosen card. Touching the card, Masaru lit up all over, and Ayla said that now Masaru should have received a new skill. Victinius asked Masaru to show her this skill. Asking what kind of skill it was, Ayla supported the desire to look at the skill. Masaru agreed and opened the status window. Looking out the window, Masaru said that it must be Accuracy 6. Victinius said that it was another boring skill, and Ayla asked what it meant. Masaru slowed them down, saying that not only that skill appeared, but also Stick Technique 2, Spear Technique 2, and Iron Technique 2. Ayla was startled to notice that there were 3 new skills. Then she asked herself what kind of skill ticket she gave Masaru, and all of these skills were so strange. Victinius whispered in Masaru's ear that this ticket was a rare item, created using a lot of divine power. It seemed like Ayla had put a lot of effort into making it, so Victinius asked Masaru to tell Ayla something. Masaru asked Ayla not to worry, and said that he was grateful to her for her kindness, and he was happy to have any skills, as long as they were a gift from Ayla. Ayla scratched her cheek in embarrassment and repeated the words about kindness and love. Then she said that she was glad that Masaru was pleased and laughed, and Victinius immediately became indignant about how to understand this, then asked, since when Ayla had been in such a relationship with this guy. Masaru was indignant about what kind of sisters they were and said that everything was not like that at all, then asked them to stop acting like schoolgirls. Ayla said that honestly she would not have a problem with that, and Victinius asked what Masaru didn't like about her. Then, getting angry, the goddess said that playing with the heart of a goddess, Masaru's courage is not lacking. For this he will suffer divine punishment. In half a month, Masaru will be judged by 2 women, such as her prophecy. Masaru laughed nervously and asked how to understand this, then clarified that Victinius was postponing the punishment for later. Victinius said that Masaru should just wait and soon he will find out everything himself, then asked if he had any guesses. 2 weeks later, when Masaru returned to the Beastman city, an enraged Adelina and May were waiting for him at the gate, and Masaru, kneeling on the ground, realized with horror that the divine punishment and prophecy had come true. Adelina asked if it was Masaru who said that he would return immediately. Masaru squeaked that he did. May said that he was having fun, then asked what excuses he would have. Masaru asked him to listen, and said that in addition to the duel with Lancelot and the dinner with the goddesses, he also had to negotiate with the knights he encountered at Ariamport, as well as participate in a trade meeting, so he was very busy. Adelina asked Zack if it was true, and Zack replied that Masaru was busy fishing. May asked Irina what else she could add, and she said that Masaru was having fun on a small island. Adelina sentenced Masaru to punishment, but then noted that something else was more important now. Adelina solemnly announced that they had finished all the preparations, while a bunch of beastmen were bustling around them. Standing at the end of the street, Adelina waved her hand and called more beastmen to her, asking everyone to calm down and assuring that she would take everyone to her house when their turn came. Someone said that he did not believe that he would live in the house. Another beastman said that now they were definitely free. Adelina noted with displeasure that there were a lot of them here, and Masaru should have told her in advance. Masaru humbly said that there was no need to pressure him, because he himself only learned about this from Lancelot. He asked Masaru to bring the former slaves of the Beastmen here when he heard that Masaru was heading home. Adelina also said that they should build enough houses for everyone. But what about food and jobs? Masaru assured that everything will be fine, aquaculture, livestock, and other things. Masaru will make sure that there is enough work for everyone. Thanks to the trade with the port of Arium, their opportunities will expand and no one will be left without work, just as no one will ever go hungry again. Adelina noticed with a smile that it was getting more and more lively here. At that moment, someone called out to Masaru. It turned out that 2 children of Beastmen approached Masaru. The boy asked about Masaru, who freed them and thanked them, and the girl said that they would now even have a home and thoughtfully said that she wondered what awaited them tomorrow. Masaru answered that he was simply paying off his debt of gratitude, then asked the boys to help the rest with the construction. The girl agreed and then asked what the name of the city was. A few days later, having gathered at the headman's house, Zach reported that after the completion of the road repairs, in cooperation with the port of Aram, they will start their commerce, selling fish and other food. Adelina noted that from them to the sea is about 7 to 10 days' journey. It seems to her that by the time they arrive to them, all the fish will have already rotted. Zach noted that this is usually the case, but thanks to Masaru's technology, they will be able to solve this problem. The Beastman chief recalled the technique of smoking. Zach nodded again and said that besides that, they would also be able to make pickles and steamed fish pate. Zach still needed to hear more details from Masaru about it, however. Zach noted that Masaru seemed a little out of sorts. Right now, Adelina jumped up from her seat and asked if Masaru had really been like this all this time. Zach replied that to tell the truth, Masaru was thinking about a name for the city. Adelina said that it was strange to dwell on something like that. She would have preferred him to focus on the meeting. However, Masaru turned to the girl and indignantly asked what she had just said, then said that the name for the city was much more important now. Then, jumping up, Masaru said that a name is something that completely changes the image of a thing with its letters. The fate of a city is connected with what its name will be. For example, in an online game, just because he had daggers in his name, he was not invited to a guild, he was not even invited to groups, and in order to change it, you had to pay. Then Masaru said that his head was splitting. Zach realized that Masaru was talking about his homeland again, and the headman suggested that they discuss the name of the city together, but Zach replied that this was something that Masaru, the man who first started building this city, should decide, and there was no other way. During the next time Masaru continued to think about everything, someone told him that he needed to take a break from thinking so much, so why shouldn't Masaru work and move his body a little? But his work was not going well. He managed to make some mistakes everywhere, and even went not along the path, but through the water. After a while, Zach noted that some time had passed, but it seemed that Masaru had only gotten worse. Being near the excavation site, Zach demanded that Masaru pull himself together. Because they had come all this way today for the excavation that Masaru wanted to conduct, Masaru had made some kind of grandiose discovery that even Adelina wanted to try. From these words, Masaru finally came to life. With his spirits up, Masaru repeated about the grand discovery and activated the map skill, then concluded that it seemed like the excavation was going well, a little more, and they would reach the goal. Then Masaru leaned into the hole and asked how Adelina was doing. Adelina replied that it was not bad. Compared to the shovel that Masaru had created earlier, it seemed like it didn't even do anything. Just by inserting it into the ground, it started digging a hole by itself, so Adelina concluded that this thing was convenient. But then Adelina complained that she felt weak. When she touched it, Masaru explained that it was because it worked with the magical power of the tool used. This tool could dig through even the hardest boulders and rocks and form a hole of perfect shape. This was done to make sure that the next construction would be easy to do. Zach asked Masaru how he came up with this. Masaru explained that the inspiration for it was a worm he hunted in the forest. It moves through the mud underground using magical power and hides away from those on the ground. Masaru worked with Isla to copy this technique and make it work for them. Zach clarified that as far as he could see, he also did not dig up the earth while working. Masaru replied that the difficulty was the need for a rare magic power stone to power the tool. Perhaps it would be cheaper to hire 300 workers and wait a month than to spend money on that. Masaru thoughtfully said that the consumption should be about, but he paused. Noticing that Adelina was approaching something, Masaru said that now it could be dangerous and shouted that the experiment was over, telling Adelina to take out the tools and come back. A pipe came down to Adelina. The girl looked at it in surprise. Masaru explained that the water pressure down there was too high, so it would be better to finish the rest manually, because if Adelina got burns on her face, Lancelot would skin Masaru. The girl clarified that she just needed to stick it into the ground. Masaru said as deep as Adelina could. Then, climbing out of the hole, Adelina apologized for the wait. Masaru nodded. Adelina asked Zach if they could find it. Zach hesitantly replied that it was possible, but if they really got the location right, it would be very good for the city. Masaru, sticking out his tongue from his efforts, asked what they were saying, then assured them that he had calculated everything accurately using the map skill. If they continued here, then definitely. But then Masaru turned the lever and froze, listening, then said loudly that he could hear it. A portal opened behind Masaru in the meantime, and Masaru said that he could hear something again. Then Victinius loudly shouted behind Masaru that if Masaru could hear her, he should answer, and called him a fool. Masaru got really scared, turned the lever, realizing that it was Victinius. Masaru asked displeased Ly what this time, and not so suddenly. Victinius was indignant. What did he mean, and asked about what Masaru still hadn't decided. Masaru asked her that he hadn't decided what exactly. Victinius shouted that she meant the name of the city. Masaru should have already chosen a name for the city. Because they still had a lot of work, no one even noticed how the pipe began to vibrate, and Victinius continued, asking how many days had already passed, then complained that because of Masaru she could not do her job. Masaru immediately turned pale. Adelina muttered that it was the same thing again. Victinius said that she was a very busy goddess, and all this time she had to watch it on the monitor. Zack noticed that an earthquake had started, and Masaru, screaming in fear, carefully told everyone to run. A column of hot water shot up from the pipe, and all the kids joyfully shouted that it was a hot spring. Because of the hot water that hit Masaru, he began to roll on the ground and scream in pain, and the goddess, protected by a divine barrier, said that she was wondering what it was, but it turned out that Masaru was looking for a hot spring. Then she happily said that she couldn't wait to try it and that she wouldn't miss it for anything. Masaru, meanwhile, was trying to use the treatment. Zack said that they would do it. Adelina thought that the hot spring that the goddess visited would be a real tourist attraction. Masaru, meanwhile, was running behind and cursing and swearing so much that probably not even everyone in this world even knows such words. Adelina then asked about how they probably needed to leave the geyser like this for a while. Zack said that maybe so, since they had already paved the way to it and it would take them a few more days to level the land. Victinius turned to Masaru, saying that it would be fun, then noted that sometimes Masaru does something good. Masaru, who had more or less come to his senses, mumbled about a hot spring and a good name, then muttered that the burn had healed and now he needed to come up with a good name for the city, so Masaru continued to mutter. Victinius froze in shock. Zack noted that this was already getting weird, and then said that now Masaru looked even worse than before. Masaru apologized, saying that he would rest a little. Zack agreed, said that perhaps Masaru should do so. Adelina told Masaru to take care of himself. Lying in the mountains, Masaru continued to think, and Victinius said that she missed this place, because this was where she first came to this world. Looking at the goddess sticking out of the portal, Masaru asked what else she wanted. Victinius awkwardly replied that not really. She just thought that maybe Masaru was mad at her. Masaru replied that it was okay, since he was already used to her manners, and said that she could go. Victinius noted that Masaru was definitely mad. Masaru replied that it wasn't that, since he should have already chosen a name. Because of him, she rushed here and attacked him, and then complained about the name. Victinius smiled and said that she envied Masaru. Masaru clarified that she envied him for thinking about the name. Victinius nodded and said that she envied Masaru for being able to choose it, because even though she is the goddess who created this world, the names used in this world are not chosen by her, but by those living in it. Then Victinius asked if Masaru found it ironic. The goddess smiled sadly and said that no matter how much she loved this world, she could not leave her mark on it. At most, her name would be written about in legends and stories. Masaru looked thoughtfully at Victinius. Masaru thought about leaving a trace, then thought that if Victinius worked here like Isla, maybe she would too. But the guy interrupted himself on this thought, remembering that Victinius is like a creator, so she cannot interfere so much. Then saying the names of Victinius and Isla in turn, he jumped up, thinking of something. The goddess asked what it was, and Masaru shouted that he knew. When Victinius asked what happened, Masaru answered that he knew the name of the city. Loudly shouting, "Ventalia!" Masaru happily announced that from this day on, the city would be called Ventalia. Victinius asked again, mangling the name, then said that it was a bit difficult to pronounce. Masaru replied that it sounded appropriate for this world, because it was pleasant to the ear. Masaru looked at Victinius and explained that he came up with the name using the names of several goddesses from a certain world, so that Victinius would leave at least one mark on that world. Then Masaru said that that was not all, saying that once the temple's construction is completed, it will be easier for Victinius to come to this town. She will be able to enjoy the hot spring. From now on, she will have many chances to leave her mark on this town, but that doesn't mean Masaru is worried about her. The goddess quietly walked up to the boy and grabbed his glove with her fingers. With her head down, a blushing Victinius thanked Masaru in a whisper, but Masaru asked her what she said with a smile. Victinius raised her head and then simply exhaled. Victinius made a face and said that Masaru was unexpectedly impudent. Masaru stuttered, then said that he still did not forgive her for what happened, then said that she should apologize right now. Victinius smiled and noted that it was not that she should, since she was a useless goddess, but it was a good excuse. She would use it now. Masaru reproached her for calling herself useless. Victinius said that now she was hungry, and Masaru asked about the crab. Meanwhile, between dimensions, a stranger watched what was happening on the screen, slowly repeating the names of Victinius and Masaru. The creature also repeated the name of the city of Ventalia. The residents of the city of Ventalia were animatedly discussing the name of the city and the fact that most of the construction had already been completed, and someone noticed that a settlement of gnomes had appeared nearby, and they should be greeted. At that moment, someone called out to Masaru. It turned out to be Zack. Masaru asked what was the matter, and clarified whether Zack had already collected all his things. Walking next to the carriage in which Zack was riding, Masaru said that Zack was heading to the capital. Zack nodded and said that there was a lot to report regarding the Stenzen matter, and he wanted to return the soldiers he borrowed from the king. Masaru said that this was all unexpected. If Zack had told him about it earlier, Masaru would have prepared a statue of the goddess as a gift to the king. Zack asked how he would have carried it. Masaru said that it was depressing. Zack said that he was also sad to leave, but he did not think that Masaru would be so worried about it, to which Masaru said that it would be very worried. Masaru complained that he was losing people who were working just for food and a roof over their heads. Zack said that Masaru was hiding his feelings as always. Then Zack noted that the soldiers also liked this place. Including the travel time, Zack thinks that everyone will be back here in about a month. Masaru said that by this time the city will have advanced significantly. Zack listed the temple, the hot spring, and asked what else could be built here. Masaru answered that there were many things. Besides, now is the time when you can think about creating something new, and this is the most fun part. Zack agreed with Masaru. Zack promised that he would take care of Commander Lancelot so that there would be no need to worry about him. Then Masaru could fully focus on the work here. Masaru asked what was wrong with Lancelot. Zack smiled, saying that there was no reason to keep it a secret, so the night after that duel, Zack received warnings from Lancelot. Back at that time after the duel, Zack asked Lancelot's commander what to make of this. Lancelot tells him to keep an eye on Masaru. It sounds like Lancelot wants Zack to spy on Masaru. Lancelot noted that Zack's pot is cooking, then said that's exactly what he said. Lancelot had already said a little about this in the duel, but compared to ordinary people, Masaru's skills seem limitless. The consciousness of siege weapons. Dropping rocks from the sky, it seems like an act of God. Lancelot also said that if he wanted, Masaru could destroy entire kingdoms. To be honest, Lancelot wouldn't even be surprised if Masaru turned out to be the true culprit of what happened in Stenzen, but Zack interrupted him, saying that there is a big difference between someone who can and someone who will. Masaru belongs to the former. Lancelot smiled, summing up that Zack believed him, then said that he too prayed that Lancelot's sparring partner was not that kind of person, so this was just a warning. In case, if Masaru really became the one who would be, Lancelot asked to let him know, and Zack asked what Lancelot would do then. Turning around, Lancelot assured with a serious face that he would fulfill his duty as the commander of the Arian port and a knight of this kingdom, that's all. Masaru said in a puzzled tone that he never expected Lancelot to say such words. Just hearing them from Zack made Masaru sweat. Then Masaru asked Zack if Zack should have told Masaru about this at all. Jumping off the carriage, Zack said that he wanted to warn Masaru, because Zack met Masaru in a strange way and ended up being a bridge between the king and Masaru. But for Zack, Masaru is a dear friend. Holding out his hand, Zack asked Masaru not to screw up here while Zack was gone. Masaru replied that Zack was worrying too much, then said that he would look forward to the gift from Gratus, and the boys shook hands. Suddenly, a scream came from somewhere, and Masaru said that it seemed like it wasn't the first time he did this. But why did Zack scream from the handshake? Zack screamed that it wasn't him. Masaru said that he knew, and it was from the other side, so Masaru asked to wait here for a bit, and if nothing serious came up, Zack would be able to go. Seeing a sign saying that there was a monster nest nearby, Masaru said that they had to hurry. Someone was running through the forest, cursing and screaming that they were in such a place. Then he commanded to lower their heads, because someone was approaching. A lot of windcutter quails flew at the travelers, and one of them was indignant about the fact that such monsters were made in Gratus. Another traveler replied that this was a world where golems rained from the sky. Not that they did, but the muddy one fell silent, and then cursed. Then noticing that the quail windcutters had surrounded them, the traveler shouted that after they had come all this way, but then fell silent, the bird was preparing to attack, and the traveler closed his eyes. But then Masaru whistled, and the birds immediately rushed towards him with lightning speed, surprising the travelers. Masaru praised the birds, and the travelers immediately noted that Masaru could control the birds, and someone asked who the hell he was. Saying that it was his question, Masaru asked if the travelers had seen the sign on the road. Masaru uses the monsters here to reproduce, so it is dangerous to come here. The traveler said that perhaps they can be used as food. However, another traveler replied that they had seen the sign, so they thought there might be something worthwhile here. Masaru asked about the fact that they came here out of curiosity, then noted that they did not look like robbers, so that means they are in a difficult situation. Taking off their hoods, they turned out to be dark elves. One of the travelers said that they came from Stenzen, former adventurers. Their city was suddenly attacked by golems that rained down from the sky, so they had to flee the city and start wandering around the area. There were others nearby who fled with them, and they heard rumors of a large city recently built here, so they were heading there, but their food was already running out. The elf said that he knew it was hard to believe such a story. Masaru said that he was just a little surprised. Masaru thought about how, ever since the Beastman city got its name, more and more different travelers started to flock to it. The city itself must be attracting those who need help and a new place to live. The elves asked Masaru what will happen to them now, and whether they will be punished for invading here without permission. Masaru replied that it was a free land and I had nothing to worry about. Besides, when they heard that they and the rest of the elves were able to get out of the city, Emeralda, Arena, and the others would be happy to hear about it. The elf asked what Masaru said, and said that it couldn't be. Masaru said that he would guide them, and asked them to follow him. He would show them the truth of the rumors. Masaru said that he would show them Ventalia. The elves were dumbfounded. Because it was not a city, but already a whole capital, the elf noted that there were people from the Beastmen, and even elves, paved roads, and a 3-story commercial district. No garbage was visible anywhere. Someone became interested in how the water circulation works. The rumors were true, even more, but the elf was most concerned about something else. What worries the elf the most is that everyone around is happy to see Masaru. He looks young, but he must be the one who is responsible for this city. Adelina came up and said that Masaru is a wonderful person, and it was he who created this city, and his name is Masaru. But there is just one problem. Masaru continues to leave Adelina in charge of the city. Then, screaming that Masaru was continuing to bring migrants here, Adelina punched Masaru, saying that he wasn't even asking her. Masaru, smiling, said that he wasn't that great, then asked not to spoil him. Adelina asked not to get her. Masaru justified himself by saying that they found him themselves, so Masaru said to get ready to accept dozens of migrants. Realizing the situation, Adelina said that Masaru would also have to help. One of the elves asked Masaru who he was. Masaru thought about it. Masaru replied that he was just someone who loved to create things, and someone who brought supplies to this city. He lived in that temple over there and helped run the city. The elf was surprised that Masaru lived in a temple, and the other noted that this was a place meant for gods, and the elf had heard of temple maidens and devotees who stayed in temples for a while. But to do so, Masaru thought that apparently he couldn't tell them that he lived here for an easier connection with Victinius. Masaru noted that this is normal for humans, so if anything, the elves can address him simply as Masaru. Then he added that Emeralda, the queen of Stenzen, is currently temporarily residing in this city. Masaru asked them not to hold back. Because they can live here as long as they want here, the elves will not go hungry. Masaru also said that they will all have dinner together, so in the evening everyone will introduce themselves. Adelina looked at the elf and said that this is all, of course, good. However, the girl paused. Noticing that they were all dirty and in rags, Adelina said that she wanted to do something about it before dinner, asking when was the last time they washed their clothes and took a bath. The elves honestly admitted that it was probably 10 days ago. Adelina said that she would take them home and take care of their things. After that, they could take a bath. Calling out to Masaru, Adelina said that about his favorite hot spring, could they open it early, more precisely today? Masaru answered affirmatively. Masaru said that he was just about to go and do a final check, so he said that Adelina should lead everyone there when the sun sets. Adelina clarified this, and then at the hot spring, Masaru said that to be more precise, the guy hesitated. Smiling blissfully, Masaru said that he wanted to be the first one to try the source, saying that it was awesome. Masaru noted that he used all his skills to make it just like in Japan. This Japanese-style atmosphere is very calming for Masaru. Masaru thought that with the rumors spreading about the city, what happened today might happen again. They would have to increase the living space in the city. Then Masaru thought that he could ask for the cooperation of the newcomers to this city to help him revitalize this entire area. But someone said that then it would be more than just a city. Rather, it would become an entire nation. Masaru replied that Victinius was right. Then he got angry, saying that he wanted to relax. Then asked that she couldn't see that he was bathing here, completely naked. Then said that then she should leave him here alone, to which Victinius replied that he didn't have to worry about it. Victinius said that she got this place first, then remarked how wonderful the water was, so they could talk like this. Masaru realized with disappointment that he wasn't the first one here. Victinius then said that she was very happy that Masaru found a hot spring so close to the city. Thanks to this, she could restore her magic power and have a great time. Then she asked Masaru that he also felt it. Masaru nodded. The goddess noticed that Masaru seemed shy. He should be proud of this place. Usually she is not the one to praise him, but today she is satisfied. Masaru cursed in his mind, thinking that he also wanted to enjoy the hot spring. The guy nervously looked away from the goddess. Now Masaru can't keep calm because Victinius is too impudent. Masaru also mentally called her a useless goddess. Masaru noted with embarrassment that since Victinius was a goddess, she did not feel ashamed of showing her naked body like humans do. Victinius asked Masaru what it was and if he liked the view. Masaru turned away with embarrassment and said that of course not. Victinius said that Lady Hera praised him a lot, so much so that Victinius herself was jealous. Masaru asked if she was really going to stay like this. Victinius asked if Masaru didn't want to touch her. Masaru shouted that they were great, then asked her to stop with that. Victinius noted with confusion that Masaru usually just did whatever he wanted, then said that Masaru was acting a little strange, to which Masaru told her to leave him alone, then added that she better get off these rocks, because there was a geyser somewhere around here. Victinius remembered that a geyser is a thing where water shoots up from the bottom. Masaru nodded, saying that it was an unnatural phenomenon created by man, so this place is not open to everyone. Masaru wanted to use the place for a while himself before building a fence around it. It looks like people will continue to flock here, and some sign won't stop them. Victinius said that maybe Masaru was right, because it looks like there are more migrants coming than expected. Noting that the gnomes would be the closest, and next to them are the dwarves and Lepi who live on the coast, not to mention the other races within the area, Masaru noted that the reason was obvious. As a place where different races can live together in harmony is a rarity, Victinius agreed with him, saying that the main reason that attracts all these creatures to this city is the feeling of safety. Victinius asked Masaru if he knew about the beast slaves, then noted that in this world, some races were too disorganized and were captured by other nations who gathered their power. All this is sad, but it happens everywhere and destroys the chance for new cultures to develop. The Beastmen now have safety, but there are many races that do not. Masaru replied that it is true that if they were attacked, this place still cannot be called safe, but if that happens, then as Victinius said, the boy paused. Masaru said that they should unite the entire area and try to exist as a nation. Victinius asked what that meant. Masaru would be king. Masaru shook his head and asked if that was really what Victinius expected from a home center worker. Victinius noted that Masaru had done a tremendous amount of work, which he had previously done back on Earth, the work on Earth that Masaru complained about so much. Masaru replied that if he had anything to complain about, it was the fact that the prize in the gambling game was being sent to another world. Masaru smiled sadly and said that he loved his job at the home center and wanted to continue doing it in this world, but then, thinking about it, Masaru said that he actually knew what he could complain about, since they exploited him too much and made him work too hard. Victinius smiled and said that maybe that was why Masaru was able to leave a good mark on this world, since he did a very good job here. As a goddess, Victinius could admit it. Masaru thanked her and said with a smile that then, if possible, he would like to receive some kind of reward for this. Victinius replied that it was as Masaru wished. Masaru was surprised and asked again about it. Victinius replied that unlike Isla, she couldn't interfere too much and couldn't give Masaru money or anything like that. Victinius then asked why Masaru was so surprised. Masaru sheepishly mumbled that he just wanted to try his luck. Victinius said that she already told Masaru that he did a good job here and that this world was becoming more and more interesting to watch every day. Besides, Masaru also helped ease a lot, and all the times Masaru invited Victinius to dinner, the temple he built, Masaru also worked hard on the name for this city, so Victinius was silent for a second. Victinius looked at Masaru and then ran her fingers over his skin and asked what about her as a reward. Masaru turned away, blushing, thinking to himself that when he heard something like that, even if he didn't want to, he couldn't help but imagine it, telling himself that calm and only calm. Masaru convinced himself that she was just a useless goddess, was probably just making fun of him, and didn't mean that at all. Victinius called out to Masaru, and he flinched, then suggested that they cool their heads a little and talk about it again when they got out. But the guy didn't have time to finish the thought. Suddenly, a column of hot water shot out from behind him, and Masaru jumped back, running into Victinius and shouting about how hot it was, then noting in surprise that it was a geyser. Masaru then excitedly noted that Victinius had hit the back of her head. Cursing, the guy complained that he couldn't use his defensive magic fast enough. Asking how the girl was feeling, Masaru asked her to look at him, but Victinius laughed, then said that it was funny, because this time Masaru wasn't very lucky. Masaru apologized and said that he was going to get up now, but Victinius took his hand, stopping him. Victinius asked if Masaru really didn't want anything from her. For example, the girl hesitated. Masaru pronounced her name with punctuation, and then reached for her lips. But at that moment, the door to the source opened. Adelina said that they had arrived, noting that it was quite far and it was difficult to find this place, so Adelina asked if this place was ready for use. The picture before Adelina and the elves was as shocking as possible. After screaming at Masaru and calling him a pervert, Adelina punched Masaru in the face with all her might and he flew out of the spring. She then said that it was better this way because she didn't like Masaru's reaction the last time she hit him, so she practiced. Adelina then asked if Victinius was okay and what that idiot did to her. Victinius tried to explain that it was an accident. Then, already in the headman's house, having explained the whole situation, the headman understood what had happened to Masaru in the end. He was punished. Adelina screamed that Mrs. Victinius had explained everything to her herself, so she had not done anything worse. Masaru, having said that he had done nothing, was indignant that he was innocent. He was told to shut up, and someone suggested that it seemed that Masaru had talked about something important with Mrs. Victinius. Adelina asked about it again. Emeralda said that it was about creating a nation. Then she asked if that was the reason they gathered them here. Adelina nodded, then turned to Emeralda and asked her what she thought about it. Emeralda replied that it was a good idea if the goal was as a nation. If they could establish friendly relations with Gratus, the threat of invasion would also disappear. Emeralda also noted that they are already connected as a society, in case of another disaster like a golem attack, so together they will be safer. Adelina and Masaru were abandoned, but Masaru noted that if they become a nation, they will have to make a lot more decisions. Masaru doesn't know much about politics and such. Then he asked what about Emeralda. Emeralda replied that she had learned what the kings of the past generations had created, but she would be of little use in ruling an entire nation. Most of her knowledge came from Adelina, not to mention the politics itself, so Adelina said that despite this, Stenzen was quite resourceful. Being a natural tourist attraction, its logistics management was simply superb. Adelina also noted that the taxes were surprisingly low, only 2% on everything, while in Gratus it was 5%. Masaru was indignant that both were too high, and Adelina summed up that in fact everything was not so bad. Moreover, they even had certain tax breaks. Masaru suggested postponing the issue of taxes. At least Emeralda could help with tourism management. Tourism will probably be their main feature. Besides the monster meat dish, goat milk, and their canned food, they have a lot to see. A temple, and even a hot spring. Can't they be like Stenzen? Emeralda noted that, assuming their population will continue to increase, there shouldn't be any major problems with these. As for trading, to see what their prospects would be, they should do some preliminary calculations. Emeralda asked Adelina if she was right, and Adelina asked embarrassedly why she was asking her. Emeralda replied that she was checking Adelina's knowledge. Adelina replied that she wanted to at least get a passing grade. Masaru concluded that he would leave it to them then. The biggest obstacle in their path remains. After saying that it was the king's choice, Masaru thought about it, and the others gasped in surprise. Masaru, scared, asked why they were so shocked by this. Adelina said that since it was Masaru who came up with this idea, the village chief continued that Masaru was the one who founded this city and did most of the work to build it. Masaru said that he had already spoken to Victinius about how he was not fit for this. Masaru said that if he found rare materials, he might go east. If he heard about a monster attack, go west. If there was work for him at a construction site, then his path lies south, and if it was about trade, then north. Adelina noticed that this was a problem and asked how many days a month Masaru would generally be in Ventalia. Emeralda noted that being capable of many things is a good quality for a king, but the chieftain noted that this is true. Masaru is capable of many things, because he is already in the center of everything in this city. But forcing Masaru to stay here will be a difficult task. Masaru nodded and asked who will be the king. Masaru asked the village chief, saying that the village chief was already handling everything to the fullest. But the village chief replied that he only ruled the rabbit people, and that ruling an entire nation would be beyond his capabilities. Masaru asked in frustration that there really was no one who could rule both the beastmen and the humans. Someone with a sense of justice, capable of ruling everyone under his rule, possessing physical strength and a strong heart. As everyone looked at Adelina, Masaru wondered again if there was anyone among them who had all of these traits. Adelina laughed nervously. A week later, the people of Ventalia gathered in the square, some wondering why Masaru had gathered them all, others noting that there were now many more people in the city and there was almost no free space left in the square. Masaru, using a megaphone, thanked everyone for gathering here today, then explained that he had gathered them all here to give a little of their time and to announce something important. Someone asked Masaru why he was suddenly acting in such a formal tone. Another Beastman demanded that Masaru speak faster because she needed to start cooking. Masaru winked and warned that they would definitely be surprised. Masaru loudly announced that he would soon unite the lands around this city and form a nation. Some of the Beastmen were surprised, and others said that they did not quite understand this. Masaru asked for silence and said that he would explain everything now. The guy said that the reason for this is to ensure everyone's safety, so the chance to be able to properly build trade relations with other cities and nations is especially important for their safety. Many people gathered around Ventalia are looking for a safe place to live, and since their only neighboring nation is Gratus, if they establish friendly relations with them, this entire land will be completely protected from any threat of invasion. Masaru also explained that in the event of a disaster like in Stenzen, they would be able to quickly react and defend themselves, so all the residents would be much safer, the rabbits shouted in agreement, noting that since Masaru said that something like this would not happen before then, another rabbit confirmed that this was a reasonable decision then, and someone from the crowd asked about commerce. Masaru went on to explain that as they began to form commercial relationships with various partners, if they created a good brand as a country, others' trust in them would grow over time and they would be able to keep their prices reasonable. One of the Beastmen clarified that if they could convince people that the goods they produced were safe and of high quality, then their products would be protected from falling prices. Masaru replied that it was just as the Merchant Guild member said, their products would determine the reputation of their country, so Masaru asked everyone working for the guild to do their best. Zach and Diana's father pointed at himself, saying that they were the best at this. Freud noted that after all, the creation of a new country, she couldn't believe it, because it all started with just a tiny settlement. The adventurers with an eye patch raised their hand, saying that he had a question. The man asked who would be their ruler. Masaru asked that it wasn't obvious, and then to the surprised exclamations, he said that it was exactly as they thought. Masaru announced, pointing to Adelina, that Miss Adelina would serve Ventalia as the first queen. The square literally buzzed with cheers. The people of the city praised Masaru's choice, saying that she already had a lot of support and that she was perfect for the role. Someone even scanned that Adelina was the queen. Adelina was surprised that there were no objections, and Masaru said that the Beastmen did not care about race or background, but then Adelina asked, "What about Masaru?" To this, the Beastmen said that Masaru helped rebuild the city, and they trust him. But if he becomes king, they will worry, because Masaru is almost never in the city. Adelina asked Masaru if he himself had said this. Masaru replied that yes, but it is not good to hear it from others. Masaru then switched gears, saying that since everything was fine, Adelina should say a few words. Adelina went to the podium and said that she wasn't going to do it until everyone really agreed, but above all, she was very grateful to the residents for accepting her, a human, when they had every reason not to. Adelina admitted that honestly, she is not sure how to be a ruler, however, as someone who has been here from the very beginning and watched this city grow, being able to see the future of this nation from a better place is not such a bad thing. Adelina suggested that everyone use Masaru as much as possible to make their city a wonderful place for each of them. Then Adelina added that one last thing. She has one condition, that if it gets boring, then she leaves and asks that the residents make this place as fun as they can. A little later, while in the headman's house, Masaru noticed that now there would be even more work. First he needed to make a list, and then discuss the issue of money with Emeralda. In addition, they needed to meet with those who moved here. They agreed to become part of the nation, but there was still much to discuss. The village chief promised that he would ask the heads of each guild to accompany them, and Masaru asked him to establish communication between everyone. Adelina thoughtfully said that regarding the guild heads, she wants them to come to these meetings from now on. They need more opinions. Otherwise things will get really tough. Masaru agreed that it would be for the best, and then a window opened in front of Masaru. Emeralda asked that this was apparently from the goddess. Masaru hesitantly answered that it looked like it. The letter from Victinius said that it already looks more like a nation than a city. These were Victinius' words. She is the god of gods who sees the future, thus congratulating on the creation of a new nation. Now there is much to do, so Masaru needs to be careful, especially regarding the founding ceremony. The kings of other nations will need to be present with her on the occasion of the coronation of the new one, so Victinius asked Masaru not to forget to call her when everything is ready. Masaru cried out loudly. Adelina asked what was going on. Masaru said dejectedly that it was obvious that they still had a lot to do, including the visit of the goddess. Adelina replied that it was a matter of course, because even the inheritance could not continue without the presence of the goddess. Emeralda clarified what it meant. After finishing the current business, they would be leaving for the Gratus kingdom. Masaru replied that it seemed that way. He hoped that this time the trip would not be so long. Masaru mentally wondered how Victinius could just send Masaru a message like nothing happened. Maybe Masaru was just a fool thinking strange things. She was just a useless goddess after all. Masaru also asked if they should then send messengers before their arrival in Gratus, and, of course, to the port of Arium. Adelina thoughtfully said that she wondered how happy her uncle would be. When he found out that she had become the ruler, Masaru answered that he would be so happy that he would clearly be in trouble. Irina asked about them going to Gratus. Irina clarified that they would be riding that three-wheeled thing again. Masaru replied that yes, it was faster that way. Irina frowned and said that she was against it, because they would be heading to Gratus, which was even further than Stenzen. On that thing, Masaru immediately asked what was wrong with her face, then noted that he had said that he couldn't do anything about the rocking. It was mainly because of the roads. Then, remembering something, Masaru said that regarding the road leading from here to the port of Arium, it is currently being built as part of a cooperation project. In his world, this technology has existed for over 2,000 years. The road is being built using the so-called Roman concrete. Emeralda noted that if that was true, she couldn't help but wonder at the length of Masaru's world history, and Masaru said that about the three-wheeler, when Masaru was exploring that tiny island near Port Arium that Adelina was mad at him for, he discovered something, a revolutionary material that he could use to improve the three-wheeler. Adelina asked him what it was. Masaru solemnly said that it was rubber. The village chief asked again, and Adelina said that she had never heard of such a thing. Masaru explained that in this world, most likely, it was first found. Rubber varies greatly depending on how they use it, but is used in cases where a material with some elasticity is needed. As Irina clarified that it was something like worm skin, and the village chief asked about it being on the island. Masaru explained that the trees that grow there contain the liquid needed for this. Since completing the tricycle, Masaru has been looking for it everywhere, and finally found a type of tree similar to the ones he knows from his world. If he creates a tire using this rubber, the shaking will decrease and the speed will increase. The village chief remarked that this elasticity sounds interesting. It should have many other uses. Masaru nodded in agreement. Masaru said that in his homeland, rubber was used for many things, even in their normal daily life. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to even call it a necessary tool of life. Emeralda said that she had truly never seen such a thing before. It wasn't even in Stenzen. Masaru noted that even if he could make rubber, he didn't have the knowledge to increase its elasticity, so it wouldn't be easy. Masaru noted that the tree planting was going well. He should immediately tell the workers about the rubber, because it would affect the production of everything from accessories to even houses. The word houses made Masaru shudder. Jumping up and dropping his chair, Masaru said that he had to go because he had to visit the carpentry shop. Adelina tried to stop Masaru. Masaru apologized and said that they should figure out the rest together with Adelina. Then Masaru said that he couldn't do it with just his skills. And like Emeralda, it was time for Masaru to take the test too. The class president asked Masaru where he was going, and Masaru said that it was about work. Turning around as they left, Masaru smiled and said that now that they had a ruler, first of all, they needed to build something for him. The Beastman reacted extremely puzzled and shocked to Masaru's request, clarifying that Masaru was asking them to build the queen's house with their own efforts. Masaru asked what was wrong. They answered that he was asking to build their castle. Then they asked if Masaru was serious. He answered that they could already build houses without him. which meant that they could do it too. One of the rabbits explained that it was because Masaru had taught them the standard calculations for building these houses, and the other rabbit replied that they were already burdened enough, without putting so much effort into building something that had no practical use, and besides, it was the queen's house, pretty much the symbol of the entire city. Also, Masaru asks to build something like a temple. Such a joke. They have no idea how Masaru even built it. Masaru explained that he easily built the exterior using only his skill, but didn't they do everything else themselves? The Beastmen became despondent, saying that Masaru should at least give them some plans and designs. They are just former commoners. They can't build something as well as a professional like Masaru. Masaru closed his eyes and smiled. Masaru said that in his previous world, there was a popular movement called DIY, a word that meant to create something yourself. Since Masaru's job was to provide materials, he had to work a lot with the people doing it. The rabbit said that there must have been a lot of workers, and noted that Masaru's world was incredible. Masaru said that wasn't really the case. Masaru said that everyone who participated in DIY had no experience. These words shocked the Beastmen. Masaru explained that the meaning of DIY was that it was someone who was not a specialist, who was not a professional, who did all the work himself, from start to finish, learning, getting the materials himself and building. That was the true meaning of DIY. Translating the phrase, the meaning of which was, if I can do it myself, Masaru explained that, as for how the meaning was born, there was a man who wanted to help rebuild his city after it was destroyed during the war. This was his slogan. The rabbit clarified about rebuilding and noted that it was just like them. Masaru replied that this is what these people need above all else. This will be proof that the city belongs to everyone present. The residents can do everything themselves. Without Masaru, the guy is sure of this. It has nothing to do with the fact that they are former commoners. Masaru promised that he will continue to teach them new things, but it will not be for Masaru City. Masaru noted that this would be for everyone living in the city, so Masaru asked the workers to try to build the queen's house, the symbol of this city. The Beastmen began to think that the meaning of DIY sounded good. The Beastmen enthusiastically said that they accepted the work and said that they would show them DIY. Masaru smiled, and the Beastmen assured him to get ready since he would have all the necessary materials. Then, someone asked if Masaru could provide them with what they needed. Masaru slapped his chest and said that, of course, since he was also a part of this city and would work at full capacity. Meanwhile, at the magic school, Isla was giving a lesson to the children. She was telling the children to use magical power to pass it through their bodies and release it from their hands. The girl demonstrated the ball in her hands and smiled. One of the children said that it was difficult. Another said that he seemed to understand. And then someone said that he succeeded, and Isla immediately approached the student. Isla clapped her hands, noticing that the first one to do it was May. The girl couldn't hold the magic ball any longer and leaned back in her chair tired, and the whole class applauded her. Isla congratulated May, then suggested trying simple enhancement or empowerment magic, and noted that May has been studying a lot lately. May enthusiastically replied that she wanted to learn everything she could to help Masaru today. May said that she would help Masaru with his work, but he replied that the current work was too dangerous for a child and did not allow her. Another child said that his father said the same thing and asked Isla to teach them how to build houses. Isla replied that she was just a magic teacher. Isla said excitedly that when she sees them building something so massive without using magic, it's pure magic in her opinion. Meanwhile, Masaru summed up that the foundation had been laid and now he wanted to start building the columns. Masaru praised the workers and asked them to continue in the same spirit, although these were just words. But Masaru never thought that there would be so much progress in just 2 weeks. The rabbit noted that Masaru had helped them a lot during the planning stage. Masaru replied that he also wanted to have something to do besides supplying materials. Thanks to this, safety is no longer an issue. It will be a historical monument for this city. Masaru mentally noted that it was starting to look more like a palace than a castle, and he thought that the palace would be a little bigger than a school building. When it was finished, they would become much more confident in themselves. For them, it would be a personal experience in terms of using some techniques. One worker noted that, nevertheless, without Masaru's ideas, another Beastman agreed with him, saying that they themselves would not have planned this. Masaru clarified that he did something, and the rabbit told him to stop already, getting ready to list. The rabbit said that this is what they did using the hot spring, then remembered, and said that it was the floor heating. He was very surprised by this idea. Laying the pipes was very difficult, but now they can get heat without even using fire. If it is possible to get them to the reception and meeting room, maybe Masaru will teach this to everyone else. In that case, the other Beastmen said that they will need fire protection. As the city develops, the houses will become closer and closer to each other, so as a measure against something scary like a fire, it would be desirable to make something like a fire frame to stop it from spreading and prevent the building from collapsing. Masaru said that it was easy enough to do. Besides that, there was also, the guy didn't have time to finish because a breathless rabbit called out to him. Masaru asked what happened. When Masaru was explained everything, he asked in shock how the stones ran out, then asked why, since he had delivered enough materials. The Beastman explained that since they had started making another road, which was not part of the plan, Masaru thought about it, then said that he should have told him earlier. Noting that there was a shortage of building stones, this in itself was not a problem. There was a huge rock in Masaru's storage, but something like this could happen again, and this was undesirable. Masaru thought of something and turned to the Beastman asking if he knew why they put stone when laying roads. The Beastman replied that Masaru had told him about this before, that when used in a carriage with people on horses, the weight should be evenly distributed and supported by the road, and thoughtfully drawled that since the Beastman understood this, the guy thought about it. Instead of stones, Masaru took out some kind of bag from the storage and asked why they don't use this. Looking into the bag, the Beastman was surprised that it was earth. Masaru said that bags of earth are often used in construction or bags of sand. The Beastman clarified that this is what they will use instead of stones, then asked if Masaru was joking. The guy suggested first looking and then talking, then Masaru added that they have many uses. Masaru laid out a pile of sacks in the trench for the road, and commented that first the earth in the sacks had to be prepared, then laid out on the road, and then using a tamping tool, each sack had to be compacted. Masaru demonstrated this by walking over the sacks. Then when he was done, he told the Beastman to try hitting a sack. The Beastman punched one of the bags with his fist and winced, noting that the bags were quite hard and they could actually use them as a base for roads. Masaru said that the best thing about it was that it was easy enough to prepare, then you wouldn't need big rocks. Making bags was quite easy and it would never run out, and Masaru had already said that, but there were many different uses for something like this, especially in cases of natural disasters. Masaru then asked why the Beastman was quiet. The man thoughtfully asked how Masaru could come up with such ideas so easily. Even now that they continue to learn new techniques from Masaru, the Beastman would never come up with such an idea. The fact that they can't come up with all of this on their own, and Masaru's experience is so much greater than theirs, it's a big difference between them, and that's why if Masaru told him what his secret was, Masaru stood up and said that he already told him. The guy said that it's all about DIY. Masaru tries, experiments, just sees what works. If you continue to try something new, you will learn without noticing it. Thanks to this, the scale of knowledge will increase and turn into new ideas. Masaru accidentally learned about many of these things in his homeland. Masaru noted that now that they knew about the use of earth, they could think of many other uses for it. The Beastman agreed with this. Masaru also noted that they themselves had many ideas that Masaru would not have thought of, such as making this bow using the worm monster. Masaru was very surprised when he first made it with the help of an ant. The Beastman laughed and noted that it turns out that they too can create things that Masaru does not know about. Then the Beastman shared interesting facts about ants. Masaru mentally noted that such conversations bring back exciting memories. Masaru recalled the moment when he was thinking about, with these materials, what should he do? Masaru mentally noted that it reminded him of why he loved to create. Masaru raised his fist and said that he would first show them all how to do it. After that, they would be able to complete the entire area themselves. The Beastman agreed with him and suggested that they gather everyone as soon as possible. Masaru, together with the workers, filled bags with earth and helped to lay everything out, tamp it down and do it, then discussed something and asked the foreman for orders. Noticing that some time had passed, Masaru became curious about how things were going there, so the guy came to the construction site and saw that the road had already been laid quite far. The Beastman asked Masaru how everything looked and noted that they had made good progress. Masaru replied that it looked great, and it seemed like they didn't need him here anymore. The Beastman noted that thanks to Masaru, the workers were much more motivated than before. Then the man asked about Masaru coming here to check. Masaru replied that too, but also on the account, the man nodded and pointed to a piece of land, saying that here they fenced off enough territory with land, and then the man asked why this place in particular. Masaru replied that what happened earlier made him think that they had figured it out, but he wanted them to have a way to get materials without his help, that's what it was for. Then saying that he would think about it more thoroughly during the trip, Masaru said goodbye. The Beastman clarified about the trip. Noting that Masaru was with his things, the Beastman summed up what it meant that Masaru was leaving them today. Waving his hand, Masaru said that he was a little late, due to a couple of things, however. In order to crown Adelina as queen, they had to visit the capital of Gratus. Irina, noticing Masaru, was happy to see him. Adelina chuckled discontentedly, then was indignant that Masaru called them here when he himself had not yet arrived. As a queen, she should punish him. Masaru apologized for this, and then noted that Adelina was not a queen yet. Then he turned to her with gratitude that she would go with them. The elf said that she was already used to this. Only now, the elf paused. The girls looked at the three-wheeled carriage, which was now a full-fledged bicycle but with a carriage body, and Irina asked if this thing had become even bigger, then asked if it was safe at all, trying to remember the name. Masaru corrected her, saying that it was a special Masaru model, and noticed that he had said it several times already, so he asked her to finally remember it. Masaru beamed with joy as he explained that, in addition to the bumper, he had also improved the suspension. The tricycle was now much safer than ever before. Then Masaru pointed to the wheels and said that these were called tires. With their grip, the loss of driving force was reduced. But Adelina interrupted him, saying that Masaru talks a lot when it comes to something he loves. He continued that now that the impact of the road was softened, the difference would be like night and day. True, longevity is a problem, to which Adelina irritably said that it does not matter, and they realized that this is all great and simply wonderful, whether Adelina is prepared, because very soon she will be destined to meet the king and the goddess. Adelina asked in surprise what she should prepare for this. Swords wouldn't really be flying around her. Then commanding to load things, Irina began to fuss, and Masaru mentally noted that Adelina could be seen as Lancelot, and she was a little presumptuous. Masaru smiled and noted that Adelina was just the way she was. Irina reported that the loading was complete, and Masaru replied that they could go then, but Adelina slowed him down, asking if he had forgotten anything. Adelina asked if Masaru had told the others since she had warned him, then demanded that he go right now and say goodbye to everyone, to which Masaru said that everything was fine and asked him to look away. May, standing on the balcony, wished Masaru a good journey and asked them to be careful, then asked them to return quickly. The city residents gradually gathered on the street to see everyone off. Adelina smiled and noted that this meant Masaru had already told everyone. Masaru nodded. Emeralda yelled for Irina to take care of Adelina. The man in the blindfold asked to bring them some nice souvenirs, and then Adelina said that it was time for them to go and ordered everyone to take their places. Masaru shouted that when they returned, Adelina would already be queen. With these words, Masaru left the city, shouting to everyone to see him soon. Meanwhile, Zack had already arrived in the capital, and was met by Captain Freeze, noting that Zack had finally returned. Zack replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and said that he had returned. Captain Freeze noted that the last time they spoke was at a meeting about Stenzen, and he had heard that Zack would be arriving. But Zack arrived quite late. Zack replied that when they wanted to take a short rest at Arium Port, Commander Lancelot found them and forced them to train with him. Frieza noted that he heard that Lancelot only fights with swords against those he deems worthy enough. Zack must. Like Lancelot, Zack replied that Lancelot just wanted to ask about Masaru, but that's not all. They felt the ground shaking and thought it was a monster's footsteps, but they encountered a rare monster beast. Frieza muttered what it meant. Masaru also found it. To Zack's question, Frieza said that it was nothing like that, and they would talk about it later. More importantly, Frieza was ordered to tell Zack to go to the king when he arrived. Now the king was probably in his room or in the dining room. Zack said that he should take his leave and left, already standing at the door. Zack reported that he was here to report his arrival, but he was interrupted, saying that he was late and ordered to come in. Upon entering, Zack stood there dumbfounded, watching King Axion with Adelina at the table, and Masaru and Eren bustling about at the stove. Masaru greeted Zack and said that he was just in time. The king also greeted Zack and said that Zack could report to him later. First let him sit down and eat. Because these crabs from Beastman City are just amazing, all Zack could say was ask why they were here. A little later, Zack summed up that the guys came to receive the royal blessing for their nation, however, to think that they arrived here before Zack, which means that they also heard the sounds made by the monster. Then Zack asked why Masaru was feeding King Axion. Anyway, Masaru replied that it was to show him how great Ventalia is. They had already started working on their PR as a nation. Adelina said that Masaru, when he talked to the king, said that this crab was the goddess's favorite dish, and the king wanted to try it. Masaru awkwardly justified himself by saying that this was part of his tactics, while Zack noted that he was surprised that they were already forming a nation, having barely given a name to the city. Zack thoughtfully said that Adelina is the queen. Adelina asked if Zack had any complaints. Zack replied that of course not. He thinks that there is no one more hardworking than Adelina, and considering her ability to guide others, Zack thinks that Adelina is a pretty good choice. However, is this really what Adelina wants? Adelina nodded, smiling, and said that it should be quite interesting and she could create a special training room in the palace just for herself. Zack smiled sadly and nodded understandingly. Adelina asked him what was wrong. Zack sadly noted that he couldn't help but think about it, since it would be harder for her to contact him. Now, Adelina looked at Zack in surprise, and the guys became embarrassedly quiet. Adelina asked what Zack was talking about, and promised that she would even let Zack use a special gym whenever he wanted. Zack thanked her embarrassedly, and Masaru mentally noted that he had joked about it before, but as it turned out, Zack really did seem to have fallen in love with the girl. Apparently Zack was quite unhappy. Arena turned her attention to Masaru and asked what was wrong. Masaru replied that as Zack's friend he shouldn't interfere, but then Zack spoke up. Talking about something more important, the Foundation, Zack asked if they had received King Axion's blessing. Masaru shook his head, saying that he thought that was why he was here, and intended to talk about it at their next meeting. Zack responded that he didn't want the king to be too surprised. It was bad for his health. Masaru responded that Zack was worrying too much. Zack countered that they didn't understand the extent of it, and Masaru assured that it was fine, and that King Axion wouldn't be that surprised. However, Axion was so surprised that Masaru wanted to found a nation that he jumped up, knocking over his chair, shocking everyone. Then, calming down a bit, Axion apologized, asking what it was, and then saying that it was a normal reaction. Moreover, this is the only day he was chosen as a witness. For better or worse, it was Masaru. Axion also noted that besides, there is a time and place for everything. The king was outraged that he was not even informed about the name of the city. Masaru mentally noted that he asked Zack to inform the king, but Zack was late. However, it remains a mystery to Masaru why the king is so shocked. Zack also told Masaru something that Masaru did not understand before. Returning to his place, the king said that it does not matter, and said that there are a few things that he wants to clarify, and called his servant. The advisor said that it was about the case of the destruction of Stenzen after the golems attacked the city. He received information from the Urima port and from Captain Frieza, who joined the investigation with his unit. After confirming that there were no survivors, all the monsters and other creatures in that city were destroyed by the explosion. The king's advisor asked Zack if this information was true. Zack said that it was all true. The advisor replied that he hoped it was not true. Then he said that he had 2 questions for Masaru. The advisor asked about how the guys confirmed that there were no survivors in Stenzen, and how they managed to cause such a powerful explosion and destroy everything in the city. Masaru mentally noted that if he told about the quest, it would cause a lot of suspicion, and he did not want to tell them about the skills. The guy nervously jumped up, about to say something. Masaru nervously said that how he confirmed there were no survivors was a confidential matter, and that the magic was his own creation. He couldn't give any more details, so he asked that it would be enough. The advisor was indignant that Masaru wouldn't tell them anything, and noted that it was a matter between the 2 of them. The king responded that as long as he could guarantee that everything the boys did in Stenzen was true, Masaru didn't need to worry about anything. There were many things about this matter that he couldn't understand, but he believed that the boys would never turn that power of theirs against Gratus, and as for that, how could Axion know that Masaru really was that strong? Lancelot told the king that Masaru had twice dueled him to a draw. Masaru cursed Lancelot and thought he was spreading lies. Axion concluded that everyone else should think about what this meant and acknowledge Masaru's strength. Then the king suggested moving on to the real thing. Axion clarified that Lady Emeralda, the former queen of Stenzen, was thinking about reviving. Arena stepped forward asking to let her speak. The elf said that Emeralda was currently focused on Ventalia. However, of course, that was also on her mind, but at present, that was impossible, and right now they were preparing for the future, as well as looking for surviving allies. The king smiled and said that it was very good, and in that case, Gratus would also assist in the investigation. Gratus had a good relationship with the former king of Stenzen, so Gratus would like for that relationship to continue. Arena nodded, saying that they would be grateful. and Masaru noted that Axion was much more friendly than the last time they met, and that it was a good change for the king. Axion agreed with that. The king then said that their next topic would be very fun, and said that it was founding a nation. Now is not the time to rack your brain thinking about Stenzen. Then Axion asked to first tell him about how it all happened. Masaru awkwardly replied that they just built a city, and on the advice of one person, Masaru turned it into a nation. Masaru then asked if there was any problem with all of this. Axion replied that there was, since Masaru was trying to establish a new country on Gratus's territory. Masaru jumped up excitedly, then asked how such a place could be Gratus's territory. Zack asked that, didn't he know about it? Now Masaru understood why the king was so surprised. What Masaru was trying to do was divide another kingdom. The king replied that he didn't care about some city, but that was the same as attacking him. Masaru nodded and noted that it was a little strange. Masaru noted that since there were a lot of people in the area now that had moved there in search of help, if the area was Gratus's territory, naturally it would have to be Gratus to make sure those people were safe and that they had everything they needed to live a normal life. The king smiled and said that he understood how that was, then asked Masaru if he would be the one to take care of them. Masaru assured that if it was too difficult for Gratus, then they had no choice but to leave it to him. Masaru is also confident that this way, these people will not have any ill feelings towards Gratus. They will be able to settle all this peacefully. But, Masaru noticed, he wants to say one more thing. Masaru's expression instantly changed as he raised his right hand and growled that if Gratus were to turn the Beastmen into slaves again, it would be very stupid, and Masaru would show them how he used that hand to destroy the golems. So Masaru suggested that they think carefully before speaking. King Axion and the advisor were sufficiently scared. Adelina asked Masaru what he was trying to do, and Masaru asked her not to worry. Masaru explained to Adelina that if they don't sort this out now, there will be a lot more trouble later. Also, they have to show that they are both equal to the king, where the king will always treat them as his subordinates and they will give in to him in everything also. This is done in order to protect everyone in the city. Adelina to this noted that even though they are a new nation, she thinks that they are really inferior to Gratus. But Adelina asked Masaru to try to be more friendly. Masaru immediately asked what that means. Axion chuckled and said that he understood, and noted that, as Masaru said, this land is far from them and is not developed. Looking at the map, the king sees that this land is right on their border, and if the guys create a nation there that would be an ally of Gyata's, then it would be beneficial for everyone. Masaru and Adelina were surprised. The king asked what was wrong with his interpretation. Masaru replied that it was not, mentally asking himself to be patient, because the recognition of the nation is the most important. Then Masaru asked that they can turn Ventalia into a nation, but the king interrupted him. Axion asked if he should acknowledge this nation. That was a different matter. Axion asked if Masaru was worthy of founding a new nation, and asked Masaru to prove to Axion that it was. The boy noted that he was not the king of all this, but Axion noted that he knew that very well. However, the true pillar of this nation would be Masaru. Axion listed that it is the one who approves of the king, the one who supports the nation. Then the king apologized for his arrogance, but this is his position. Then King Axion asked if Masaru is worthy of creating a new nation, and asked to convince him that it is so. Zack, Arena, and Adelina called out to Masaru while looking at him. Shocked to the core, Masaru realized that he had to prove that he was fit to create a nation. This was unexpected for the boy, since Adelina would be the ruler. So Masaru thought that he could gain the king's trust with this, since Adelina was Lancelot's niece. However, the king decided to test him, an outsider. Masaru thought frantically that maybe he could ask the Beastman or Lancelot for help, or maybe he could create some kind of useful tool to show his worth. Cursing, Masaru thought that he had no idea what to do, like he had shown who he was before, on Earth. In Japan, Masaru asked himself what he would do. Remembering everyone who relied on him, Masaru pulled out something. Smiling nervously, the boy handed the king his card, which confirmed his identity. The boy stood there awkwardly. Zack sucked in air through his teeth, and Adelina grabbed her head with her hand, and Masaru waited for the king's reaction, thinking that it was all over. But at that moment, the king snatched his card from his hands, telling Masaru to let him look at it. Thinking that Masaru had won and it was all over, the king smirked at the same time. Looking at the card, the king thought that this was the answer he wanted. When the king asked Masaru before, even if it was a bluff, Masaru had a good answer for the king, but Masaru is young, he does not understand how to negotiate. Masaru wants to show Axion that the boy himself is the answer Axion is looking for, but the question is whether Masaru can achieve the solution he wants with this method. Mentally noting that now this is getting interesting and the answer Axion is looking for today is that Masaru defeated Lancelot twice and destroyed the golems, maybe it is in this guild card where Axion learns the secret of Masaru's strength. The king had to do all this to make Masaru show the card to the king, and with that, Axion would finally be able to understand if what Masaru told him was true. Plus, the king almost feels grateful to Masaru, because even if his stories are lies, the king can still be a little. At this point his thought was interrupted, as he noticed something on the card and was very surprised. When the king saw that the Masaru's profession was apostle and his level was 54, the king looked at his stats and then at all the skills that the Masaru had in his card. Axion's face slowly but surely turned pale. Staring at the guild card in shock, King Axion thought that it was impossible. This guy, is he a monster? He can't be human. Until now, the king has seen many statuses. Even those he would call heroes are only half as good as this guy. Masaru is 2 to 3 times stronger than generals or imperial mages. With such statistics, the king switched his thoughts because he saw the titles. Axion noted that Masaru had the job of apostle. Axion wondered what the hell that was, since he hadn't seen anything like it in their national archives. Masaru nervously asked the king how Axion got his guild card. Axion, giving the card, said that it was very good. Looking at this, he would consider Masaru worthy of founding a nation. Of course, Gratus would also be an ally of Ventalia, and the king hereby swore that he would go along the road that awaited them ahead. Together, the guys were happy, as was Masaru, and Axion noted that this was his best choice. Now the main thing is not to make an enemy for himself. Masaru suggested going to their country and the approval of its ruler. Axion also noted that he was too careless about Masaru. He should talk to his strategists and find a solution for this. At that moment, Masaru turned around and shouted to someone that he could come in. The king immediately shouted that Masaru was a fool, because last time Axion ignored it. But what gives Masaru the right to just invite whoever they want here? King Axion immediately ordered to prepare decorations for the ceremony, then told the guards to also move and go help. Then Axion was calmed down by Victinius. Descending from the portal, Victinius said that Masaru just wants recognition and Axion does not need to attach such great importance to this, because everything is fine as it is. The goddess winked. The king turned first to Victinius, then to Sapphira too, and apparently the king's nervous system could not withstand it, and he lost consciousness. The advisor began to shout for Axion to calm down. The next day, the king was standing in front of his people, welcoming them and explaining that they were there to hold a ceremony. To acknowledge the founding of Ventalia and its ruler, Masaru cursed and said that it reminded him of the morning assembly at school. Axion was too persistent for them to handle. In the end, they did hold a quote-unquote recognition ceremony. After all, Zack said that it wasn't all that bad. King Axion was a man of faith, and seeing the goddess, he wanted to make sure that everything was done correctly. Axion declared that today was the birth of a new alliance. The king stood with a cup in his hands, and Adelina was kneeling before him. Axion continued to say that on this day a new sun was rising. It would be known as the founding day of a new bright nation. Then lowering his sword onto Adelina's shoulder, King Axion said that together, their people would bring peace and harmony to all. Raising the cup into the air, Axion said that he congratulated them, and hereby he promised. The king paused. Taking a deep breath, the king said that in the name of Axion Fin de Grata, he recognized Ventalia as a nation, and the crowd roared in congratulations to the new queen. Masaru admiringly remarked that the speech was good, and that's what a king should be like. Zack said that he thought Adelina would be a great ruler too. Ventalia could learn. Masaru hoped that Victinius wouldn't screw anything up. She could slip on the carpet and fall, or she could say something weird and ruin everyone's mood. Zack asked that Masaru knew that she was a goddess. Masaru objected that it was Victinius. The king suggested continuing, and said that now they would receive a blessing from the goddess. At that moment, a portal opened over the square, and light poured out from there. Before Adelina, both sisters of the goddess, Victinius and Sapphira, descended. Victinius announced to all that she hereby, in her own name, gave permission to found Ventalia. Isla then said that in her name, she appoints Adelina as the first ruler of Ventalia. Adelina bowed and thanked the goddesses, saying that she humbly accepts this. The crowd buzzed again. Here Victinius pointed at Zack, and then called him Zealtak, the special envoy of Gratus. Victinius declared that the knight would marry the new queen and support her as a prince consort. Such was her decree. Adelina, Zack, and especially King Axion were thrown into silent shock. A loud cry of questioning was heard throughout the square, and the crowd immediately began to discuss that Zieltak was the son of that bricklayer. He had just recently moved here. Zack tried to control himself and understand what was going on. While he said that he was not fit for such a title and asked if the goddesses were sure about this, Victinius was surprised and said that it was strange. Please do it. She received a message that said this. Zack, realizing the whole situation, realized that he was the only one who could send a message to the god. Zack slowly turned around, not wanting to believe it. Masaru stood in front of Zack with his tongue sticking out and his thumb up. Zack shouted Masaru's name loudly, and then there was a request to stop the ceremony and wait. Then Zack demanded an explanation, and the king said that he was also hearing this for the first time and there must be a logical reason for it. Masaru explained that it seemed like Zack had taken a liking to Adelina, so Masaru, as a friend, wanted to help him, and so he asked Victinius to do it for him. The king immediately wanted to pounce on Zack, asking what he was doing, but Masaru stopped him, saying that Zack had no idea about anything, so there was no need to be angry at him. Axion rubbed his beard and said that a private who rose to such a position, it should be carefully thought out. The king then said that they should choose a suitable candidate. But Masaru interrupted him by asking what King Axion was even talking about. Since the goddess herself came here and announced their marriage, the goddess directly blessed them and asked what the problem was. The king agreed, and Arena looked at Adelina and asked what Adelina thought about it. Adelina replied that if it was better this way, then it wouldn't be a problem for her. Zack was stunned and blushing, and asked if it would really be okay. Adelina approached the guy and said that Zack would need to train his body a little, but she liked him. Zack smiled warmly, and the girl was about to add something else. Adelina smiled and said that if they got bored, they could just go their separate ways. Zack felt bad, and the others looked at her with puzzled expressions. Masaru noted that she said the same thing when they were leaving Ventalia. Sometimes this trait of hers could be a good thing, but right now it was the opposite. Lancelot clearly didn't raise her well. But anyway, Masaru smiled and asked Zack if Zack wanted to become a man. Zack blushed and became embarrassed and cursed. Zack asked Adelina with all seriousness and passion to just wait. He was going to train so hard that she would beg him to stay by her side. He was going to change the way Adelina looked at him. Adelina giggled and said that was what she liked about Zack. He was a hard worker. Axion smilingly said that everything was very good and suggested to continue the ceremony. After that, they would have a real holiday and they would celebrate what happened here today. Axion also said that as his soldier, the king hereby assigns to Zieltak the new duties of Prince Consort and Queen of Ventalia to Adelina. Having already touched Zack's shoulder with the sword, the newly named Prince Consort Zieltak and Queen Adelina of Ventalia took turns drinking from the ceremonial cup. At that moment, Arena noticed something. It turned out that Masaru had disappeared from their sight, and Masaru, being in the room, was glad that he had somehow escaped from the ceremony. Otherwise, if he had gone drinking with them, Zack and Axion would have done nothing but pester him all night. But Masaru was mentally admiring Zack and Adelina. When Masaru looked out the window, it turned out that he and Victinius had simultaneously said the question about Zack and Adelina being married. Then realizing that neither of them were alone, Masaru asked what the hell, and then asked about Victinius being there. Victinius was indignant that she should have said that, and in any case, Masaru was talking to a goddess, so he should watch his manners. The guys played a staring contest for a couple of seconds. Then, saying that it doesn't matter, Masaru jumped out and sat on the windowsill and asked what was wrong. Did the goddess have to run away too? Victinius replied that she wasn't such a stupid goddess to go to a festival for humans. Masaru asked that Isla wasn't with Victinius. She replied that Isla had returned for final preparations, and anyway, about Zack, Victinius didn't expect Masaru to do something like that for him. Masaru was indignant that he might not look like that, but he is a rom-com lover. Besides, he's saying that because he noticed it in your message, but he's not bothered by what happened at the hot spring. Masaru isn't so immature as to misunderstand something like that. After all, things like that happen to a goddess often anyway, Victinius cursed inwardly. Masaru winked at Victinius, and Victinius got angry, thinking that Masaru didn't understand anything at all and called him an idiot. Masaru suggested changing the topic, talking about the festival, also noted that it was nice to see this lively place, and Masaru had many of them in his homeland. The goddess immediately suggested that Masaru bought cotton candy and played when he was a child. But Masaru said that he had to help someone from his street deliver a food cart, and then realized that he was just being used. But anyway, even just watching it was fun. Then Masaru said that he knew it was a little weird. Victinius asked if Masaru was really an idiot, then said that when they returned to Ventalia, there would be more of a ceremony, so they could have more festivals and have fun there too. Masaru nodded. Masaru then admitted that he still wanted to hold a wedding ceremony for the two. So, he would be busy. The goddess asked what it meant. Masaru was returning tomorrow. But Masaru said that he still had business here in Gratus, commerce and such. Victinius asked that they stock up on more food. Masaru agreed, specifying about crabs, and so they continued talking on the rooftops. Isla sadly noted that regarding the hot spring, she finally thought they had made some progress, but her sister messed it up as usual. Masaru was also confused about what happened, and in the end, it turned out like this. Victinius asked Isla if all the preparations were finished. Isla said that they were, and she didn't want to come between the two of them. Victinius immediately asked what Isla meant, then said that they would get back to work then, but Masaru called out to her. Masaru promised that when they celebrated the Foundation Day in Ventalia, he would cook the most delicious crabs in the world, so Victinius would definitely come. Slightly embarrassed, Victinius replied that if she wanted to, she could do it. Isla chuckled to herself and remarked that the two of them didn't change. Maybe they could change a little. Victinius then suggested that Isla do their job and finish this ceremony. Victinius then said to prepare the circle. Isla activated the magic, said the dubbing, and added that the symphony was beginning. Then she said that let the ceremony begin and called upon the magical gospel, greeting everyone. Victinius introduced herself. The dwarves, meanwhile, rejoiced at the beginning of the ceremony, and Victinius noted that the land that people see here will henceforth be called Ventalia. After requesting a map and naming the location of Ventalia, Victinius announced that they had received a blessing from the gods. And from Gratus, Victinius asks to cooperate with the new nation and its queen. The Lipi flew near the projection and admired the goddess. The dwarves listened attentively. Victinius also announced that at the appropriate time, a celebration would also take place in Ventalia. The goddess hereby invites all inhabitants of the planet, regardless of their race, to take part in this celebration together. The goddess hopes with all her heart that they will all be there. With her arms outstretched, Victinius promised that they would meet again in Ventalia. The next day, the king remarked that yesterday's ceremony was brilliant. At this age, Axion was pleased to be able to personally converse with a god. Masaru said, smiling, that it was great, and that he was looking forward to Gratus's help. The king said, smiling, that as promised, their countries would always work closely together. Adelina sat between them, thinking that there was something else, because they both looked strange. Masaru thought that negotiating had become much easier when using the goddesses as a trump card. While grinning predatorily, the king really wanted to look at the goddess statue that was given to him recently. He persuaded Masaru and the military had too many problems. Adelina noticed that there were some evil plots, and then noticed that she seemed to have forgotten something. Then, wanting to stop the squabble between the king and Masaru, Adelina asked that aren't they discussing the future and strongly recommended getting down to business. Axion agreed with her and noted that it was for the future. The king then continued that regarding the trade topic they were discussing, he thought it was too early to talk about it. Trade, the origins of the work of buying and selling. Is it that in some small countries the interests of the entire country are still unclear? Masaru jumped up, saying that it was not such an important matter, although they had made some preparations. There was the technique and knowledge of Ventalia. Besides, when using the patent mode, Masaru thought that it would bring profit. The king asked what a patent was, then assumed it was a tool, but then corrected himself and clarified that it was called a rule. Masaru nodded and went on to explain that Masaru wanted Axion to know that it was created to protect technology and inventions. The king asked him to continue, and Masaru nodded and continued. Having said that, if specifically, when a person sells something invented with the help of technology, it can only make a profit once, it will be used for those who create the technique or invention. They will give them a patent, in simple terms, giving them a monopoly. Using this order, it is possible to get a certain amount of profit obtained with the help of technology, which after a certain period will be transferred to the developers. Adelina said that the idea of something like this was the first time in this world, and the king replied that it meant that there would be some costs for renting the equipment. Masaru replied that, in addition, this equipment would play an important role in popularizing the exchange of techniques. Masaru continued to explain that the registered method patented will be open to the public. Everyone will be able to use this method. The shared use of these methods can create more opportunities for inventing other methods. If profiting from inventing these methods becomes popular, the number of designers will increase greatly. Therefore, it's conducive to the development of civilization. The king thoughtfully drawled that it seems to have a good effect. Adelina replied that this is why there is so much technology in Masaru's hometown. Then Adelina asked what they invented. Masaru awkwardly fell silent. Recalling something, Masaru said that while gaining experience in working with materials, he liked his job of creating things. Of course, he had an interest in inventing. And he tried to do it too. He had some ideas, something like finishing in registering a patent. Adelina sarcastically noted that the story is very interesting. Masaru said that of course it makes sense. For example, the way they open the lid of the container can affect the heating or cooling temperature, but it only exists in dreams. No matter if it is a child or an adult, if they have a good idea, they can get a patent and save money. Masaru thinks that anyone can do it. That's how the world will be. Then Masaru asked Axion what's the matter. Axion noted that it would indeed benefit the development of the world. But the king was worried about how Ventalia would use this profit. Masaru was scared thinking about what the future of Ventalia would be without this regime. Masaru replied that he had already said that it was not such a big issue. The balanced discussion was also one of the topics of the meeting, and they just needed to think about making a deal that would suit both of them. The king agreed with these words and said that first he wanted to determine the profit share given to the developers. Adelina also supported this topic. Masaru asked Adelina and Axion what they thought was an acceptable amount. Axion suggested that given the time it was invented, the profit margin would be 10 years, and a reasonable return on investment would be 25%. Adelina countered that, besides the taxes, Gratus's figure was a bit high. If that was the case, she thought 20 years to make a profit and a profit expense of 15% would be better. Masaru listened to this in complete shock and thought that if they were to make a profit of that size, how could the lowest worker make ends meet? Adelina noticed that Masaru seemed dissatisfied with something and asked what he thought. Axion said that Masaru was the only one who knew about it and asked the same thing as Adelina. Masaru folded his arms and said that the immediate plan was to set the profit period at 30 years, the first 3 years at 10%, the next 10 years at 7%, and after that at 5%. Adelina asked if that was too low. Masaru said that he was telling it again. The key to this was technical exchange. If it cost more money, the person who wanted to use it would hesitate. Masaru then pointed out that this would be the wrong goal. In general, when the method is popularized, learning and working will become more comfortable. Improving life is their goal. The king pointed out that Masaru and Adelina will gain the most benefits, but there is one question: how can they use these methods? Masaru replied that there is no need to worry about that. Masaru smiled and said that for the benefit of all, he thought that at the same time it was necessary to create a, quote, training mode, like the Adventurers Guild. They would set up technical management desks in countries around the world. They could simply register. Anyone who wanted could stay in their hometown to study. The king clarified that this mode was also expensive. The government would provide financial support for training. Masaru suggested just thinking of it as an investment. Masaru said that a long time ago when he was in Gratus, Axion said, "Let's use useful human resources. This rule is used to train those talents. Besides, the so-called overseas training can be a good opportunity to see and feel the difference between the living conditions in other countries." Masaru also noted that if King Axion looked at the disparity between the current Ventalia and Gratus, perhaps the king would be surprised. Axion was surprised, cried out and said not to talk nonsense. Because Gratus is the largest country, Adelina suggested that maybe it was all about the standard of living. The king was surprised that Adelina was there too. Adelina noted that although the cultural levels were equal, however, being familiar with Ventalia, to be honest, no one liked living in Gratus. Because it was impossible to bring water, the difference between the rich and the poor was too big. In addition, things like garbage should not be placed anywhere. Cleanliness is very important in life. The king was extremely surprised. Masaru then asked if King Axion would come to their national holiday, since if he found it hard to believe, Axion could take the opportunity to see it for himself. Axion became more and more surprised as he listened to the boys.